Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Disculpen un poco la tardanza, estamos 6 minutos tarde. Honestamente, estaba acariciando al buen Vini y me ocupé bastante ahí. No les voy a mentir, pero nos quedamos otros 6 minutos acabando esto. Bienvenidos a un casino, el tío Salo. Obviamente, ahorita vamos a tener a Farhan y a Alex acompañándonos por acá. Pero el día de hoy, antes de comenzar el casino, y como siempre, quiero platicar rápidamente de algo que tenemos que poner atención. Y esto importa más en los mercados, en la economía real, que en la bolsa, aunque la bolsa también puede ser afectada por esto. Y eso es algo a lo que tenemos que poner atención. Esa cosa es los bonos, tíos. Aquí hay algo que definitivamente me tiene bastante preocupado y es que estamos viendo el rendimiento de los bonos seguir subiendo, subiendo y tiene fuerza como para dar continuación a esto. Si esto sigue pasando para toda la gente que tal vez no sepa esto, lo que pasa cuando tienes este tipo de escenarios es que los préstamos de todo continúan subiendo de precio básicamente con los intereses, comparado con lo que la Reserva Federal nos está diciendo que están bajando intereses. Y lo han visto desde que empezaron a bajar intereses, los intereses reales cuando hace una agencia han subido. Y también la extensión de crédito ha sido ampliada, lo que le está dando a todo el mundo y metiéndolos en un problema sabroso, carnales. Les voy a enseñar rápidamente el bono a 10 años para que puedan seguirme un poco con esto. Déjenme, voy a tener que limpiar un poco la tabla. Pero tenemos acá el bono de 10 años. Déjenme, quito mi indicador para que la gente que no le interese nada de trading no tenga que preocuparse. Y podemos ver que este fue el pico por ahí de octubre del 2023 y este fue el setup de jamás, básicamente en cripto, lo que nos llevó hasta arriba cuando bajó hasta acá. Y de ahí volvió a subir una vez más y volvió a subir una vez más. Definitivamente estamos haciendo bajos, altos más bajos y también estamos haciendo bajos más bajos. Lo que me interesa ver es si vamos a pasar porque tal vez en vez de simplemente verlo así, podrías poner una línea de tendencia alcista por acá y simplemente ahora sí que continúa la tendencia. Lo único que no ha creado es frescos máximos. Y esto me preocupa bastante, porque si esto llega a pasar, va a agarrar a muchísima gente mal parada en toda esta circunstancia. Y si agarra mucha gente mal parada, toda la gente que esté endeudada, esto se los he dicho 1000 veces y lo voy a volver a repetir. Si puedes no endeudarte, no te endeudes en este momento. Es el peor momento de la historia para endeudarte. Porque si esto llega a pasar, y de nuevo, esto es cosa de ver simplemente en unos meses qué exactamente es lo que van a empezar a hacer y cómo se van a ver estos tipos reales. Una vez que llegue Trump por cierto, le quedan como un mes para entrar a la presidencia. Entonces, queremos esperarnos a ver qué exactamente va a pasar, porque si esto sigue así, el dólar sigue fortaleciéndose, va a costar mucho más trabajo hacer dólares en esta economía. Y yo sé que nos han vendido en la idea de que no, es que hay trabajos para todos, etcétera. Y si de verdad despiden, digamos, ¿no? A 50% de toda la gente que trabaja en el gobierno, tíos, ¿qué va a pasar? ¿Qué va a pasar? Esa gente tiene que buscar empleo, saben cómo está el sector labor, etcétera. No pinta bien la cosa. De nuevo, esto es para la economía, para la gente que se vaya a endeudar o no, pero solamente quiero que pongan atención a esto. Definitivamente queremos ver si vamos a pasar el 4.5% en el bono a 10 años. Si lo hacemos, ahí quedó. Pero no los voy a jugar más. Aquí tengo a Alex, aquí tengo a Farhan, en lo que se está echando unos esquites también, o algo así delicioso se ve. Vamos a empezar a darle con esto como el que no. Vamos, obviamente, a elitetradingacademy.us para ver qué nos tienen por acá. Brian Martínez una vez más regresó al campeonato, damas y caballeros. Bienvenido. Brian, Luis, te veo. Emily, ¿cómo estás? Yayo, Forbidden también, ¿cómo estás? Abu. Asael y David se despertaron temprano, cabrones. Vamos a darle con todo. Here's the boys. Let us go.
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good.
You look very fresh.
Really? I slept for 13 hours this time.
Wow. There you go. We're making progress.
Yep. Yesterday I went from 4 hours of sleep to 13. It's one of the extremes. Nothing in between.
You're basically trading on extremes your sleep. You're going towards the top of the channel and the bottom of the channel. There's nothing in between.
Extremity low for fun.
Yeah, it's basically the VIX for sleeping. But these are terrible trading jokes for everyone. So enjoy your morning. Happy Friday the 13th. Are you guys superstitious?
Oh, it's the 13th? Shit, I didn't even notice.
I know. Well, I have to plug in certain things and do some accounting in certain things. So I'm always looking at the fucking stupid date. So I noticed this morning. I was
Make sure not to sleep tonight. Freddy Krueger's gonna get you.
I hope so, dude. Finally, fucking a free trip somewhere, even if it's within my own imagination into a nightmare. It's free. I'll take
but he
it.
shows up in my dreams. He's gonna be like, "It's okay. It's gonna get better."
If he shows up in my dreams, he would run. He'd be like, "What the fuck is this?" And he would just run. I feel like that's what happened to COVID too with my body. COVID accessed my body and then saw what the fuck was happening there. And number one, he got completely stoned the moment that he got in. And then he got distracted. And he was like, all right, I'm hungry. And then he died because we couldn't feed him. But
same shit for me. I never got a single symptom.
I know.
But I stick to saying it was the ganja that got me out of the symptoms.
I also say that too. I think that weed really played, because I went to a carnival in Mexico. I went to two actually, and there was one where we had 1 million people around us, and people were passing joints and cigarettes, and I was like, whatever, from every stranger. And I didn't get, and that was like at the peak of this whole thing. So
nothing ever happened.
I think all the terrible things that I did really helped me. So this is not health advice for anyone. It's
just financial advice.
Exactly. It's just financial advice, not health advice. All right. There's a lot of things to look at the chart. Obviously, Brian Martinez fucking killed it, showed up first, and guess what he wants to look at?
Bitcoin.
How do you guys know that? That's fucking incredible. It's like we have a 7 cents now.
Powerful information.
All right. I'm going to show your chart, Alex. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it. Let's run it.
Nice.
The Bitcoin. Let me get my banners going, dude. I haven't fucking gotten these going.
So here we have the daily. You know, what's nice about this daily is we are getting that volatility set up while also breaking back above the moving average. The idea is we want to see, you know, today ideally flip back up above 15% after the daily closes. And then we want to just see continuation. What we don't want is this little like fizzle out and we came back, reset even lower. This seems like ready to go just based on the level too that we're at. Bitcoin does like to expand from that 3 to 4% level, especially when it's on the daily. We can just see that. And so now, I mean, it's looking quite good. And why I say that is because, you know, we were talking about the scenario of a pullback yesterday, and it made a lot of sense to me. I mean, we basically SFP'd the EMA 9, and then we held it. And then I was expecting some kind of pullback into that zone right around, you know, that 99K level, maybe 98,000. And that's basically what we got. If I just move this here, you know, it wasn't as deep as I wanted to. And that's just how trading goes sometimes. So, you know, I'm still confident that we can at least get a retest close to that median and that 2-day EMA 9. Just simply, too, based on that silver cross that we have that occurred, you know, right around this zone, it would make a lot of sense to just look at this 2-day EMA 9 as an opportunity. Let me take the rainbow chart off. But so far, I mean, it's looking good, and Bitcoin is even resetting volatility on the 2-day now. So, you know, if the daily starts expanding, the 2 days giving us a volatility setup, that could easily bleed in. And then, you know, and let's see how the 3-day goes. Okay, and it's contracting. So, I mean, just like Farhan said, you know, the other stream, bulls are actually getting exactly what they want. You know, bullish consolidation. They're holding now above this resistant high right around 98,200. While also resetting volatility on the 2-day, and they're very close to expanding it on the daily. For me now, I want to just stick to here, and I don't see why, you know, we won't go and test the wick high here. You know, this wick high left a lot of liquidity down and up, and I don't see why we wouldn't go up to that 38.2%, if not to the 50%, right around that $105,000 to $106,000 level. I do think that, you know, we could start seeing potentially a bigger bounce here, especially when we start going to, let's just say that, what was it, the 2-week chart? Let me go here. Yeah. The 2-week chart, if we can start closing back above that, like, what is it? I guess all-time high, essentially. I know it's weird on the 2-week. That's what was confusing me. If we go to the weekly here, though, we just simply close weeklies back, in my opinion, back above that wick high. I think that'll be the next trigger to potentially target that $116,000 to $120,000 level. We go to the monthly here. You know, you can kind of see that as well with this monthly close. It's just like Bitcoin right now is like on the edge of a big breakout again. I think it'll be confirmed once we get those higher time frame closures, like a weekly, 2-week, and then a monthly. But in doing so, right, if we get a weekly, a 2 week, and a monthly close back above that 104, 105,000, I do think we're going to get a pretty fast move back up to that 120 level, which is that 50% on the monthly. And at that point, I mean, we should be, again, just more cautious of, seeing where volatility is at overall. Because I know if we go to this chart, which is on spot.
What's the biggest blowout you've done on a video? Like you filmed something, put all this money into it. We just
My phone is doing that. It just plays random fucking sounds. At least there wasn't any like porn or anything on there.
That would have been incredible, by the way. I'm not opposed to having that happen here. Just saying.
Anyways, so even on the spot index chart, you can just see it very clearly. Like Bitcoin is in the works of putting in a bigger move, and we know that it's unwise to start talking about a deeper pullback as long as we still have this beautiful Hamas setup still brewing and very, very, very strong. I mean, even on that slight pullback from like 103,000 all the way down to 90K, it didn't do anything to volatility on the 2 week. Absolutely nothing. Didn't even curve it slightly down one bit. And so this just plays into the strength that we're seeing on Bitcoin. This 2 weeks closing in 2 days. We want to really see where this is going to close, because any higher time frame closure, like I'm saying, above that $103,000 level would be a really good sign to start looking for that $120,000 number. But then at that point, I mean, I do think we need to start looking for either it's just a deep consolidation. Maybe we're ranging from 120 to maybe like 98,000. That's just a new range we're going to make. Most of the time, Bitcoin, if it's not going up, then it's usually just in a range. And Bitcoin likes to range. And so as traders, we have to just identify what's the new range. We figured this was the range. We're now breaking out of that range, And so now at this point, we want to just see simply where this 2 weeks is going to close, because this could really guide our bias to higher. And then, into 2025, I definitely think we could at least see that $120,000 hit. And then from there, we just have to look for a potentially deeper pullback, if not just a long form consolidation. One thing to note too on why I do think we still can go up as well is even when just looking at the monthly on the index, you can see that monthly median unfortunately did hold price down last month. And so, we didn't open above it. And so right now, currently that's at $107,000 on the index chart, which, if we go back to the daily and we go back to our Tether price chart, it kind of lines up with, these ranges here. So I don't see why Bitcoin wouldn't go and test that, monthly median right around that 107,000, which, as long as this EMA 9, this median is holding, that would technically give us that target, if not to, 105,700 to like 108, which just lines up nicely with overall that monthly median on the index chart. Now, Tether dominance here, it gave us the pump up at that 3.79%. And, if I take this chart off here real fast, because I just want to see kind of what's going on, we can see here that, we rejected the EMA 34. That's kind of like the last spot I was saying that either we're going to reject there or we're going to reject here. And it made a lot of sense. And so, for now, we're still rejecting the 34. And today's daily closures it's going to be pretty important, because what we'll have here potentially is a loss of support, a loss of that 9. And then at that point, you have to look at that 4%, 3.994% as resistance. And then we'd have to really start gauging, back down to here at that, 3.8 to maybe even all the way back down to 3.79. Remember, I had this bounce scenario here. I personally thought, and when viewing it on the weekly, that we would have formed a weekly higher, lower high closer to that weekly 9. You can see we slightly went to it at 4.3%, but now you can just see the way this weekly is developing. It's, this really could turn into a bearish candle. And if we throw this HBDR on, depending on where this closes, yes, we are at the extremes here, but something that we noted, and I want to make sure this SMA 200's on, because I do believe it was on the monthly, I think. Let me see. Okay, yeah, that's the EMA 100. I think it was on the 2 week here. There it is. Yeah, the 2 week here is definitely guiding our bias that Okay, yes, we definitely could fall through that 7.9%, but at that point, you really have to gauge, the reaction at that 2-week estimate 200. Now, right, tether dominance is almost at 3.96, almost 4%. So a move all the way down to 3.57% would be a pretty big drop, in my opinion. At that point, though, you'd have to at least start looking for some kind of reaction around here, close to that, 3.5, 3.57%, and it easily could wick below, tap it, and then still hold overall that 3.79%. A major level for tether dominance, which we've been flirting with now for at least a few days, and we know that that 3.79% on tether dominance gives us those big moves up or those big moves down whenever it does get lost. Overall, too, tether dominance is giving us a volatility setup on the 2-week, falling below the 15%, and then busting through the moving average. And so now this is giving us volatility expansion, which should guide our bias on, more seeing like a bigger move down around here in this zone, especially with volatility expanding. We are bearish, and this would give us that bearish bias that, it's like this is kind of the last line before we actually do top that monthly EMA 100. And that monthly EMA 100 is right around at 3.26%. So how I can interpret this is we're getting some kind of tether dominant range here around that 3.55% to 3.26%. It's going to be, it's going to be interesting to see where this monthly and 2-week does close, because if we end up losing, let's just say we end up closing a monthly back under that 3.2%. I mean, at that point, we're probably going to get a major move down. And that could easily take us all the way to 2.83%, if not all the way down to that 2.3%. Which would be pretty damaging for tether dominance, but that would be kind of the spark that we would need, in order to really test back up above that. Well, not 149. Let me go back to the index, a little more accurate here. At least testing back to that 107, 108, if not closer to that $120,000 level that we see here, right here at that 50%, depending on if we get that monthly close back above call it the wick high of this month's, just the all-time high. Essentially, if we close anywhere above 104,000, it's pretty much going to give me a free move back to that 120,000, because what that would mean is, tether dominance is most likely has failed to hold the very important macro moving averages. And on the flip side, you could say, well, Alex, I mean, there's not really much data populated with this monthly and this 2-week. You're not really dealing with a lot. And I'd agree with you. You're really not. And we've never seen a reaction here at all. And so, with that, we just have to take with what we know. And okay, well, if that EMA 100 on the 2-week held as nicely as it has been holding, and then once we lost it, that was a major, almost like dump here. I wanted to say capitulation, but not really. It's not really capitulating. Then I do think it'd be reasonable to at least see the reaction here. Especially when we're getting that monthly and 2-week estimate 200 on the 2-week, monthly EMA 100, all right around the same zone. I think it'd be wise to just see the reaction there. But I mean, even if we go back, let's just say to that monthly level, it still would be a 17.8% drop, which is a pretty massive drop even from this point. But it would make sense because what we know with this 3.79%, anytime we start getting a higher time frame, like a weekly, 5-day or above, closures below 3.79%, it has just kind of generally led to bigger moves down. We can see the reaction here. Once we lost that 3.79%, it gave us a 48% move down. Here we lost it. We put in the bearish retest, and from that point, we went down another 35%. And then even, let me see here. Yeah, that's it actually. And then I was going to say, even when it holds it, it gives us big pumps up, which has kind of been the scenario I've been talking about, where we should be cautious about that. But it's now going to be important for, essentially tether dominant bears to actually lose this, because in doing so, that will most likely mean that, volatility here, especially on the monthly here, really starts moving, I mean, it is starting to base here, and it easily can still come down considering we're at the moving average, but it is close to giving a setup. And last time we did have a monthly volatility setup on Tether dominance was right around this zone here. I'll put a visual representation with this vertical line. Once we fell below, it was right here. Yeah, and I mean, this monthly setup gave us this whole move down. And so, I mean, if we end up going back under that 15%, which granted we are pretty close, then we could be brewing just another setup, which could be dependent if that monthly really does start closing below that EMA 100. That could just be the trigger that we're probably going to dump hard on Tether, which is interesting because I do believe Farn was mentioning there's 3 drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly. You can definitely correct me if I'm wrong, Farn, on that. I don't know if that's still populating. But overall, I mean, if you have that mixed in with the monthly EMA 100 getting lost, mixed in with the 2-week SMA 200 getting lost, plus 2-week volatility is now expanding, while the monthly is very close to giving a volatility setup, you really do have to wonder if we're going to start like testing lower, close to around that 1.97, if not to that 2.2% level, which does line up nicely with the bottom of the HBDR range here. Right here. We can see here that basically
I'm sorry. I have a question for what you're looking at. What would be the invalidation to volatility expanding and then seeing price perhaps turning around, and this is going to do it towards the upside?
Good question. It's really easy. So, I mean, if we take this off, what do we know? Well, we know here that, overall, if I want to get all my averages here. Perfect. So, I mean, overall, first, we're in a nice downtrend on Tether dominance. So, I mean, that could either be the first signals if we break it, but in my opinion, that might take a while. So, for me, it's always just a good criteria to use that EMA 100. We start closing back above the EMA 100. What we've done now is we reclaim that 2-week EMA 9. We've now deviated that 4.69% to the upside. And now we've held that EMA 100, which every single time Tether dominance, has gotten a bigger move up, it's always been above the EMA 100. But then even if you don't like using that, that's fine. Then just gauge the EMA 9, right? And so we can see the EMA 9 has been just steadily holding price. Okay, we lost it here, fell, came back, reclaimed, and then we trekked more up. And so for me, gauging that EMA 100 is a pretty safe bet, because what you'll get is, move back above that 21. You'll definitely be above the EMA 9 on the 2-week. And then, yeah, the median is too far up. It's too far gone. That'd make a lot of sense to me, though, because then when we start going like, from a 2-week to a weekly here, reclaiming that 2-week EMA 100 would also mean that, the weekly has a really good chance of also reclaiming the SMA 200. A major zone for Tether dominance, which has been just rejected each time it's below, and then also mega pumps each time it's reclaimed. See how much data we're dealing with this SMA 200 on the weekly. Okay, so populated in 2018. Yeah. So, yeah, for me, that's higher time frame closures back above, let's call it. Honestly, yeah, like if we just call it like 5.4%. Any like weekly or 2-week closure back above there, for me at least, would then really start we'd really have to question if we're going to test this last lower high here, because remember, the trend would still have precedent over these EMAs, but that just could be my front running sign of, okay, well, wait, we have volatility expanding, Tether dominance at this point, just reclaim that EMA 100, a spot that we know about just because of crypto, how big that is. But then also what we'd have also is the weekly deviating that SMA 200, which is just required for us to be in bull mode. And the fact that this is now really coming close to that SMA 200 tells me that, yeah, if we start reclaiming on the 2-week, the weekly has just reclaimed that as well, and then it'd start looking pretty good. So for me, that would be my criteria of this 2-week actually expanding to the upside, and we easily could still get a bounce from here. But the fact that we already started to reject, especially on the daily, that EMA 34 falling below the 21 and now losing the 9, it really is starting to look like this is the next lower high. I was really expecting a little bigger bounce here. I'm okay to be wrong on that. But the trend is still overall down. And so, as long as this is looking like the last lower high, and it's really basic, you understand that this was the lower high before the lower low. We pumped up. Usually the lower highs are formed on that EMA 34, which did reject twice here, fell below, and then now we're losing that 21 while fully deviating the meme line at like around 4%. Yeah, I mean, bulls really are going to want to step up around that 3.79%. It's going to be super crucial. We also see the daily here is also contracting, giving us a setup. So we're really brewing big volatility setups on Tether dominance. I mean, it's not fully there yet, but we are really getting that, especially on like even the higher time frames with the monthly. We can see last time that occurred, that led simply to a, let's see, I'll just take it from this high here. I'll just take it from there. Yeah, let's do a 44% dump. Curious to see, let's say we just, theoretically go down 30%. It'd be closer to that 2.79. Maybe that 40% move would take us closer to that target right around these lows here, which should catch us, catch this bottom before we shifted this into an uptrend. And so for me, we can just expand on this a little more here. I mean, we go to the 5-day, it's like, okay, cool. Well, what also would occur if that 2-week and weekly started to really get back above that 5.5% level? We'd also be, almost, let me just make sure before I say this, just because it's kind of confusing. Yeah, no, we would be breaking the 5-day downtrend as well. And so while you have a weekly, a 2-week reclaiming massive moving averages while also getting back above the meme line, you'd also then break the overall downtrend that the 5-day has been in, which then could just bleed into overall the macro uptrend or downtrend actually breaking. That could really be a good implication. We also know that 5.5% is pretty important for the monthly. Why? Well, because we see here the monthly 9 now is at 4.8%. So getting back above that zone would already mean that we basically have reclaimed the monthly 9, which if anyone's been watching this, at least for a little bit, that monthly 9 often is pretty important in regards to crypto. Big moves down if we lose it. We didn't really sustain a rally and then we lost it again and there was just another big move down. But reclaiming it here after it being lost, even in this example, it lost for multiple months, reclaims it. Once it reclaimed, we still at this point from this close got a 47% move up. And even at this point, retesting it here after holding it gave us, 150% move up. And so, I mean, simply gauging, where can we know that this is going to flip bullish is just, if we really start reclaiming, that 5.3%, 5.5% on a monthly, or even just call it the monthly 9, that would be a great sign. Curious to see where that monthly EMA 5 is. It's right around the same area. So, it's like that's exactly what I'm seeing like on the 2-week and overall the weekly. And so that's how I'll gauge here. If, that EMA 100 on the 2-week really starts to get reclaimed, which remember, this will keep moving down with price, but for now it's just treading along this green meme line. But it's for now, it's still right around where the 21 is. It's not like nosediving down yet. Which it easily could, but that would require us to dump on Tether dominance. And so that's why I'm gauging this zone here, especially with that SMA 200. That's how you'll know we're bullish on Tether dominance, which could be your indication that, okay, well, wait, maybe a bigger move is going to occur, and then we potentially are going to flip the overall downtrend on the 5-day. And so that's Tether dominance. I mean, this is, very important for Bitcoin, because if this does go down, which for now looks like it really does want to break down. Now, I was hoping we were going to get a bigger bounce at the 3.79%, but for me, it looks like it wants to break down. What's interesting about this daily median is it's coming right around that 3.79%. So that at least is an indication to me that, okay, well, if we start getting daily closures back under that 3.79%, I really wouldn't want to be shorting crypto. And I also really would be watching closely that and this is going to be a big range, but that $107,000 to $120,000 on Bitcoin. I do think even just coming back below and going and hitting that 3.69% could correlate to Bitcoin easily going back up to that 105 to 107. It really will just be dependent on losing the blue zone on the daily, which then could just mean we'll easily get a move back to that 3.4, or even like what I was saying, all the way back down to like 3, just 3% flat almost. Let's see where the 2-day looks here. 2-day is now rejecting the daily 9 and the median while putting in like this shooting star candle here. So again, you just wouldn't want any kind of wick above this high, and theoretically we would have more of a chance of breaking down. One thing to note as well, just like I said on the daily, is where's the bottom of the blue zone, 382 coming? Well, it's right around that 3.79%. And, you know, like I've been saying for weeks now, if we lose that 3.79%, often, I mean, it just leads to bigger moves down. And so do I find it a coincidence now that the blue zone, the bottom of the blue zone, the 382 is right around that 3.79%? No. It doesn't surprise me at all, and that actually makes a lot of sense because we know that zone gives us big moves down. We know once we lose this range, which is that blue, that generally we do get those bigger moves down, and then even getting that move down from here, lost it, okay, came all the way down to that yellow. Yeah, I mean, that would be right around that like 3%. Worst case, maybe all the way down to 290 before a bigger bounce, of course. So, I mean, this is bearish. Tether dominance is bearish. This is looking really like the next lower high, which has implications for Bitcoin being bullish then. You know, again, here, even on the 3-day, we have this 382 right here at 3.79%. So now we have a daily, a 2-day, and a 3-day, all giving us bearish momentum, but also giving us good confluence. So if we start getting those closures, which is 3 days closing today, yeah, I mean, I do think we're going to just get a bigger breakdown overall, and that's probably going to confirm what we see with that 2 week volatility here expanding, which, you know, would be pretty detrimental to price. You know, we know the monthly, but this also is around the same time we had that 2-week setup here, which was, you know, remember, this is what I was showing you on the monthly when the monthly was giving us that volatility setup. It's right around the same area. Wants to load, perfect. It's right around the same area as the 2-week. And so, like, where could we actually get a new meme line potentially? Well, I understand here it's easy. We made this low. This was the next low. Then it started to form this uptrend structure. And so for me now, yeah, if we start falling through that 3.79%, and most importantly, losing that monthly EMA 100, then I really don't see why we wouldn't come back down to here. You know, the last major higher low in the start of this uptrend would make a lot of sense to test. Even expanding it here, we can see if you want to make it accurate, you know, that kind of just lines up with this rejection high here as well, which led to, you know, a little dump ski from this point. You know, it's a pretty big move down. It's not out of the question either. That's kind of been where it likes to go, and it definitely ranged from here. So, you know, that's Tether dominance. Be mindful of that. It's for now looking quite bearish. And Bitcoin is still looking quite bullish, actually. And I was saying on our Academy, you know, town hall yesterday that I do think we're going to get a pullback, but I don't think it's good risk to reward to be on short watch. I do think it's easier just to like find a long around here and have your stop here. I do think that's still the move. And so far that's looking like it's playing out perfectly. Because remember, if you're trying to short here, you need your stop at this all-time high. You know, even if catching this extremity short at the very top, I mean, yeah, you're going to lose 1.43% to make what? Like maybe a 4% gain. Whereas if you just like, if in a utopian world, this came all the way down to where I wanted to long it, yeah, I mean, going all the way back to that 107 to 9%, or even talking about a 20% move here. I mean, $120,000 Bitcoin would mean it's a 22% move. So the risk to reward still is in favor of bulls, especially when we see volatility here, very, very, very close to expanding. And this right here is the last time we had that. Well, no, it was a fake out. I remember this. So, you know, we expanded, we came down, and then the real move started to occur right here. So we should actually put this there. You know, really, we started to see volatility move when we started to really bust above the moving average and hold it. And we can just see that was a pretty impressive move. I mean, what is that? 3, 6, 7, the days of just green up only. It's pretty impressive. Bitcoin dominance now is still rejecting. And it's funny because, you know, we talked about the scenario where Bitcoin's probably going to go down and Bitcoin dominance is probably going to go up, which definitely means that alts are going to get decimated, but then that's just probably going to be an opportunity. And I still am on that hill that played out perfectly. We basically got that double rejection here before coming down. That SMA 200 on the daily, just like I always say, is extremely important. It's extremely important. And it's just like kind of a bull market criteria. You want to be above that and the EMA 100 on a daily, of course. Whenever you lose that, it's just generally not a good sign. And so what we can see here is we rallied up to it, made a lot of sense, especially after we lost it. This is now resistance. And so it doesn't take a genius to expect some kind of mean reversion bounce that just leads into some lower high before potentially breaking down and making that lower low. We can see here Tether Bitcoin dominance. Volatility is starting to contract here as well, which is okay. I mean, I'm not really getting any indication. I guess you could say, bulls are slightly liking that because of the fact that maybe this could reset once we come down to the support. Maybe it could consolidate around here before getting a bigger move up. But I mean, as of now, Bitcoin dominance is still looking bearish. So, I mean, how could we interpret this? Well, I do think Bitcoin's going to go up, but I do think now is the time to be in alts. And I do think alts are going to outperform Bitcoin, especially Ethereum. It's no genius. You don't have to be a genius to understand that ETH's been pretty much lagging. I mean, the price of ETH is nowhere near its all-time high, and Bitcoin's already at 100. Like, if you would have asked me, maybe in 2022 or even 2023, when Bitcoin's at 102,000, 101,000, where do you think ETH is going to be? I'd say it's definitely going to be over like 4 or 5K. It's not even over 4,000 yet. So, I mean, ETH is lagging, and this has implications for crypto and Bitcoin as a whole, because if Bitcoin dominance is going down like this, it doesn't mean Bitcoin's topping. It just means that money is flowing out of Bitcoin, going into other things. And this is what we see every single cycle. We see Bitcoin do its thing. It's the leader. It's it's like what everyone's talking about. And then, it still starts, Bitcoin spot still goes up, but then there's a shift in Bitcoin dominance. And that always occurs when we get this shift on the trend. And it was really evident and key for me here to identify this trend shift here, because with a higher low, you make a higher high. And so we needed this low to hold. And that's why even using my stop loss, when I'm trading and I use, a lot of my stops based on trend, this is why, because you don't want to hold something here if we're now in a downtrend. You want to actually start to look for the short, which was here on that bearish retest. And so as long as we're now under that SMA 200, but especially rejecting the daily 9, we have a big move down, in my opinion, to that 54.3, if not all the way to like 52.91%, which just has implications for altcoins across the board. We can see here, let me go to 5-day on this one. We can see here that, it looks to me like we're definitely going to try to test that 78.6%. That's right around that EMA 100 on the 5-day. So again, this kind of was guiding my bias on why I do think Bitcoin dominance is going to catch a bounce. It's a big level. I mean, that EMA 100 on the 5-day, there's not many times we flirted with it to, at all, really. I mean, even on this whole rally, it was like the first time we tapped it. So that generally means you'll want to see some kind of bounce there. But we just know, I mean, once we're below it, we generally just reject it, and then it wasn't until we reclaimed it where we really started to get a move up. And so now, I mean, we are still holding it, but, we'll have to see where this closes, because if we start losing this mixed in with this meme line right at 54.3%, I really won't see why we're not going to go at minimum to that 52.8%. Which again, doesn't mean Bitcoin's going to nuke with it. It just means maybe we're not going to get, especially on like last month's candle. And I'll eat my words if this is wrong, but maybe now we're not going to get a $26,000 monthly candle on this one. But maybe we do. I have no idea. But for me, I just have to stick to what I know. And usually when I start seeing Bitcoin dominance looking slightly weak like this, and it looks like it's topped, and it looks like we trend shifted, generally speaking, that's usually my sign that money is just flowing out of Bitcoin going into these alts. And we know that. I mean, ETH BTC 366 is a major level here. And, we unfortunately on ETH didn't close back above that EMA 100. But I do believe that, with Bitcoin dominance looking bad, Bitcoin's still going up. This could really mean that this is the time for alts to really shine then, because Bitcoin still can go up. It still go to 107, even maybe to $120,000, which then would mean, the monthly just did put in another $20,000 candle. Fine. But then at that point, if you have a bullish Bitcoin, what you're going to start seeing is a more bullish ETH. You see, notice how Bitcoin's up 1.3% and ETH is now up 2.1%. That's exactly what you'd want to see now, where before, you know, with Bitcoin dominance in this uptrend, you would see Bitcoin up 5, 6, 7% and maybe ETH up 4 or 3%. Actually, at one point, I remember Bitcoin was up like 4% and ETH was actually red. And so that's why it's really important to understand the dynamic and the relationship between Bitcoin dominance, Tether dominance, and ETH BTC, because this is how we can just make money. And so for now, it's looking okay. You'll get that bigger move up on ETH BTC once we actually get daily closures above this EMA 100 and actually hold it for 3 candle closures. You know, because what we don't want is it to hold it. Oh, great. Alex said we're going to bust on through. And then we just totally deviated. And that was a trap. So you want to see this close. You want to see it back test it. And then you want to see expansion on the third one. It'd be 3, which creates a trend, which then would be ultimate bias to at least going back to that 4.4 level. So for now, though, Bitcoin's looking okay. It's looking like, you know, even on CME here, we can see we're just back testing the top of this channel. That, you know, we identified this new range. Like I said, Bitcoin likes to range generally. And it looks like we're just in the midst of breaking out. Curious to see how the Bollinger Bands are. Let's see. Where are they? Oh, here they are.
By the way, the fact that we're probably entering alt season should be good, because normally Bitcoin finds a top when alts top. Like I know a lot of people think that Bitcoin tops first, and then several weeks later alts top, and then that's the end of it. They kind of do like about and around the same day.
They do. And all this indication for me now is just going to show that, yeah, Bitcoin will still move. I'm not saying Bitcoin's top and it's over. Yeah, no, Bitcoin will still move, but that'll just mean that now finally alts really start moving then. Because if you have Bitcoin, if you have a bullish Bitcoin, that's supporting the idea that alts then theoretically will move, because all the algos are tied to Bitcoin. But then when you have Bitcoin dominance looking weak, coming down with Bitcoin pumping on top of ETH BTC pumping, but you still have a bullish Bitcoin, it's just going to lead into a more bullish Ethereum, a more bullish XRP, and even potentially a more bullish Solana, which we'll talk about, I'm sure, you know, sometime in this stream, because Sol's looking quite interesting to me. You know, and even looking at CME, and this is what institutions trade. I mean, it still looks like what we said on spot. I mean, slightly getting above the 15%. So we really want to see, you know, this actually bust through today and hold it. We don't want this to fall through again. But for now, I mean, it's still looking quite good. I'm curious to see what the HBDR is looking on the daily here. And, you know, it's, again, just even on CME, we can see that 382 to 50%, right around that 107,000 to 105, which would be testing the all-time high, if not going up slightly higher to that 107,000, which lines up with what? Well, that 107 is right around that monthly median here. If I go, what chart was it? Yeah, right here on the index, which is the most accurate chart for Bitcoin, just has the most amount of data. We do see that that is right around that monthly median, which, you know, should be acting as a big level. How can we, you know, decipher this then? Well, if we start getting those monthly closures back above this median, I mean, then yeah, maybe I will eat my words, and this actually 26,000 monthly candle will be peanuts compared to the one that's coming. But remember, these ranges will move down, and so what would be funny to me is seeing this come more down, you know, and it'd be a big drop down. Granted, I haven't looked at the HBDR enough to know how much these really do move down, but you know, I'm still going to be on the camp that $120,000 is going to be a good spot to kind of just chill and de-risk, in my opinion. I mean, that's really not too bad either. $120,000 Bitcoin, you know, that's pretty good actually. I remember when Bitcoin was at 20,000. So you're talking about 120,000, just insane to me. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of all I see on Bitcoin. We got the slight pullback on the daily. You're gonna just want to gauge that 2-day. I feel like the 2 days cleaner, but it's okay, because I mean, even bouncing on that daily 9, fine, whatever. I personally thought we were going to go back a little lower, but that's okay. That's just how trading is. So I'm going to delete this scenario. But hey, we at least understood that we were going to get some pullback here, especially whenever you SFP like this, right? Lost the MA9, rejected it here. Quick reclaim. Where most go wrong is they start longing the green candle. You want to actually long the retest of the 9, because now you understand, okay, well, this is really starting to look like the higher low. we probably will form some next higher low around here before actually breaking out. And then therefore you have an easy hard stop with a manual stop if we get any daily closure back under that. So I like gauging the 2-day 9 just for a little chop, it's less choppy. That'd make more sense to me. But for now, it's looking good. I'm expecting that 105 to 107,000 to be hit, probably within the next week or two, in my opinion, which probably correlates with Bitcoin or Tether dominance, actually coming back down to hit our levels that we just identified, especially that monthly EMA 100. And then from there, we really have to see where Bitcoin's at. If Tether dominance is now starting to shift into like more bullish posturing and what that could mean for overall the market. But for now, it's looking bullish on Tether dominance, which is a good indication that Bitcoin definitely could start moving again. And I do think that the Bitcoin move is not going to be, I don't think we're going to see a Bitcoin only driven rally. I do think Bitcoin will move, and that's what you'd want to see. But I just think that's what is going to be really, really beneficial for alts. As long as Bitcoin dominance is still in this downtrend posturing, you now know that this is really looking like the next lower high confirmed if we start breaking that 54.56%. So just like how we understand on Tether dominance, if this actually starts shifting up and could be actually moving up if that 2-week SMA 200 gets reclaimed, for Bitcoin dominance, if the daily EMA 100 starts getting reclaimed, then we really have to start looking for a bigger move up and then possibly testing, that 59.73%, which at that point, if we're already up there, then we run the risk of running these highs. But until then, it's looking very bearish to me on Bitcoin dominance. Tether dominance is looking bearish. Bitcoin's looking strong, and certain alts are looking pretty good. So that's kind of the environment we're in. This should be coming at no surprise to anyone who's been watching the streams. And I do believe that we'll actually see that degenerate green dildo on ETH once we start reclaiming that EMA 100 and actually on the daily.
That's also an inverse head and shoulders forming there with a simple, like you see those double tops like right above where you are, one and the other one on the right. Those are the neck and the shoulder. So the following is the other shoulder. So as long as you break those, you can put a trend line from like the peak on the left to the other one. As soon as you break that, you should get a measured move of the equal size to the bottom of that, which would be fucking nuts.
You take it from here, right?
Yep.
Nice.
If it breaks out there.
And so let's see here. What could that correlate to? Oh, look at that. So we just get a direct move to that EMA 100 on ETH BTC, which is what that is my next target essentially. Obviously we need to get a weekly back above the 34, but doing that would really then start, especially breaking the neckline here. Yeah, I mean, getting back above the EMA 34 here on the weekly, then we have that meme line fine. But then getting back over there, yeah, next move is right around that EMA 100, which just will keep coming down, which is for now correlating nicely with that measured, that at least target here of that. So,
it's pretty good.
It's looking pretty good. Reclaiming that EMA 100 will literally give us a free move to that SMA 200. And then from there, I do think we're going to nuke. I don't think it's going to reclaim that. I will be generally surprised if we reclaim that SMA 200 on the weekly, because there's really not many times we have other than when 2021. And you know what happened there. So I mean, that would be pretty absurd actually. I'm curious to see what the HBDR, if there's any. I mean, we'd have to start looking at close to around that 7.5, which is pretty absurd actually. Yeah. Because remember, that's a 24% from there. We're talking about potentially from the 366 all the way up here. Holy hell. What that mean for alts? And XRP is already looking good, and Bitcoin, ETH BTC is just starting. Wow. And you have to really just kind of step back and realize, yeah, maybe the play is in alts, and the timing will just be, I've just been saying any kind of retest of here is prime time to long alts. This was guiding my bias for that XRP long we gave to the Academy, right? Literally at the bottom. So
this would be so inflationary too, by the way. The wealth effect already on everything is insane. Like the stock market is literally what's making also inflation uptick, along with what they're doing. But there's too much money. Like people that have money and have bought fucking shit, you're sitting pretty right now, real pretty. And if you imagine, just do a 2x from right here for everyone. just a 2x, like a chill 2x. How much money would there be extra? So it's interesting because, it's like, what are they telling us? That they're gonna stop and cut jobs and money supply, and we should see deflation. But the chart is telling us that no, you should see obscene numbers.
That'd be trillions of dollars alone in like the stock market alone, The S&P and the Nasdaq.
Dude, just exactly, just a 10% move is I think a $3 to $6 trillion move to the upside on those indices.
Because we have singular stocks that are worth trillions. So
so imagine Tesla just does a 2x, and that would be chill because you would get to 2 trillion. Not even that, like you're adding another trillion. So there's a lot that comes with this, which is insane. Obviously, I hope it happens. That'd be fucking sweet to see your bank account like that. But I think that'll also demolish everyone else. But hey,
you're right, though. You are right.
You didn't get into Elite Trading Academy. You're not buying your shit. Then that's your fault.
That'll be the time when they add the buy now, pay later at the McDonald's.
Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. You're gonna come in with your. You're gonna be a billionaire in XRP, and it's gonna be like, oof, you're still gonna have to do layaway on those payments for Taco Bell. Let me see. Do you want to put your chart?
Yep.
So I mean, hopefully that. So I do think that we're getting the shift now. We talked about this for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks now. We're now starting to see it play out. And it is nice to see that because the cycles don't change. Like the shit kind of rhymes every time, and we just have to decipher it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's crazy that it really does. Quick favor, Farhan. What are your settings on the HPDR? I don't know why they reset on mine.
Oh, you have to save them or they're going to reset.
How do you save them?
If you're on desktop, you can click right here and then click this and it'll save. If you're on mobile, then you click like the bottom right. There's like 3 dots.
Oh, no, yeah. I didn't know that. Okay. Do you mind just showing me real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone.
Sorry,
everybody.
People did the same thing yesterday in the academy.
Yeah.
What you have to do is first make sure to set the sampling length to 7.
Mm-hmm.
And once you get that, then you go to style or the inputs. Where's the inputs? Right here.
That's in inputs, I think, down at the bottom. Yeah, exactly.
Here are the levels.
38.2. 38.2. 50. 61.8. 61.8. 78.6. Oh, wow. I just 61.8.
The reason why these are slightly more accurate than the default is because the price never really moves so cleanly where it's going to be like 50%, 80%, 90%. So usually like a little bit more choppy than that.
Yeah, it makes sense. These are also like kind of like Fibonacci levels too, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
So then you're combining Fibonacci with historical price data.
Fucking clean as fuck. Hang on. Okay, 97.5. Got it. All righty. Save. Okay. And now I'm going to save this shit. There you go. I did it. I fucking did it. All right, sir. Please continue. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone.
Everybody else probably forgot to save too.
For sure. By the way, for fucking sure. Because I had no idea. I've never saved that before. So thank you.
Hey, I did the same thing. So on the quarterly, same thing as for the last like 2 months where we've been holding this bottom 38.2 area. And as long as this area holds, you should see a spring towards the median, which we have been getting for the past month or two, where the median's at $113,000, making its way slowly up there. We still have 18 days, 9 hours to go. As long as we don't tap it and reject it, but we close below it, not really bad. If we tap it, reject it, then close below it, that's not going to be the best thing ever. That's going to increase chances of coming back down to the bottom, which is going to rise as long as considering we're above it. But right now it's extremely low at $52,500 or $750. I don't think that can happen. I think even if we tap it and reject it, it's going to rise up. Maybe worst case scenario would be somewhere around like the $70,000 area, $72,000 in this range. I'm still kind of biased against that happening either until the top is put in. if we do come back down towards the $70,000 area and we have tapped 113, I'm gonna be more in favor of 113 being the top. But I feel like what's gonna happen is if we close below it, the ranges are gonna move up, the median is gonna move down, then we'll tap the median as a spring on a back test and then move up from there. And these numbers are not very relevant right now because they're definitely going to come down, and they can come down a lot. Like you see right here, in this area before the ranges stepped down, the top was at $550,000, and then it moved all the way down to $180,000 or $170,000. So it can move down a lot, which is a very kind of impossible to be able to forecast where it's going to move down to. You have to wait until it opens, and then you can tell where it's going to go. You can get a rough idea, but it's not even going to be close to accurate. So you can just like basically play it around with like certain like it came down from here to where the median was here. So you could say that possibly it'll come down to where the median is now, which is about $113,000. Just not very accurate and kind of a guess. Monthly is also just below the median. We haven't really tapped it just yet, but we're still making our way towards it. And what makes me think that we are going to tap it is because we closed this previous monthly over the median. It would have been more bullish if the median had moved down, but it moved up. So it doesn't really tell us if we're going to tap this area, but it just tells us that we're probably going to tap this area again. If this had gone down and we were still above it, then that would have been a 61.8% chance that we'd go up towards this 176,000. But that's not the case just yet because we're still below it. Momentum is fully reset on the monthly now, while volatility is fully reset back to 0% and expanding from there. And the jewel is starting to flip back around right in the bullish control and basing off the pink. It's flipping up kind of high, so you're not going to see as an aggressive of a move as you saw from down here back in November and December of 2022 when we were coming off of that $16,000 low. Not going to be as aggressive as that. But then again, how much of a percent move did we see from $16,000? Like 7, 8x? So sure, we're not going to get a 7 or 8x. I don't even think we're going to get a 2x from here. Very likely we're not. But a 20 or 30% move is not very unreasonable based off of that same setup of the jewel flipping back up within the bullish control zone. 2 week is now just entering into the bullish control on momentum, with volatility supporting it, flipping back up from extremely low levels, like around 10%. The jewel starting to flip back around, re-entering the bullish control, giving you the cyan light blue bicolor, and it's about to cross over the pink and the yellow. And the yellow base off the pink, and now it's starting to cross back up again. So this is going to be one of the best jewel signals you'll ever get once this pink, light blue crosses over everything else, because you're going to have all of them in one area, the pink crossing over the yellow and the light blue crossing over the pink, which is basically the type of setup the jewel is made for. The only way to make this more powerful is if it would have happened down here. It's still going to be a very powerful setup, just not as powerful as if it was down here. If it was down here, you'd probably get multiple X's in price. And we are currently basing off this top 38.2 after closing above it. Now we're about to get over the 50%. So we got 2 days, 9 hours to go. We close over this area. Significant probabilities we go up to the 61.8%. Right now, that's at 121,000. Very similar to that $120,000 level we saw on Alex's chart. Weekly, it's also within bullish control, and now it's rejecting getting out of it, and now it's flipping back up. Moving average is still pointed up, and the volatility is now expanding as well. And now the weekly is entering into the critical area with the pink crossing over the yellow. Five-day was consolidating a little bit after closing over the blue 38.2. Now the ranges have stepped up. We've caught up to the 38.2, and we're using it as a spring after a back test. If we were to close over this candle right here, which lines up perfectly with this 50%, that'd be about 102,024. We should see a move of momentum flipping back up into bullish control, and volatility start flipping back up again. That would take us somewhere around the 78.6, which is also in that $120,000 area at 127. 2 day has now freshly closed back over the median after rejecting it several times. And we're currently back testing this 5 EMA and kind of bouncing off of that. Not really much of a bounce yet, but still bounce. And as long as we're holding that and we're over the median, probabilities are of hitting at least this 38.2. Right now is at 106,500, right below our monthly median. And at that point, our momentum will start flipping back up from a full reset, and volatility is going to start expanding from 0%. That should theoretically take us higher than 38.2 with that low of volatility. Probably somewhere around the 61.8 or the 78.6 from that low level of volatility. That'd be like 114 to maybe like 124. Again, that 120s area. And the 114 is right at our quarterly median. Daily is also fully reset on momentum, and basically volatility is going back down to almost zero. It's at 4% now. With that volatility set up, if we do continue to close over the median, that should take us towards the maybe 61.8 again or the 78.6. And on the daily, that's at about 110 to 116,000. Perfectly along our quarterly median of 113. Four hours now, once again, just about to reclaim the median after rejecting it once. It's at 100,500, and momentum is now freshly starting to point back up, rejecting the bullish control. Very close to entering into bullish control. And volatility is flipping brown from like around 10 or 11%. Now it's pointed up to support the momentum. And if we do close over this 38.2, which right now is at 101,700, since volatility is expanding from like 10 or 11%, which is extreme low areas, very likely we break these previous highs, go somewhere around 78.6, which right now is just at new all-time highs at 104,800, maybe $105,000, just below our monthly median. So at that point, we probably just go up and tap that, because once you become so close to those areas, they become very strong magnets. Quarterly still has that hidden bullish divergence. We still haven't hit this critical area. Not a very relevant number, considering we only have 18 days to go, and this number is at $160,000. So what are the probabilities in the next 18 days that we're going to go to $160,000?
If you ask George, pretty high.
He'd say next week, tomorrow.
By the end of this sentence.
In the next 20 milliseconds.
Exactly.
But when we see that number do come down, that's probably going to be a much more relevant number, because it's much more likely that we'll hit it in the 3 months after that fact, from around January to March. And it would be very interesting to see if that number drops into the 120s or 130s, but it's impossible to tell now. Also, another thing that we'd see, notice every one of these highs that Bitcoin makes on the quarterly, the RSI ends up making lower highs. That's putting in many drives of bearish divergence. And now this high as well is significantly higher than all these highs. RSI didn't come anywhere near that high. So this, once we do put in the local top, that'll be multiple drives of bearish divergence, and that's when our bear market will start. And right now, it's pretty difficult to confirm a local top. Extremely difficult, because we'd have to close a quarterly below 49,217. We're more than double that right now. But what's going to happen is after we open our next quarterly candle, that level for the local top is going to drop down to 58,800, and then with the next one, it's going to be even higher. Then it's going to be significantly easier to make a local top. Same thing with the monthly. Notice on the monthly, this high right here at 70s, we made a high on the RSI right here. Now we're at over $100,000. The RSI is nowhere near as high. That's also a bearish divergence on the monthly. And if you notice, the last time our top happened, we was off of bearish divergence. Then the bear market started. Every single time Bitcoin has entered a bear market, it's been through bearish divergence. So you see right here, this was a hidden divergence, regular divergence right here. Off of these, what do you call it? Local cycle top. We had bearish divergence right there. We had it right here. Every single top we've had on Bitcoin for the macro has been on bearish divergence. So right now we're seeing the bearish divergence appear. It hasn't been confirmed yet. So you can see a lot of people pointing out this bearish divergence and be like, I'm going to go max short. Cycle top is in. We've already hit $100,000. Now we have bearish divergence. Divergence is not relevant until you have a local top. So on the monthly right now, it's going to be a lower number than the quarterly. But this bearish divergence to confirm, we'd have to close below 66,824. Pretty unlikely, but in the next 18 days that happens. But then after that, the next level to confirm the local top is going to be a close below, 91,186. Not that difficult then. Once we close this candle right here, assuming where we go, if we do close below this area, bearish divergence has been confirmed, cycle top is almost certainly in, and then from there we're going to enter into our yearly or 2-year bear market. But until we have that local top, just an idea, because what could happen, price goes significantly higher, RSI just makes a higher high before confirming it.
Yeah.
That's what happens when people like to front run the divergences. Almost all of the time to get fucked. Because many other people use the RSI. They can also see that you're making lower highs.
Yeah, I've been hearing more and more people on YouTube that are like basically like from all analysts. I like to hear what they have to say, because when they're all on the same page about something, I should worry about that something, right? Like every single time. And right now they're all very much in the idea and camp that Bitcoin's going to go down to 70, correct there, 75, and then they're going to be able to buy and ride the wave all the way to the top, which is something that we talked about way back then. So now it feels like that's a mainstream opinion. Just saying.
We got to ask ourselves: is Bitcoin that nice that it's going to perfectly retap that previous high, give you
Exactly.
the ultimate entry for a 100x move to the upside?
Yeah, for sure.
Does Bitcoin want to give your kids private jets or some shit? No.
Yeah. Bitcoin also kissed me before fucking me.
What Bitcoin wants to do is give it to you with no lube, like Diddy.
Exact. Oh.
And then it wants to stick your house up there too. And then if you notice on the 2-week as well, where we ended up having our summer consolidation phase, that was off the back of bearish divergence. You see right here, we're at significantly higher highs. RSI is not high up enough yet. So we have 1, 2, 3 potential drives of bearish divergence on the 2-week as well. But it's just something to watch, not confirmed yet. Only way to confirm it is close below 89,416. So that happens, sure. I'm not on the 2-week. It's not going to tell you the cycle top is in, but it's going to tell you we're probably going to get a move like this where we go sideways and down for several months. And right now on the 2-week, we still have expansion from many periods of 0% volatility. The Hamas setup, but I can't show you the momentum because it's not on this chart.
Mm-hmm.
But technically you can because the RSI is also a momentum indicator, so you can apply this with the hidden bullish divergence so you have on all these points. Then you get the volatility expansion. So that's another way to look at the Hamas setup. And now the jewel is also just about to give us that same perfect signal. Weekly, there's no divergence because you see every time you made higher highs, there's higher highs in the RSI. The only divergence you can really see is not going to be a very major divergence. It's between these points. This one here and this one here, RSI is not quite that high, frequently higher. But this is what you would call a phantom divergence when it's crossing between many different periods. And that's not nearly as powerful as a full divergence. So even if this one does confirm, which we'd confirm it with a close below, 91,186, that only really gave us a test of this 9 EMA, which is around $89,000, $90,000. Today just rejected the critical zone again, and it dropped down to the edge of the bullish control zone. So what we can get from this is if we were to lose this bullish control zone, we'd probably come back down towards this middle, and that would be if we close below 99,100. Then our probabilities would be coming down towards that 90,000, 91,000 area, which would be a confirmation of that previous hidden phantom divergence, which would brought us down to the 9 EMA at $89,000, $90,000. And 2 days also just about a fully reset in volatility for many periods of 100%, which is exactly what you want to see when volatility is almost fully reset, while price has just basically gone sideways and up. Because then we can get one of these moves again. And that's when we probably put in that divergence confirmation and at the top. Because if you're seeing a move like this, like how much of a percent move? It's from $69,000 all the way up to 90, like a 50% move, and momentum is making lower highs. That's very worrying. Daily has now confirmed that fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off this higher low over here. We're currently rejecting at first the bullish control zone, but we're still bouncing off the 9 EMA. So that increases probabilities that we're going to test it again, and this time we're going to break it. And if we're looking at where volatility is coming from, fully reset for many periods of 100%. Came all the way down to like 4%. Now we're expanding again. We're above the moving average while we have hidden bullish divergence. It gives us strong probabilities of that critical zone. very not as relevant because it's going to close in 8 hours, so it's going to change. But right now, the critical zone is at 127. Be very interesting to also see it come down to the low 120s. Four-hour tried to get out of the bullish control, but then ended up rejecting it and breaking back into it. And now, switch to the momentum. This didn't change because it's still the same period, but the momentum pivot to flip the quarterly down is 47,100. Just about to enter into the critical zone, which we've never done in Bitcoin history, to enter the critical zone in the quarterly. And momentum is flipping back up, volatility is slipping up from the lowest levels we've ever been. Monthly volatility is just about to start expanding, very close to getting over the moving average. Last time monthly volatility started expanding was off of that move from in beginning of the year when we corrected from 48,000 down to 38,000. Then from 38,000 on volatility expansion, we went up to 74, almost a 2x. And then before that was in off of the bear market whenever we crashed from 48,000 down to 15,500. This is that Hamas setup that we know and love, where volatility is expanding from many different periods of 0% while momentum is flipping back up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control and flipping into the critical zone. It just surprises me every single time I see we're only at 54%. What's going to give us major bias off of this is when this candle closes in 2 days and 9 hours to see where this volatility is at, because it's going to go up. If we see it anywhere around this area, around the 80s or 90s, that's going to tell us that this move is basically over, and we can expect maybe one more leg before the cycle top is put in, and then from there we're probably almost certainly going to enter the bear market. Because whenever volatility starts contracting after hitting such extreme levels, and then you add this with our monthly bearish divergence, you can put those two together and get a high probability move or setup. Weekly is getting to pretty high levels on the volatility. We're getting to every single the same points where we ended up making local tops in this area and this area, whenever we were about like $44,000 and in the 70s. But you can't confirm that volatility contraction until you've closed below the moving average. So we don't have that yet. There's something to watch, just like the divergence. We can see it's coming, but you don't have it confirmed yet. And the way to confirm that would be once momentum flips down. And then because right now we're still in the critical zone and we're still flipped up as long as we're above 99,750, 99,800. Once it closes below that number and momentum flips down, that's when we get our volatility contraction, and then we're going to get either a consolidation or a pullback phase, which we got a pretty decent pullback from this area when the volatility started contracting. This was a 33% move to the downside.
Yeah, you went from 74 to like 49, right? So
yeah,
that's a good consolidation, good range.
Any other market would call that a crash.
Yeah. Well, imagine 30% on the stock market and then just go, yeah, that's consolidation, not a bear market.
They would say you're retarded.
Exactly.
The stocks, I believe the technical bear market is 20% down. 5 days.
That's what's considered.
Yeah, for stock market, 10% is a correction and 20% is bear market.
Yeah, I know 10% is the average correction, and I didn't know that 20% is what already is considered. Damn. Let's see what we get.
Because on the S&P, whenever we dropped in the 2022 bear market, it was around, I think, 22 or 25%.
Yeah, it was nothing. I don't remember. While you're living it, it feels like overwhelming. But when you look at it back, because I was like trying to pull some numbers for something for some analysis I was doing, and I went back and looked at numbers. I was like, this didn't really drop that much. That's fucking wild.
I guess that's why the boomers put all their money in stocks.
Yeah, and that's why they're rich as fuck.
But they also have 50 years to wait.
That's right.
The 5 days now, and for us, if we wait 50 years, that money's going to be worth 100 times less. We're on 5-day volatility is contracting. We're dropping below the moving average. If we get a close here, it's going to confirm volatility contraction. And then since we're still below all these previous lower highs, it's going to increase probabilities much higher that this is going to be a lower high off of bearish divergence or hidden bearish divergence, a regular bearish divergence, and then you're going to end up dropping, probably retesting this 9 EMA right around that very low $90,000 area. But that's just an idea until we get forced to close below this moving average, and then we get momentum to flip down. We have 2 days and 9 hours to go. If we close below $102,700, that's going to play out. Momentum is going to flip down, and then we almost certainly get a pullback from there. But if we close over this area, though, is it the same number? It's very close to the momentum pivot. It's 102,024. Close over that, then more probabilities we end up retesting these all-time highs, probably higher. 2 days at that, just about to re-enter that 15% extreme low area after hitting many periods of 100%. The 2 days, while momentum is volatility is contracting, momentum is also flipped down. It's momentum is going to be down as long as we're below $102,400. Once this enters back into bullish control, this number is going to drop significantly, and it's going to be like one of these setups where it rejects getting out of bullish control, flips back up, enters the critical zone, and then we get a massive pump from there. Daily, once again, already well within the extreme lows on volatility, just starting to expand now. Still below that 15%. Once we get over 15%, though, and then we're going to look at what direction momentum is. From there, we likely get a very aggressive pump like we did in this area. Whenever we started expanding from very low levels, got over the 15%, retest of the silver cross right here, volatility started contracting, and then we started going up. And right now, we're going to reject getting out of bullish control, and we're going to flip back up as long as we're above $100,900. We're about $800 or $900 below that, which $800 or $900 seems like a lot. But if you're looking at $100,000, it's like 0.001% or something like that. 4 hours well, starting to fully contract on volatility, just about to get below that 15%. And we're going to be flipped down as long as we're below $101,400, which, since volatility is contracting, not so bad. But you don't want to see this momentum to drop, this momentum pivot to go up, and then volatility to start expand. Then that's going to increase your bearish setup points or bias to break these lows and then end up going significantly lower to maybe around $87,000. And that's what I think. If Bitcoin is still on the bullish side, that $87,000 is probably going to be our worst case scenario, high or low. Then from there, we probably break well into the hundreds. Let's flip over to the Tether momentum. Tether is also still contracting on volatility on the monthly, and we're going to be freshly pointing down on the monthly momentum as long as we close below 4.5%. Not only that, but it's also going to get pushed into the critical zone. Tether has never been in the bearish critical zone at all, ever, in the monthly. That also increases the chances that you're probably going to find your local bottom at that point too. But it doesn't say you can't go a lot lower before that happens. It just tells you in terms of time that local bottom is probably close.
Yeah, to me, what actually scares me is the Tether chart, because it seems so easy.
Yeah, it's looking extremely bearish, but that's usually when you find your bottoms.
Exactly.
2 week is now expanding well over the 15% now. We're at 26.98%, 27%. And momentum is pointed strongly to the downside below 5.47%. This is also just about to enter into the critical zone. Every single time this has been in the critical zone before, local bottom. Tap the critical zone, local bottom right here. Tap the critical zone, local bottom. So is this time going to be different? Probably not. Probably going to, if what most likely happens if we do get another move to the downside, which I think is going to happen, bounce over here, which we're getting now, front running this area, rejecting. Then I can see us coming down here to this meme line. Then this is probably going to be our local bottom, because we're going to swing below these lows right here. It's going to look the most like one of the most bearish charts in the world. Make us bounce here, end up making a swing failure above this area, and then massive pump towards the upside.
And hang on, I know we talked about this yesterday on the class, but look at the volume. I know we're not using it, but the volume's going up in that little tiny fucking candle.
Yeah. This little thing, yeah, because it's basically a liquidation candle. That's why it's bouncing so much. And then you see a lot. The one time that I guess you can look at volume is off liquidation candles, because if there's a lot of volume in that liquidation candle, a lot of people are getting taken out. And then usually what happens there is that they like to run it to the opposite direction after they've taken everyone out in that same direction. It doesn't want those people to make money.
Yeah, of
Like
course.
you can see this on Bitcoin. Like when there's like an insane massive red candle, like we had off of the Japan setup, where we went down to 49,200. That was one of the biggest liquidation events ever. And a price quickly, very rapidly ran to the other direction where it went up.
Yeah, so
They took out
fast,
the
dude.
longs. They took out the longs, and then it doesn't want them to get back on. Weekly, same thing as well. We're retesting this meme line, rejecting it. Volatility is expanding off of this dump. We're getting to pretty high levels. We're at 70%. That's where our last top was, and moving average is catching up. We haven't crossed below it yet, so we can't confirm contraction. But this is the area where you would look for it. And now momentum is close to flipping back up within the critical zone. Close over 4.02%. In the next 2 days and 9 hours, this momentum will flip back up, and then then the volatility will still start expanding with the momentum towards the upside, and then we should see a pretty decent sized pump, like we did over like kind of here, where we went up about what's this? Come on. 56.5% to the upside on Tether. What'll happen to Bitcoin if we're going at 56% on Tether? Pretty significant correction. Yeah, pretty significant correction. Crash in any other market. 2 days already starting to contract on volatility. Just about to cross below the moving average. Got to wait until this close and next open to see confirm that. But then since momentum is flipped up, it's strongly up, because we're going to be up as long as we're above 3.82%. That gives us probabilities of a lower high, because volatility is still going to be flipped down. But if we get over this area right here at there's this move to the left, 5.51%, it is significantly higher than where we are right now. But then that's going to be our not just local bottom, but a macro bottom probably, because this is a 5-day, and very likely we're going to come at least retest this 8% area. And that tells us almost certainly bear market for crypto. 2 days, just about to fully contract now after many periods of 100%. And we're pointed up, and we're breaking out of the critical zone. And it's going to be momentum's when we point it up as long as we're above 3.73%. At that point, Vol2 is going to be fully reset. If we close over this high here at 4.28%, we're going to get volatility expansion with the momentum pointed up. And that takes us up to these previous highs, somewhere around 5 to 6%. Daily, same thing, where we contracted fully all the way down to like 20% from many periods of 100%, just about to cross over this moving average, while momentum is pointed up. We're going to be pointed up as long as we're above 3.8%. Then we're going to get volatility expansion with momentum pointed up. Don't think we're going to break this 200 SMA as long as the top is not in on a Bitcoin. If we do break this, then top is probably in, and this is going to go significantly higher. Same thing with the 4-hour also, where we're just about to contract below 15%, and we're pointed up on our momentum as long as it's above 3.92%. So if you go to Bitcoin all the way towards like the monthly, the quarterly, still making its way towards that median, making its way towards $107,000, $113,000. And since these are such high time frames, anything can really happen in the middle. And if you go down towards like the 2-week, still firing off that Hamas setup, expanding from many periods of 0% volatility. Momentum is still pointed up, just about to enter into the critical zone, rejecting, getting out of bullish control. And what we're looking for is on the next 2-week open to see where our volatility is at. Because right now it's at 54%. So if the next 2 weeks is still below 75% or 80%, then we can have more of a higher probability that we're going to get one more leg on this move before we end up putting in our top. And then what also gives us confluence that we're very close to that top is if you look at the monthly and the quarterly, we all have potential bearish divergence in all of them. And after every single candle open, it becomes much easier to confirm that bearish divergence. And every single cycle top we've had before was off the back of monthly and quarterly bearish divergence. If you go lower, though, we're getting more of a setup of a correction because momentum is starting to flip down, and that coincides with Tether dominance, momentum starting to flip up. On Bitcoin, we still have volatility contraction with momentum flipping down, and just same thing with Tether. We're having volatility contraction with momentum up, which is exactly what you want to see if you are bullish on crypto. We haven't confirmed it. We would have to wait for the next couple of candle closures. Then it'll confirm whether it's going to be volatility is contracting towards the downside on Bitcoin and to the upside on Tether. And if we do get that confirmation, then we should see that higher low being put in currently on Bitcoin. Then we would get the move towards that monthly and quarterly median. But right now, we should be more cautious because momentum is flipped down on Bitcoin. So we should be looking for a higher low. And that could be somewhere around $90,000, $91,000 if that low time frame bearish divergence confirms. And then from there, that would be probably our local bottom and local high on Tether. And then we would get volatility expansion on Tether to the downside, and we would get volatility expansion on the next move up on Bitcoin.
God damn, son. All righty. That's good. Let's see what we got next from everybody here. What's going on, guys? Let me see. So ETH is next and then Roblox.
I can do it.
I do Roblox.
Roblox is fun. I enjoyed putting some money into Roblox when he was like chopping like crazy, and now it's just been stuck, I think. Let me see where we at.
You know, my only experience with Roblox is
what?
Back when I used to run that daycare, so many parents would come in and complaining about how they couldn't pay because their kid had put hundreds of dollars into Roblox.
Yeah, that happens. Like that happens way more than what people actually think. They actually got sued for it because they're like, you're incentivizing these kids to just fucking buy all these crazy shit, and they just have like the credit card on file, so you're fucking us.
A lot of these dumb retards think that they can't pay. So like, all right, I'm just gonna go. You'll never see me again. Like, you idiot! I have all of your information. Just put a credit file on there.
They're just kids, you know. They're just kids. All righty, thank you, sir. Vamos a ver el análisis de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Nada más lo único que quiero rápido compartir con ustedes es, para todos los que han estado preguntando porque quieren aprender o cómo funciona Bluffy, nuestro exchange que usamos, métanse al sitio, se meten en tutos, ¿no? O how-tos. Súper fácil. Esto es, todo el mundo lo puede ver. Esto es absolutamente gratis, no tienes que pagar nada. Te metes en cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y aquí hay un video, 5 minutos te dice exactamente cómo. Y en el curso, para la gente que dirá, pero no me dices cómo hacer un short ni un long, en el curso viene. Pero aquí está literalmente cómo puedes operar, cómo mandar dinero, todo eso está aquí. Y puedes usar el enlace aquí abajo. Solamente quería hacer esa nota porque nos han preguntado mucho y tal vez sea gente que acaba de empezar, acaba de entrar. Así que quiero que quede claro. Ok, por alguna razón estoy viendo Rivian poner esta gran vela de tope, pero me voy rápidamente a la tabla de los Bitcoins. Voy a esconderme HPDR por ahora. Queremos empezar simplemente con precio. Ok, vamos a empezar acá con precios de todo, con indicadores o sin indicadores. Vamos a borrar indicadores rápido y vamos a la vista grande. 1. Recuerden que vamos a ver 3 cosas. Una, nuestra gráfica de Bitcoin. Es más, esta es la más limpia de todas. Vamos a ver nuestro gráfico de Bitcoin acá. En la trimestral. Ahora, altos históricos, altos, bajos más 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 altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Bien, estamos encima del promedio del 9, estamos encima del promedio del 21, lo que nos dice estamos en una tendencia alcista. Bien, todo bien hasta acá. Lo que queremos ver es la relación del momento en el que está pasando Bitcoin en este momento. Porque en todos los ciclos, cuando llegamos a un tope, Bitcoin ha puesto una divergencia bajista cuando pone el tope. En este momento, en la tabla trimestral y en la mensual, se están dando estas divergencias. Todavía no están completamente ejecutadas y obviamente el precio tiene que caer. Tendrá que caer a cierto punto para poder confirmarlas. Pero también puede que simplemente tengamos por la volatilidad empujando hacia arriba, lo contrario, y literalmente sea el siguiente madrazo hacia la alza. Pero es importante notarlo porque estamos en una zona, como pueden ver, bastante no es peligrosa para entrar, pero para la gente que no sabe y que solamente está comprando porque escuchó que Bitcoin se fue a 100,000, puede que sea algo peligroso. También sabemos que si volteamos a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin rápido, antes de hacer todo el análisis, ha estado cayendo después de encontrar un tope local acá en el 61%, 62.31%. Desde ese entonces hemos visto a esto caer. Seguimos por encima del 9, encima del 21, pero esta vela que parece vela topera trimestral, todavía le faltan 18 días y 8 horas para cerrar, nos puede estar indicando que comenzaría alt season. ¿Y eso qué quiere decir? Que las altcoins van a correr y normalmente cuando corren las altcoins la gente cree que Bitcoin acaba su movimiento, pero no, Bitcoin también pone tope cuando los alts ponen un tope, nada más ya el movimiento de ese tope es moderado comparado con el de los demás. Si volteamos también a ver, entonces la dominancia de Bitcoin estamos buscando que empiece a caer sustancialmente. Ahorita vamos a analizarlo un poco más a detalle. Y también queremos ver a Tether caer. ¿Por qué? Tether es directamente correlacionado, la dominancia de Tether en contra de Bitcoin, porque si hay mucho Tether, eso quiere decir que la gente no está comprando Bitcoin. Si hay gente comprando mucho Bitcoin, eso quiere decir que hay menos Tether porque lo has intercambiado por Bitcoin. Es bastante sencillo entender esto. Entonces, aquí el sueño mojado de todo el mundo es que esto continúe cayendo, pero también acá podremos decir que Tether tiene cara de que tal vez encontró un fondo por acá y que mientras más bajista se ve todo, más tienes posibilidades de encontrar un fondo. Y es algo que a mí en lo personal, este fue el gráfico que me llamó la atención porque si simplemente lo veo en la diaria, esto se ve bajista de a madre. Vamos a empezar con Bitcoin rápidamente entonces. Vale, ya vieron entonces todo esto. Vamos a poner rápidamente el HPDR, aunque de nuevo esto no funciona tan bien para este tipo de temporalidades tan largas. Y pueden ver que nuestra media del canal está justamente en la trimestral, en 96,700, en 96,664. Estamos bastante por encima de ello, lo que nos diría que tal vez vamos a buscar la parte alta del 38.2% de la zona azul, pero recuerden, esto va a cerrar en 18 días y 8 horas. Si no llegamos al 174, muy probablemente esto vaya a bajar considerablemente. No sé exactamente a cuándo, acabo de empezar a usar el HPDR, por lo que no les puedo dar datos efectivos en esto. Al mismo tiempo tienes la continuación de la volatilidad en expansión. Cuando la volatilidad está expandiendo y el movimiento va para arriba, eso nos dice que puede haber continuación de este movimiento y apoyado por la volatilidad, que es bastante bueno. Eso es alcista, damas y caballeros. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver rápidamente. Ah, cabrón. Ahí está. Qué pendejo soy. Gracias. Es viernes 13. Ok. En la mensual podemos ver también que estamos claramente en una tendencia alcista. Tuvimos este periodo de consolidación. Para los que son fans de los patrones, aquí tienes dos patrones interesantes para aprender en velas. Uno, este tope. Dos, un tope más alto. Esta es la famosa M de McDonald's, donde creas un tope, baja, creas el otro tope más alto y de ahí hay un patrón de reversión y ese patrón de reversión es lo que te lleva hasta abajo. Entonces, importante, un patrón de McDonald's. Aquí abajo es básicamente nuestro fondo y esto, para la gente que está aprendiendo apenas, esta es una bandera alcista, esta es consolidación alcista, lo pueden ver así. Y normalmente cuando tienes una bandera de este estilo, que va así, ¿no? Es como se ve, te va a dar continuación y vemos que sí dio continuación. Y lo que todo el mundo está esperando, simplemente viendo los gráficos ahora, es que vamos a volver a hacer lo mismo antes de dar el siguiente movimiento a la alza. Ahora, esto está completamente por adelantado y estamos suponiendo igual y esto se vuelve a ver como esto y ¡pum! Para abajo. Y normalmente también cuando topea le gusta una vela verde y las que siguen son rojas. Así que eso también es interesante en el pico. Y pueden ver que esto nos tentó a todos a pensar que fue exactamente igual, pero no lo fue con la siguiente vela verde. La tercera, yo creo que la segunda es la confirmación, básicamente. La segunda vela roja en un tope. Ahorita estamos en velas verdes, todo bien, vamos en tendencia alcista. Vamos rápidamente a dejar de dibujar como idiotas y poner también el HPDR y vamos a ver, estamos justamente encima de la media que está en 98,753 y nuestra alta está en $143,000 en la mensual. Esto, de nuevo, falta bastante para que cierre, faltan 18 días y 3 y 8 horas, Esto va a moverse para abajo a menos de que lleguemos a los 140, así que esto no es mucho de qué fiar, pero la volatilidad no nos está diciendo nada, está simplemente reseteándose para darnos el siguiente movimiento en la mensual. Vamos a acercarnos más a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver, rápido para que puedan ver bien sin tener esto, en la de 2 semanas estamos en las mismas, creando este patrón alcista, ya nos podemos acercar más y podemos ver que hemos roto de este nivel primero de los 89, que es un nivel bastante importante. Llegamos a cerrar esta vela en 97,247 y ahora el cuerpo de nuestra vela verde está muy por encima de ello en $100,200 y este es un buen rango. A mí me gusta esto para ponerlo como línea en la arena. Perdón, sería en verdad el 94,481 para mí es un punto bastante importante que debe aguantar Bitcoin. Si no, muy probablemente vamos a tener un buen viaje a la zona del 87,255 y vamos a ver qué hay ahí exactamente. Justamente en esa zona te estás encontrando la parte del 50% acá. Estamos muy por encima de la media. Aquí es donde ya empieza a funcionar mejor el HPDR. Y ahora, nuestro siguiente movimiento, este movimiento nos debería de llevar, teóricamente, por ahí de los $123,000, que es donde nosotros creemos que más o menos por esa área podemos encontrar un tope local antes de un mercado bajista. Vamos a la semanal. No, en la de 2 semanas no chequé la volatilidad para ustedes. Y pueden ver que el setup de Hamas sigue pagando. Recuerden, el setup de Hamas viene de periodos de nula volatilidad y después se expande arriba de 15%. Y esa expansión de volatilidad, que justamente la marco acá, va acompañada de un velazo verde. Siempre y cuando esto siga subiendo, va a seguir apoyando este movimiento a la alza. Vale. Vamos a la semanal, damas y caballeros. En la semanal estamos viendo la volatilidad cansándose, yéndose un poco de lado, en lo que estamos viendo una vela roja. Esto nos quiere decir que estamos consolidando, no nos está diciendo absolutamente nada más. Y cuando nos acercamos a ver al precio, podemos ver que la parte alta del canal en la semanal está por ahí de los $110,200. Pueden ver cómo están bajando estos niveles, Vamos a acercarnos más. En la semanal ya vimos la volatilidad, es lo que habíamos dicho, sí. Si nos acercamos más, voy a poner la de 3 días. La de 3 días se me hace una bastante buena, exactamente. Personalmente, a mí se me hace que la idea de topar en los 119 es bastante factible, pero no me sorprendería tampoco si el 113 o el 109 sería nuestro tope local antes de dar esa vuelta en uvas. Seguimos creando nuevos. Voy a eliminar esto. Seguimos creando bajos más altos. Pueden ver la clara tendencia. Es más, si muevo esto y se las pongo así. Ahí está. Pueden ver claramente la tendencia alcista en este triángulo ascendente. Y estamos por encima de nuestra línea en los 98,402. Esta es una buena línea para tener en mente, porque si estamos cerrando por encima de ella, vamos a tener una gran posibilidad de dar continuación al movimiento hacia la alza. Empezamos a cerrar debajo de ella y nos deberíamos empezar a preguntar qué es lo que va a pasar. ¿Vamos a corregir o se acabó el mercado alcista? Por ahora creemos que simplemente sería una corrección. Hasta los $87,000 no nos espantamos. Abajo de los $87,000 nos empezamos a espantar. Podemos ver que la volatilidad está contrayéndose en la de 3 días, lo que nos dice que está preparando un nuevo movimiento. Vamos a ver hasta dónde contrae, pero por ahora no nos dice nada más esto. En la diaria, y en la diaria pueden ver que nuestros niveles en el HPDR, el 61,8%, ¿dónde queda? Hasta el 88,3%. A Bitcoin sí le gusta ir al 88,3%, lo pueden ver acá en esta zona, que fue justamente a tocarla, y si lo siguen hasta acá, es básicamente, es más arriba de eso. Y está en 128,000. Para mí este es un rango importante, este 128, y ahí es donde se agotaría el movimiento. ¿Le gusta ir al 100? No, ese es como el último lugar. Y esa confluencia de todo lo que hemos visto en todas las temporalidades con esos números de por ahí arriba, nosotros creemos que va a ser el tope local más o menos por acá. Ahora, eso es lo que pensamos ahora. Seguimos de todas maneras operando en este mercado alcista como lo que es un mercado alcista. No estamos, sabemos, lo que estamos preparados es para las correcciones y saber dónde está nuestro límite en esas correcciones, que es importante. Y también qué invalida las cosas. Es muy importante poder entender eso. pondría este gráfico mejor, todavía más fácil. Ahora, en la diaria, estamos justamente peleándonos con la media del canal. La media del canal está en 100.739. Definitivamente aquí queremos tener un cierre por encima de la media de la parte azul, porque si no, tenemos una posibilidad de que nos mande exactamente a la parte baja al 97.86%. Entonces, definitivamente nos gustaría estar por encima, y estando por encima de la media te da buenos movimientos a la alza. Eso es Bitcoin. Vamos a ver la dominancia de Tether, que es justamente lo que estamos hablando, y es en la semanal. En la semanal, la dominancia de Tether empieza a pintar como que más o menos está encontrando un fondo. Si lo volteamos a ver así, todos diríamos, güey, todavía tiene camino para bajar. Este fue el tope. ¿Por qué no puede bajar más? Ahora, claro que puede, todo puede pasar, pero déjenme quito el HPDR rápido. Pero quiero que vean cómo estamos por debajo de todos los promedios. Lo hemos estado desde acá atrás con esta caída. Esto simplemente fue un SFP. Y desde que hemos caído de ello, ha continuado esto. Y normalmente cuando más bajista se ve esto, obviamente es cuando vas a encontrar, ¿cómo se llama? Un fondo. Porque es como cuando más alcista se ve algo, ese es el tope. Cuando más bajista se ve algo, es el fondo. Y ahorita esto tiene cara que quiere seguir bajando. A mí esto, de verlo, diría, güey, qué bajista está esto. Esto probablemente se va a ir al nepe. Importante verlo. Vamos a ver la de 2 semanas. Lo que nosotros creemos, porque vean, este es nuestro promedio de las 200. Nunca lo hemos testeado. Acaba de popular apenas en la de 2 semanas, en octubre del 2022. Nunca lo hemos testeado y eso está en 3.57%. Si simplemente venimos a testear acá y tenemos un cierre arriba de esto, muy probablemente vayas a tener un rebote al 4.70 y tantos %, y ahí vamos a ver si estás haciendo un alto más bajo o si te va a dar un libre ride a la zona del 5.14%. Una vez roto eso, vamos a ver, vamos a estar en alerta de máximos por acá, pero ese sería un movimiento absolutamente ridículamente potente. En la semanal lo están viendo así. También en la mensual me parece que es donde estaba. Ok. Y en la mensual puedes ver que tenemos en el 3.2% también el promedio de la 100, el EMA 100 en la mensual. No nos sorprendería, de nuevo, no estoy diciendo esto ya fue fondo y se acabó. No nos sorprendería si esto llega a ser esto, toca la línea y de ahí va para arriba. Pero lo que tiene cara, si estás simplemente poniendo atención a lo que está pasando acá y no intentando adivinar el futuro, esto tiene cara que va a seguir continuando a la baja. Nada más que cuando algo es muy bajista, tengo que decir, ok, ¿puede de verdad ser más bajista? Y cuando algo es muy alcista, tengo que preguntarme si en verdad puede ser mucho más alcista. Viendo la volatilidad está ahora sí quedándose la vuelta en la semanal. Vamos a ver en la mensual que habíamos visto. Volatilidad está contrayendo, preparando un nuevo cero, que está en 19%. Y en la diaria está también reseteándose. Venimos de estos extremos que fue toda esta caída, y de esos extremos la volatilidad se está reseteando una vez más y vamos a ver para dónde nos va a decir el movimiento que va a jalar. Pueden ver que fallamos por acá, intentamos romper el promedio de la 21, tuvimos un SP acá y ahora estamos por debajo. Es esto lo que nos hace pensar a nosotros que esto podría ser la primera línea en la arena, el 3.85%. Si rompemos eso a la baja, probablemente vayamos a ver nuevos mínimos, pero si no, mientras más tapees el amarillo, ¿no? El 21, pues más posibilidades tienes de romperlo y colgarte hasta el 55, y eso también sería un rebote acá y tendríamos que empezar a ver esta zona para nosotros. Creemos que esto puede rebotar tranquilamente en el peor escenario al 5.12%, y ahí es donde nos pondríamos las pilas instantáneamente para ver qué movimiento sigue. La dominancia de Bitcoin creando este tope, un alto más bajo en la diaria. Pueden ver que estamos perdiendo el promedio de la 9 después de haberlo retesteado, intentado pompear por encima y esto está resultando ser un SFP. En la semanal estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio 9 y el 21. Todavía no se flipean, que es bueno, pero una vez que lo hagan, y nos está aguantando el 55 por acá, irónicamente en 55.41%, que viene desde acá. con la volatilidad expandiendo de este movimiento a volatilidad nula, pero ahora va de lado, que es lo que nos está dando esta corrección. Así que vamos a ver a dónde se da. Sencillo, una vez más, para Bitcoin, todos ustedes que están metidos en esta monedita de oro digital, ¿no? Qué tonto soy. Simple, es bastante sencillo y lo vamos a poner en la diaria para que lo veamos todos. Queremos tener un cierre arriba de 100,739 hoy. Es lo que estamos buscando. Estamos $600 abajo de eso. Definitivamente no queremos romper el 99,114 a la baja. Si cerramos abajo el promedio de la 9, probablemente vayamos tranquilo al 98 y esto tal vez no aguante la zona azul porque literalmente la venimos a joder una vez, pero no la hemos vuelto a retestear más, bueno, una segunda vez, pero no la penetramos tan profundamente como la primera. Y esto, estando por debajo del promedio de la media de esto, te da unos dumperoos, no fuertes, pero te pueden llevar hasta los 90, 87, tranquilo de la vida por acá donde está tu promedio del 55. Y ahí es donde tendríamos que ver qué exactamente se está dando. Pero por ahora se ve muy bien la cosa, se ve bastante alcista, no ha cambiado absolutamente nada. Voy a poner este gráfico, pero sin mis indicadores. Y es básicamente, puede regir por esto. Simplemente este es el rango donde está dando Bitcoin. No queremos bajar de él. Queremos continuar y queremos poder romper a la alza los 103,600 que habíamos tocado a tope. Así que Bitcoin se ve muy bien, muy bien todavía. Nada más, hay señales que nos dicen pongamos atención por cualquier cosa y no solamente nos confiemos que cuando todo se ve muy alcista, ese es el tope y cuando todo se ve muy bajista, ese es el fondo. Así que sin más ni más, vamos a darle. Alrighty, Alex, what do you got? ETH? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me.
Nice. So he's actually looking pretty good. Let's see why. Well, remember, we talked about this multi-year channel that we've been in pretty steadily. I mean, it's been rejecting it. It was formed in 2021. We came down to the bottom. We've been basically grinding below it. I remember when we came to this point when ETH bigly dumped all the way from 4,000. We came all the way to, that 2,300, 2,200. We talked about how important the weekly is to hold that SMA 200. We can see that beautifully held, and that led to the expansion up. And so now what do we have here? Well, we talked about the scenario where if the 2-day here closes above, what I want to see is that EMA 9 hold and grind up with price. Ideally, that EMA 9 will now, keep moving along, matching more around that $3,800 to $3,780 level. This is pretty important for bulls to just stay above, because in doing so, this will guide our bias. And personally speaking, I think this weekly is developing into a nice action, like a very nice candle. We see, on the Discord, I gave the long at 3,660 to like 3,600 and 400 with a stop at this like right around here, and we just slightly front ran that weekly 9. And so this is telling me that bulls are strong and they are in control even despite this big dump down, because they stepped up where ETH has pumped a few $100s from that point. And so now it's going to be really important just for the weekly to keep holding above that $3,800 level. In doing so, then I do think we're going to get a measured move closer to that, 4,700 to all the way up to that $5,000 level. Even just the way the 618 is right now, currently, we can see that, we're still holding above it. Any closures back above that will then, give us that measured move to the 786. Here's see how the 2-week is looking as well. That 618 on the 2-week here is right around that 4,300 and call it 4,400 level. Again, just more confidence on why I do think overall the bias on ETH should be up, especially with what I showed with Bitcoin dominance. ETH here on its median even, which as long as we close back above the 382, a monthly closure above this channel would be insane. And then any, move up to this point is looked at as an opportunity. But as long as we're holding above the 382, the next target would be that $5,100, which again, just ties in nicely to what we see on that weekly. you know, the 618 all the way up to the 786. Currently right around that 4,700 to maybe 5,100, as shown on the monthly median. The monthly median, though, starts closing above here. This could be really why we're starting to see ETH BTC look as good as it is, and also could correlate to maybe Tether dominance actually catching a major move down like we just kind of showed, because we see here upon reclaiming that monthly median, you know, to give us a pretty big move up to that 382 at the top of the channel here, because we're at the bottom here, all the way up to that $8,323, which is, you know, obviously an all-time high. And then at this point, you're going to get a lot of people talking about, you know, $10,000, $15,000 ETH. But I do think right around, if we even get to this point, I do think we're going to massively reject the $8,000 level, in my opinion, if we don't already reject that $5,000 level. But until then, I mean, it's pretty easy to decipher this trade. And I mean, it's giving a pretty big setup. I mean, even low leverage trading this, as long as the daily here is just closing not anywhere below that 3,800 level, then the bias is up since we are above the 9. The slightly concerning point about this is the median. You know, we opened below it, but you know, that quickly could get reclaimed within the next few days, or even start moving down more. But that is currently at 4,036. So just something to be mindful of course. But like I always say with altcoins, I do think it's wiser to gauge them on a higher time frame. And I mean, even just viewing the 5-day, which is my favorite time frame to view any kind of altcoin, even ETH, because it's still a shitcoin, you can just see very simply, yeah, the 5 days looking insane. You can just see how, if we take the rainbow chart off, how strong this channel, this meme channel, because it's a meme channel, but I mean, if it works, it works, right? And so far, I mean, even now, it hasn't closed any 5-day candle above that $3,800 level. I do think once we get that 5-day closure, that's going to be what sparks the bigger breakout on Ethereum. I'm curious to see if the 5-day is a silver cross, and it does. So the 5-day does have a silver cross on ETH. So, you know, that just needs to, and that's why I haven't fully taken the ETH trade out of the academy yet, because I'm still clinging on to hope that it's going to actually fill my bid and actually solidify, you know, the pullback into this EMA 9, just solidifying the silver cross is what I'm trying to say. Because, you know, we do have a silver cross to the upside on the 5-day, and it being on a 5-day is pretty strong. I am going to just back test here real quick and just see what happened last time this silver cross on the 5-day. And let's just see really quickly. And so it was right around the zone, right in 2023. I'll take this off so there's no confusion. And we can see here from that silver cross, once we did it, you know, ETH just found that opportunity zone right around the 9. From the cross, though, until we lost the 9. Let's take it from this closing basis. You know, we rallied up 47% until we lost the 9. I mean, until we went all the way to the top, that silver cross did, though, lead to that 121% bounce before, you know, falling and dumping and then even uncrossing here. And so what can we gather from this? Well, you know, volatility is not looking, you know, it's not, unfortunately, we're not getting a major volatility setup, but it's still above the moving average, and it still is looking okay. We've never had we had one extreme read here on the 5-day on ETH. So that at least can tell us that, you know, ETH can easily go still higher. I mean, it's at 84%. Yes, I mean, like, it is starting to get to the top, but we easily can go to that 96%, if not all the way to 100%, which, you know, could correlate to a nice move overall on Ethereum, especially when we know that, you know, we're right now we're breaking out of a multi-year channel on ETH. We do have a 5-day silver cross here. We also know back around here, let's see. I like watching 2017 for, you know, Ethereum. Let me actually go to that zone here. I'm curious to see if we had any kind of silver cross in 2017. I think we did. Yeah, we did. And so, you know, this actually did, or actually, wait a minute. Almost didn't actually silver cross. My apologies. Yeah, okay. So why am I looking at 2017 right now? Well, 2017 we're getting a lot of similarities to 2017 in the way ETH BTC is looking. And I mean, we didn't technically, or did we? I don't know why I'm so hard to identify it. No, we did not. So yeah, we didn't technically silver cross in 2017, but I mean, it doesn't mean that it wasn't bullish. It definitely was. I just would have thought that would have been good confluence to that thought. But even here, I mean, we see the cross at this point, and then that just led to a big move up on ETH. You know, we started to cross around $188 to $200, and before a major rejection, ETH rallied all the way up almost to $500. And even then, it still held the 21, which is the second spot you'd want to look at for a silver cross, which acted as an opportunity. And then from there, we went all the way up to, where was it? That's crazy. My God. I mean, remember that crossed at $188, and that led to a move all the way to the $4,300 level. That's actually pretty massive, not gonna lie. You know, and it didn't even uncross at that 4,000. I'm just taking that from where we know was like a major pullback, essentially. So I mean, that silver cross on the 5-day led to a 2,143% move. And we see here this also on the 5-day silver cross to the downside. Curious just to see, why not? Takes no effort. That was a 70% move. And here, right, we just did that one. And so now we have a fresh one again. I don't find it a coincidence that we're getting this in confluence to this multi-year channel break. And then on top of it, ETH BTC here is still looking quite good. I do believe that ETH BTC, once it does start reclaiming that EMA 100, which I'll throw all these back on again. Nice. I do think then we're going to get a bigger move up. And that's what's going to really spark the ETH rally. Because right now, ETH is okay and it's strong, but we really haven't seen those degenerate, juicy, like green dildos to the upside. And I do think it's because right now, ETH is just kind of like being kept under by this EMA 100. You can see we deviated it. That's what led to a bigger dump. But why is this daily important, and why I think we still could go up, is because we now have a fresh silver cross on the daily here on ETH BTC. And so that's why I do believe we start getting dailies 2 to 3 above this EMA 100. This is what's going to lead us to at least the SMA 200, currently at 4417.
And I love that all of the averages were bunching up down there where the 9 EMA is now on that one. Yeah, all underneath it. They're all bunched up, just ready. And then you've been tapping on it. You tapped it the first time, the EMA 100. Then the second time, you SFP it. So now you're trying again. Like, that's looking good.
And usually in crypto, it's like a power, you know, there's like power in threes. So we can see we've just like rejected, deviated, but now we're coming back at it again. So, you know, it's just more momentum to bulls on why I do think right now it's wiser to just kind of focus on ETH and alts and, you know, to put your attention there when, I mean, all year we've just been on a Bitcoin driven rally. 2023, not really much happened with alts relative. And so Bitcoin kind of has been the star. But I do think it still will be good. But I just think now we're in that environment where a bullish Bitcoin is not going to inherently mean altcoins are getting weaker. Because even on Bitcoin pumping, we're still getting Bitcoin dominance going down. And so, yeah, no, you're 100% right. We know that cluster here often does leads to crosses. But then most importantly, it solidifies why this support level was important. And we talked about this for a while, that 366 level being a major point. And so when we started losing that, that's really where we started to see alts get damaged hard. I think, Farn, do you remember that ETH dump that happened where it was like, I don't even remember. It was like, I think
in the summer when it went to $900.
No. Remember, I think we were together, and didn't ETH like dump 15% in 1 hour like 2 months ago? 3 months
Oh
ago?
yeah. That was like double digits, I believe, 12 to 15%, and it was in minutes. It was like 15 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and that was because we lost that 366 level. Alts are not generally going to do good as long as ETH BTC is under that 366 level, and it does seem simple, but that's majority of trading is just simple. There's no reason to overcomplicate it. And why I'm even talking about 2017 is because what we had in 2017 was an environment here where we broke out, we retested, and then from there, on the retest of 366, that's what led to the parabolic move up in 2017 that led Ethereum USD to do absolutely insane numbers. right? From that point, we then just went parabolically all the way, like I mentioned, to that $1,420 level. And why I really was trying to see if we had a silver cross at this time would just be good confluence on why this environment is slightly the same. But we did not. We just see the 9 crossed above the 21, indicating bullishness, of course, but we didn't get this 21 to cross under and then shoot back up and giving us that fresh silver cross. But nevertheless, still was a very, very, very impressive move on ETH. And so for now, I just think right now, patience is key. I'm all about catching the extremity trade. And for now, I still think that, if the 5-day ends up wicking below, then I do think we can easily test this 5-day EMA 9. As long as we wick below, just like here, right? Where we wicked below, came back under, we started to come back down. We bottomed right around that $3,480 level. So if we end up doing the same thing, closes below, I don't see why we wouldn't then just retest the EMA 9, which on the 5-day, you need to gauge that as a major opportunity because we have that fresh silver cross. You also will see here, since breaking back above the 5-day EMA 9, we actually really haven't tested that EMA 9 in a long time. Yes, we front ran it, but I mean, this has been a while since we've, actually tested it over a month. So or is it over a month? Yeah, basically I'm over a month now. And so that's why we don't want to get too bearish here. We also don't want to get too bullish because I do think, the way things are now, we're very close. And that's why we caught the XRP long, that was good. But I'm really trying not to front run this ETH long because I do have a bullish bias. But just like what we talked about yesterday with the Academy, you're wrong on timing, you're still wrong. And that's why we still want to engage this whole thing being in the midst of potentially putting in structure to break out, but it's still unconfirmed yet, especially when you have all these higher time frame closings. Because yes, the daily is above it. And you could be like, oh, okay, cool. I'm just going to max long this. But the issue with that is, you're kind of just disregarding the higher time frames. And what if the 2-week just traps you and then just wicks below, and then we make our way back to this zone here? Probably wouldn't be a good sign. But as it stands, I mean, a good sign meaning it just probably wouldn't be good. You wouldn't be too happy about that. It still would be perfectly bullish though, because overall this trend is now up. And so, we take the rainbow chart off and we throw this trend wave catalyst. We did break the overall downtrend here. This was a lower high break based on this higher high. And so that's why I'm still holding out hope that we can easily wick back to my, I would love to see, my bid get filled closer to that 3,300 to 3,400, which again just lines up nicely with that 5-day EMA 9 retest here, which is a silver cross retest on top of that. I'm curious now, does the weekly have anything? No, nothing. And this weekly, if this turns green, this will turn into a massive candle. I think we saw this kind of formation. No. I thought maybe we've seen this on Bitcoin before it broke out. Or maybe, let me see. No, we didn't really see anything. Maybe on CME, was it? No, that's fine. So, I mean, it's looking very good. I'm very bullish on Ethereum, just personally speaking. I do think we're about to see something insane happen with ETH soon. The HBDR is giving me mad confluence of that idea. And I'm really enjoying that the 5-day just freshly silver crossed, because it seems just very easy to me now, to gauge this whole trade setup, because we're just getting, good confluence on why this could start really moving. The only issue is I would have preferred us getting a volatility setup, but like I showed, we very well still could keep going up, hitting closer to that 96, maybe even all the way to the extremes, something that we haven't seen other than, here back in 2016. And that was really the only other time we hit extremes. Let me see here. We also have a quarterly too, incoming. And this is interesting to see because let me just turn this off. This quarterly actually starts reclaiming this. That just ties into why I think ETH is looking really good. I mean, the quarterly 9 has been holding, and even on that mega dump, we still held the quarterly 9, in the beginning of this year, essentially, or in July. And so for me now, it's looking good. We want to just wait for the higher time frame closings. Even if, right, we're wrong and we don't get that $3,300 entry, it's perfectly okay because, you know, maybe the 5-day then closes like this. Maybe we hold it and maybe we just get this simple scenario and we have our stop just simply at this low. But why I'm just not confident giving that trade yet is just simply on this posturing of this candle. I'd hate to give this trade out, do this personally, and then just get stopped out when we're just retesting a silver cross on a 5-day. Just would feel stupid. And so for that, you just want to be patient and wait. But remember, as long as we are above that 366 on ETH, BTC, then we are going to go up, in my opinion. And alts will go up. And so you can gauge this just by any time we get around here, right on this mega dump on ETH BTC. Getting right around there was probably a good time to start scaling in on an ETH long, right? And we can see that was the truth. And that's why I was watching for this, you know, $3,300 area. And we can see, okay, cool. ETH BTC did bounce from that point, which we're doing now, which is now correlating to a bounce on ETH USD. So you can just kind of see it's pretty simple. And as long as Bitcoin dominance is over on a downtrend, and this is looking like a lower high with the 9 now crossing under the 21, you do just have that, you have more of a bias on why ETH really can shine now. Because when you're going up here, you're constantly making, you know, higher highs to higher lows, higher highs to higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher low. And you're just doing this. What is this meaning for ETH BTC? This means that this is in a downtrend. And so that's why, like, it's funny when, you know, you see, like, you know, certain traders on crypto Twitter talk about alt season all year long, when ETH BTC has just simply been in a downtrend while Bitcoin dominance has been in a mega uptrend. And it's funny because if we just like backtest when the uptrend broke, which was right around November, it was on November 23rd. That is literally when like ETH and alt really started to catch a bid. So let's just like really see. So November 23rd. Okay, cool. Okay, November 23rd. Look at that. And then this is when ETH really started to move. Simple. And then even XRP, when did it start moving? November 23rd. Let's see here. Came down, hit it, boom, went parabolic. And so, yeah, and yes, we were already moving pretty nicely on XRP, but I mean, this was a pretty ginormous move. And this is just the environment we're in with alts. That's why you just want to really watch today's daily. You really want this to start holding above the EMA 100. You don't want this to start rejecting and coming down. We start closing any 5-day, any really dailies back under that 366. You know, it's not going to be a good sign. It's going to probably unrevert this daily silver cross on the upside. But until then, I'm just going to be gauging that we're probably going to end up coming down, hitting this EMA 9, and then spring from there, leading to more like a trap for bears. And then once we reclaim this on the daily, this is just going to then ideally hold, and that's what's going to move us higher to that SMA 200. Let's see here. Okay, so the 9 and the 21 have crossed here.
Yeah, it's all 2-day, 3-day. They're all like bunched up exactly right there, which also looks really, really good. Like I would take the weekly probably on the 21 and just that'd be my point, because that's I think that's the easiest, cleanest way to just gauge it. Yeah, because everything else like seems to be just adding confluence to that, except there's like many things in between.
Right. So that's why, you know, it's even the daily here is giving you potentially a fresh buy trigger on ETH BTC. Why is it a buy trigger? Because generally when you get back above the EMA 34 and hold it, that's the key, then you get a free move to that EMA 100. And we can see here, just like looking at the history of ETH, I mean, like that just has been the truth. We get back above the 34, we then go to the 100. Let me do it here. This is a cleaner example. This right here, right? Reclaimed all the moving averages, got back above, held it on the retest, slingshot to that EMA 100. Yes, we went, you know, a little higher. That's just, you know, best case scenario. But I mean, that's why for me, you know, yeah, this is gearing up. This is looking quite good. I now know we do have, didn't we have a 5-day volatility? No, I guess we did not. I wonder if we have any higher time volatility setups here. You know, okay, let's see here. And even right around this 2-week, if this 2-week reclaims the 9, what that means is the daily has done it. You know, it's reclaimed the EMA 100, just like what Alejandro said. Then that weekly 21 has been reclaimed. And so, you know, we're now, that's a good gauge too, as this 2 weeks starts to really reclaim this 9. Probably gonna need a fast move up, but I do think once the daily starts reclaiming the EMA 100, it's complete into the 2-day, which complete into the weekly, which then complete into the 2-week, and then ideally that'll bleed into the monthly actually coming up, and we can even just see, you know, if just we go up and test that monthly 9, that still would be a 13% move. I don't know if I don't think we're gonna stop there, and that's why I do think, you know, gauging the reaction around the zone is going to be really important, because in doing so, you know, I do believe that is right around, you know, that SMA 200. And so you can kind of just see how it all kind of comes together, right? Because then if that daily starts reclaiming that SMA 200, then awesome. That means that probably most likely the monthly EMA 100 and the monthly 9 got reclaimed. And at that point, then you would just have another target to that 5, if not 5.3 level. And we even see that 3-day EMA 100 is right around there. So, you know, this is looking good on ETH BTC as long as it's holding above the support line. ETH USD looks like it's literally in the process of breaking out, especially when we know we have that 5-day silver cross here. We really need to be mindful of this 5-day silver cross and gauge that EMA 9. And we can literally start expanding this EMA 9 can just start grinding up and actually matching price. That way we don't just dump to it and boom, we get our entry. That very well could happen. That's why for the Academy, I've had people ask, well, is the ETH long, is the Bitcoin long still valid? They are still valid. And that's why I'm just patiently waiting, because it can quickly become unvalid as long as, right, if we get a 5-day closure above this channel, then that probably means that we then just got the weekly above it, which then means that that's never happened before. And you know, this would mean that this would be the third. Once we get this weekly close, that's 2 candles already above it. The third one confirms it, in my opinion, and that's where we probably see the follow through on ETH, and that's probably why we're seeing, you know, the HPDR giving us that 786 right around that $4,700 level. You know, we're very, very healthily above the median too, and that's even just sloping down now. So overall, ETH is looking good. I wouldn't be surprised in 2025, like in January, maybe early February, if we really start to see ETH move, everyone starts getting FOMO. And then oftentimes that does mark a near top for Bitcoin, because unfortunately, you know, Bitcoin still goes up, but, you know, retail and newbies get kind of drawn into the altcoins. Like, I can't tell you how many random people texted me, should I long XRP? Should I long XRP? My coworker, blah, 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 taxi driver. And that's the point. That's why, like, at the very end of the cycles, alts move insane, because it's very predatory, because you kind of get lost in the sauce. You know, you start talking about, you know, $10,000, $15,000 ETH targets. You start only focusing on your TP, and meaning like the amount of money you're going to make. And it's not even an equation to not be like balls deep long in alts. And, you know, that's why many round trip this shit. So just want to really be careful about that. You want to understand mentally that crypto is very predatory, and it's always trying to take your money, and it's never going to make it easy. And that's why it's for us as traders to decipher what's going to happen before it does. And for now, ETH is very bullish. It statistically looks like it's going to go to $4,700, which would be right around that all-time high. And at that point, right, you then have to wonder, well, are we just going to break the all-time high? All that liquidity is there. And is that what's going to slingshot us closer to, you know, that monthly target, I believe, which was that, you know, median right at 5,100. You know, and then at that point, we'll probably get some kind of pullback, if not some reaction there. Because, I mean, if not, that's a massive move from the median all the way up to that 382 at, you know, $8,400. Plus, we're also getting, you know, monthly volatility here still contracting. And it can still keep going down. And if it does, and just to me, more good confluence on, you know, ETH bulls really, really gearing up for a mega move into 2025. So be patient. I'll still be updating and watching this very closely for the Academy. You're going to want to just gauge ETH BTC at 366. As long as we're above that, you should have a bias that alts are bullish. As long as Bitcoin dominance is still overall in that downtrend posturing, making lower highs, and again, ETH BTC will be bullish, and then that means ETH USD will be bullish. And generally, then if ETH is bullish, and you're going to start seeing certain alts become really bullish. And so that's the environment we're in. That's what I see with ETH. I think, I think patience will pay. I think the 5-day closing basis will really guide us. And watch today's daily. EMA 100 reclaim on ETH BTC is what everyone wants. Because then I do believe that'll be the trigger potentially.
That we do, sir. That we do. I got an interesting request for you. It's basically from those people that like to stare into the bed behind you from a chair. So we're going to look at ADA, Cardano, of course.
I was just about to say Vitalik is moving from the chair to the bed.
That's right. That's right. And for now, we're going to stick to Cardano. Love it, love it, love it. And listen, guys, if this is what you're into, respect it. We absolutely respect it. We don't understand it, but we respect it. Cardano holders. I'm sorry, community members. Sorry, Farham. I keep fucking this up. Ok. Estamos viendo Ethereum, damas y caballeros. Y lo primero que vamos a hacer para ver Ethereum va a ser nuestra relación de ETH-BTC. Y la razón por la que vamos a hacer nuestra relación de ETH-BTC es porque también, also, by the way, just looking at ETH-BTC on the quarterly, it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, just
like
lower,
it's getting ready to just fucking pop.
Yeah.
Ok. Estamos viendo la correlación de Ethereum Bitcoin. La pueden buscar con ETH y /BTC. Así es como la van a encontrar. Y podemos ver. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante esta relación? Porque cuando esto rompe a la alza, por ejemplo, acá en abril del 2021, Ethereum no llegó a hacer su máximo histórico. Entonces, y esto da la señal también, por si alguien recuerda lo que pasó justamente en este trimestre, fue también la explosión de los alts. Entonces, fue lo que dio inicio a alt season. Es muy importante tener eso en mente porque ahorita justamente es lo que estamos viendo en este momento y creemos que está pasando, está a punto de pasar o ya estamos dentro de ello. Ok, para poder ver esta tabla, yo creo que lo más importante también es poder ver la volatilidad comienza a expandir del punto más bajo en el que he estado. Interesting about volatility on the 3. En el punto más bajo que he estado, vamos a ver cómo se comporta esta vela. Tiene 18 días y 8 horas para cerrar. Así que si esta vela se convierte en verde, esta va a ser la fiesta de la historia para Ethereum, porque viene la volatilidad más baja hasta acá. Entonces vamos a tener un ojo bien pelado por acá. Pero la historia no la tienes que ver tan lejos. La historia te la cuenta todavía mejor en la tabla de 5 días. Y la tabla de 5 días te lo cuenta y solamente echándome para atrás y regresando enfrente de todos ustedes. No importa tanto la volatilidad en esto. Lo que estamos viendo por acá es, esto parece ser un SFP de esta línea meme que tenemos nosotros en el nivel del punto 036, que se nos hace un nivel muy importante. La razón por qué es porque cuando se cae, pero cuando rebota va a la alza como loco. Y justamente estamos rebotando en él, que también coincide con esta línea meme en diagonal. O sea, estamos hablando de toda la confluencia que podemos buscar. Además, estamos por encima del promedio del 9 y ahorita vamos a ir a intentar buscar a romper a la alza con el promedio del 21. Si te acercas todavía un poco más y te vas a la diaria, me encanta este setup en la diaria. La razón es simple. Por más que estés formando un alto más bajo y hayas creado este bajo, este puede ser tu nuevo bajo más alto para ir a buscar un nuevo alto. Este es tu EMA 100, el que está justamente por encima del precio que está rechazando. Pero velo, si te pones a ver solamente el EMA 100, ¿dónde fue la última vez desde arriba que lo tocamos? Acá, en julio del 2024. Desde julio hasta noviembre no lo volvimos a tapear. Y acá lo tapeamos, ¿no? Que apenas lo tocamos. Aquí lo rompimos. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto? Recuerda, cada uno de estos niveles lo vemos como si fuera una puerta, ¿no? Una de estas. Cada que el precio va a tocarlo, va a intentar romper la puerta. Si lo toca por primera vez, tal vez la puerta no se rompe. La segunda se va a empezar a aflojar. La tercera tiene más probabilidades de romperlo y también la cuarta aún más. Eso es algo que nos gusta a nosotros por acá y también que estamos viendo. tienes un cruce plateado, un silver cross, donde el amarillo se va por encima del naranja, que es el 21 por encima del 55. ¿Y qué pasa cuando tienes un cruce plateado de estos? Lo que haces es tomas oportunidad de cada retesteo de la 9 y eso te va a dar el impulso para arriba, básicamente. Es lo que, bueno, en la dirección en la que esté el movimiento, esta dirección tiene cara que es para arriba. Así que este va a ser un punto, si ustedes están analizando y están esperando entrar en alt season, este es el punto de todo. Si podemos retomar el promedio del 100, empezar a chopear por ahí y luego ver que va a subir y barres este alto y luego este alto, ya chingamos acá, es alt season oficial, todo el mundo es rico, los memes, bla, bla, bla. Sydney Sweeney sale en otra película enseñando más tetas, todo se ve muy bien, todo el mundo estaría encantado de la vida. Pero tenemos que esperar a que se dé esta confirmación, simplemente. Ahora, vamos rápido al precio y en el precio podemos ver y vamos a usar la de 5 días, que es la importante. Venimos, y la razón por la que les enseño esto es, venimos justamente desde acá de noviembre del 2021 encontrándonos con esta resistencia. Es una línea meme en diagonal, lo sabemos, pero es resistencia como queramos. Esta resistencia la tapeamos acá, pero acá la rompimos, tuvimos un cierre, acá la perdimos, pero acá estamos a punto de cerrar una vez más por encima. Este cierre de 5 días, que también lo puedes ver en la semanal, aún más claro. En la semanal también por acá, lo que puedes ver es, tienes el primer cierre por encima, tienes este que aún así, aunque cierre acá, este es un cierre válido que te está dando la segunda confirmación de esto. La tercera vela, la tercera semana, la próxima semana, el cierre de eso, por encima de esta línea meme, te va a dar confirmación del subidongo. Pero lo interesante acá es, en la semanal no tienes un cruce plateado acá, pero en la de 5 días tienes un cruce plateado fresquecito por acá. Este cruce plateado que nos dice que cada que vaya el precio a retestear la 9 va a ser la oportunidad de entrada y esa oportunidad de entrada está en 3,426 en este momento. Claro que puede subir y es algo que tenemos en ese long de ETH en la academia, en el E-Trading Academy que Alex les puso. Estamos todavía esperando a ver dónde podemos entrar para este long porque se ve apetitoso. La razón por la que se ve apetitoso es por esto. Voy a poner el HPR, subirlo. Esta es la de 5 días. Porque estamos en la diaria es donde se ve, o en la semanal, denme un segundo. Acá en la diaria, no, es la mensual. Estamos justamente entrando a la zona azul. Recuerden, perdimos la zona azul en esto, que puede ser un SFP, si lo quieren ver así. Y esta zona azul tiene la media en 5,104. Si llegamos ahí y rompemos esto a la alza, ¿no? Y tenemos cierres encima de esta media, de esta cosa, tenemos una gran probabilidad de ir a la parte alta del canal en 8,409. Pero tenemos que literalmente hacer esto y romper a la alza. Si esto nos rechaza, vamos a tener más probabilidad de ir a la baja y tal vez hasta reversión, dependiendo de qué nos aguante. Pero pinta la cosa bastante bien por acá. En la semanal pueden ver también que los 4,700 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo, estando en el 61,8%, que también tiene confluencia con esta línea meme que está viniendo por acá. Y tienes tu promedio apuntando para abajo en los 2,706, lo que nos dice que tenemos bastante margen de error, si lo quieres ver así. Entonces, nuestro siguiente movimiento debería catapultarnos a los 4,750, que hay en 4,750, el máximo anterior, que también es una interesante coincidencia. Entonces, para nosotros Ethereum se ve bastante alcista. No nada más se ve alcista, nos da el comienzo a esta deliciosa temporada de alt season que todos hemos estado esperando y veamos si se da, si no, pero por ahora la cosa pinta bastante bien para Ethereum. Simplemente poder aguantar. Así, tuviste este cierre. Yo pondría una línea en la arena acá y diría, si podemos cerrar esta vela encima del 3,958 y tener una doble confirmación de esto, ahora sí que sin lugar a dudas, como gorda en tobogán me aviento, una vez que el promedio de la 9 sea retesteado, y espero que lo haga. Si se me va el trade, se me va el trade, pero ahí es donde yo absolutamente tomaría un trade en Ethereum en long, en el promedio de la 9. Y también que coincide con esta línea meme en 3,343. Interesante. Así que ahí lo tienen. Eso es Ethereum. Vamos a ver Roblox, damas y caballeros, con el tío Farhan.
Roblox. Bro, the money in that game is called Robux.
Yeah, it's fucking genius.
Funny how people say crypto is a scam and not that shit which you can only spend in Roblox.
It's really, well, it's also the thing is there's no narrative against Roblox. And the reason why there's no narrative against it is because you can only spend it there. But on crypto, they don't want you sending that money anywhere in the world without them asking you, why are you sending that person that money, right?
Yeah, it's so annoying. Like if you want to send a wire transfer, you gotta pay them a $35 fee. You gotta wait for it.
You gotta beg them. They call you, hey, why are you sending this person money?
We need the source of this income.
Yeah.
So we're gonna. I want to do the quarterly, but there's not enough data. Monthly, not really much data either, because barely any HPDR. So let's just do the 2 week. On the 2 week, we're solidly above the 38.2. First, we closed above it. Then we came back down, back tested it, made this little hammer candle, and now we're using it as a spring upward. Right now, we don't have much data to populate the 55, but for as much as we have, on this next open, this 21 is very likely going to cross the 55 into a silver cross, and then you can then this 9 EMA is going to go up to where this 38.2 is, and this is going to be considered after that point the retest of the 9 EMA. So as long as you're solidly above it, it drags it up into that candle, and it's going to be one of those hindsight trades where you can be like, oh, you could have just bid that 9 EMA, but it wouldn't have populated until after the candle. That would right now we are currently above the 78.6 with, let's see, volatility expanding. It's about 84%. Momentum is at 84%. Jewels flipping back into that light blue cyan, well within the bullish control. Very close to the critical zone. With how high volatility is, though, I could maybe see it if we get a close in this area over the 78.6 to maybe the 88.3. But then at that point, I'd be looking for a local top because we're getting it to such very extreme levels and volatility is going to be pretty high. That's about $66.23. But since we have, we would be closing over this lower high right here on this candle. Eventually, once these ranges move up, I would be expecting a test of this area somewhere around like maybe $72 upwards to, not that's too high, about $87. And then at that point, you'd be looking for probably another higher low while the ranges step up again. It's very hard for price to move up further than 100%. It's basically simple statistics, 0% chance of continuation. So weekly is already getting to that very extreme area. We're just about to approach the 95%. After this point, you only really have 5% chance of continuation. So this is a very, very high probability local top area at somewhere around $62.62. Maybe you can wick above it, but I wouldn't expect any type of closure in that area. You can see that was momentum starting to go sideways at 92% and volatility 92%, a little bit sideways. There's no real confirmation of volatility contraction yet, though, because we're still above the moving average and we're still not flipped down. So that does show that we could possibly get one more move into that 95%. The 5-day already put in somewhat of an indecision top candle, right at the 88.3%. Now we're rejecting it. It's kind of a little bit of flip up, but we're still rejecting it. Momentum is the same as the weekly, is starting to shift down, still above the moving average, but the same thing as the volatility, which makes sense since we're rejecting this 88.3%. So if we continue to reject it, we're going to get confirmation of momentum flip to the downside. Probably going to give us a retest of this 5 EMA and the 78.6 around $56, maybe $56.50. If it doesn't bounce in this area though, and it loses this 9 EMA, very likely going to come back down to the 38.2, which is also going to go up, step up as long as we're above it. Probably somewhere around this 9 EMA area at around like $53 to maybe $52. Then I'd be looking for that as the next spring upwards and a higher low while these ranges step up.
He does like to go to the 100% though.
On
on
5 day?
on the 2-week.
Yeah, but that's also because there's not very much data.
Oh, okay.
The 5 day, 2 day. 2 day already got that correction down to the top 38.2, and then they got a little bit of expansion from there. Then we closed over this area. Right now we're back testing the 78.6. Momentum is still pointed up. Volatility is supporting it. So if we continue to close over the 78.6, ideally I'd like to see this candle close green. Because if it closes like this, then we have a probability of retesting it again. But if it does close green, I'd be looking for a move up towards this 88.3. Around 61.72, which is very close to that 62's area that I was looking for previously as our potential local top at the 95% HPDR. Daily momentum has already started confirmed to be shifting down below the moving average, just about a break below bearish control. Volatility is contracting during that time, which is exactly what you want to see if you're still bullish on this. And while volatility is contracting, price is kind of basically going sideways and up. What I would expect is for this 38.2 to either step up or price to pull back to it, and then eventually use that as a spring upwards. And then at that time, these ranges will step up too. And then I'd be looking same area, like 61.40 to maybe $62. Daily now has now retested that top 38.2, and it's kind of using it as a spring. Currently, we have 1 hour and 23 minutes. Best case scenario, like what you'd ideally like to see if you're bullish on this, is a close over this high, 61.04. Then you can see expansion and maybe newer highs on this rally to somewhere around, like, from volatility to 56% from 0%. Momentum just breaking back into bullish control. So probably $61.99, $62. Same 62s. Monthly has confirmed hidden bullish divergence in play off this higher low at this point. We've already tapped the bullish control zone. Volatility is still only at 73%. So that'd be a setup towards this critical zone. And especially since we've closed over all of these previous lower highs, even this one here, we should at the very least hit somewhere around that $72 area to maybe $88 to $90 area. And the critical zone is at $76. Very close to that $78 area at this point. And at that point, volatility will probably be tapped out too. Also, a very nice area for the next macro lower high. Interesting. And if you were to close over this candle though, then the idea of a macro lower high is probably gone at $73.71. So if this tap of the critical zone doesn't reject and we do stay into the critical zone, that'll eliminate the possibility of a next macro lower high, because that would give us a target of somewhere in this area in the mid to low to mid 100s. 2-week also just now put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence off of this low here. That would give us a target of the critical zone, which is currently at $67.94. Very close to those 70s. And we're getting volatility expansion from how low? Like 10%. And we're only at 50% now. So probably not that difficult to hit somewhere into those 70s.
Yeah, this shit's gonna run, son. And the 2 weeks about the silver cross too.
Very close.
Yeah.
Probably in the next open it will.
Yeah.
Weekly had some bearish divergence, but it put in a local bottom on that 9 EMA. Same thing with the 5-day. Daily just put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence on 3 drives right after this bearish divergence to the 9 EMA. Pretty effective, or not very effective bearish divergence that only got us to the 9 EMA, especially on 3 drives. It just shows this thing is bullish as hell.
Mm-hmm.
We've already tapped the critical zone, so you can't really get much of a target from that divergence. Now momentum volatility is slowly starting to contract a little bit. We haven't gotten the daily close to confirm it, but once the daily closes like this, then volatility is confirmed as contracting, and that probably leads to a little bit of consolidation and sideways through this way here, probably something like that, and then volatility will have contracted, and then you can shoot up again. 4R also just freshly put in fresh drive hidden bullish divergence with volatility contraction though. So if we can get a close over $61.04, the divergence should play out to the upside with giving us a target of $67.77. And then the volatility will start flipping back up and hitting extreme levels again.
Although the news that came up for Roblox on the last screen that you opened was analysts are upgrading the price target to 63 for Roblox. Oh, watch the fuck out from $60 to 63, everyone. Watch out. Wall Street's out there giving you advice.
5%. Wall Street guy goes, what do you mean 5%? Only?
I'm just
like, I mean, what do you mean only?
Yeah, exactly. He's like, this is like record breaking for us.
And then they call crypto traders retards who pull 5% in 5 minutes.
Yeah. Although we are retarded.
Bigly.
Yeah.
Monthly volatility is starting to expand from about 30 or 32%. We're entering into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $51. It's never been in the critical zone ever. 2 week is also expanding from 12%. Very low expansion. We're below the extreme lows, and we're at only 50% currently. And we're about to enter the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $54.22. And we're also getting over the 55 EMA for the first time, which has been resistance this whole way through. Weekly is also expanding on volatility from about 10-13%. We're going to be entering into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $59.50. Weekly is pointed up as well by expanding from 20% volatility, and we're going to be in the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $59.40. Two-day started contracting on volatility after this move down to the 21 EMA. Now it's expanding once again. This is going to be where we very likely get that double extreme on volatility, and then we get a contraction phase. And momentum is going to be breaking into the critical zone and be pointed up as long as we're above $57.65. And that double extreme should probably get us towards that $62, $63 area. The one time with the analysts give a price target and it seems reasonable. Daily, the double extreme to 62, 63s, because they're like upgrading the target to $63. Daily is now contracting on volatility. We haven't gotten the close yet, though. But for now, the volatility is below the moving average. Get that close in the next 3 hours, 45 minutes. Then volatility will start contracting. Probably we end up getting like a sideways or maybe a pullback. If we lose this area here at $55.65, I'd be looking for a gap fill from here to maybe somewhere around like 43.80 to anywhere from there to 47.80. Then at that point, volatility would have fully contracted, and then we'd be ready for another move up. And what lines up with that pullback is that momentum is starting to turn down, and we're going to be testing the edge of the critical zone. We're going to flip down as long as we're below $60.62.
Which we are. I would think just by looking at the chart on the 2 week that based on the silver cross that's about to happen, the opportunity will come at the 9, right?
Yeah. But with the 2 week silver cross, though, if it does cross, this 9 is going to go up. So then this is going to be tapping like this and this. So you won't really be able to know if that was the retest or the next one is going to be the retest. But you probably still will get a higher low from closing
Yeah.
over this day. That's happened to me a lot where I'm like, you get one of these setups, it crosses, this gets dragged up severely, and then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna wait for the next tap of the 9. It makes a higher low, but it never taps the 9 again.
That would be such a cocksucking move, but also, you know, it is what it is. I feel like that level at 53.74 is just so important for this shit because it's flipping resistance into support.
Daily switch not to 4 hour, however, though volatility is still contracting while momentum is flipping back up, re-entering into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $58.46. But with volatility contracting, though, is this kind of telling you that unless we break this high over here at $61.01, this is very likely just a corrective bounce before we end up retesting this line again and having it fail to fill this gap around $48. But that pullback is still just an idea unless we close below 58.62. A little bit lower time frame. 2 hour already got its double extreme on the volatility after it hit it once, hit it again. Now it's already contracting, and we're about to flip down on momentum as long as we're below $60.35, and we're going to be rejecting the critical zone. So it's kind of looking based on the pretty high time frames, like around the monthly and the 2 week, is that momentum is still pointed to the upside. Looks like we're probably going to go deeper into the $60 area, possibly make a local top around that area, come back and make a higher low. But the bullish divergences in the higher time frames would still target somewhere around the $70 zone, and that's still expected to make its way towards there after making higher lows. But if you go down towards like the 2 hour and the daily, the momentum is starting to turn down with volatility starting to shift down. Kind of looks that we put in a local top for the moment, come back down a little bit. If we do break that previous low that we had at $58.62, I would be looking for it to come down and fill the gap at somewhere around $48. That would then very likely be our next higher low based off of the 2 week and the weekly, and I would expect for a spring from there into the low 60s and then into the 70s eventually.
Yeah, I'm liking these Roblox trade.
And to be honest, I don't think it's going to stop in the 70s because then structure is going to be flipped. I think it's probably going to go back to the hundreds.
It's looking fucking good. It's looking really good. All right, so we got Cardano, Tesla.
Nice.
And the reason why Abu was asking about Tesla is because it already got to the objectives that we had, the targets at 409. So now that means that are we going to have continuation to the 460? Just wanted to put that up there.
It'd be funny to, like I said, hit 420, 421, and then get that actual big pullback there.
Back? Yeah. I mean, it's been running like fucking crazy, but also it's been consolidating for like 30 years. So,
you know, if Elon hadn't gotten sued for his by the SEC for his tweets, for a fact, he would have screenshotted Tesla price at 420 and said, all right, buyer, stop.
There's no doubt. I would too.
But then shit would have tanked from there.
At least I would hope so. Yeah. All righty. Thank you, sir. Bueno, tenemos acá Roblox. Roblox ha tocado un máximo histórico en los $140 cuando salió. Recuerdan ese famosísimo IPO en el 2021 que literalmente nos llevó en cuanto salió, abrió en $64, correcto. Llegó a casi $100. Es una zona bastante importante para el precio de Roblox, por lo que voy a poner una línea también por acá para tener mis niveles. Perdón. Estamos cotizando en este momento en 60.12, que es una zona bastante importante. Este es un gráfico de 2 semanas. Pueden ver por acá, donde está el tope de la vela, que es también los huicazos de acá abajo, el cierre donde abrió esta vela verde y abajo donde han cerrado. Es una zona, a mi gusto, crítica. Y la razón por qué es simple es por esta estructura. Siento que una vez que rompas esto a la alza, tienes una gran posibilidad de ir a buscar estos objetivos y es un poco lo que estamos viendo en temporalidades altas. Lo tengo en 2 semanas porque no hay tantas velas, pero vamos a ver cómo se ve la de 3 meses. Se ve absolutamente ridículo, pero por primera vez en la historia estamos por encima del promedio de la 9 en la trimestral de Roblox. ¿Qué decimos siempre cuando estás encima de la 9 en un gráfico tan potente? Esto quiere decir que estamos en un mercado alcista. Y pueden ver, ninguna de estas velas en la historia había cerrado encima del 46.31. Ninguna. Es el 46.31 es esta zona. Esta es la primera que lo va a lograr. Le faltan 18 días y 4 horas. Obviamente cualquier cosa puede pasar, pero por ahora se ve bastante bien. Vamos rápido a la mensual. Vamos a ver en la mensual cómo se ve la cosa. La cosa se ve famosa y se ve sabrosa. La razón por qué se ve sabrosa es porque estamos creando mínimos. Está subiendo. Rompiste esta zona a mi gusto. Toda esta zona es muy importante porque una vez rota esta zona a la alza, te queda, ahora sí que no hay nada más que aire limpio hasta esta zona de confluencia donde ves la línea verde que está en los 73.60. El 9 está por encima del 21, jamás lo había estado en la historia, en la mensual, y lo logró hacer con esta vela verde, por lo que nos indica que el precio lleva fuerza. De nuevo, el HPDR no funciona en este tipo de temporalidades, así que ni se los voy a enseñar. Voy a dejar de dibujar también y les voy a enseñar la volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo del punto más bajo y apenas lo está haciendo justamente en la última vela, que es la verde, lo que nos dice que tiene bastante camino y a Roblox le gusta estar en 100% por 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 meses antes de cansarse. Así que si creen que esto ya tocó techo, como les dije, techo en el pecho, no. No, todavía no. Le queda bastante. Le queda bastante todavía. Eso es la mensual. Vamos a ver rápido la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas es mi gráfico favorito en esta acción. Una vez más, venimos de el punto más bajo de la volatilidad. Rompimos a la alza justamente. No sé si lo consideraría. Sí. En esta vela verde y desde entonces, una vez que cerró esta vela verde, ha trepado el precio Roblox un 30 y casi un 37%. Nada mal para una acción, diría el buen tío Salo. Güey, deja de decirte el buen tío Salo. Ok, ya. Estamos a punto de ver un cruce plateado a punto de pasar. Por primera vez en la historia estamos por encima del 55 sólidamente en Roblox en la temporalidad de 2 semanas, 9 por encima del 21 y el 21 está a punto de cruzar esto, lo que nos diría que la oportunidad va a venir donde está este 9. Este 9 probablemente vaya a subir esta zona y es donde creemos que vaya a ser la zona de máxima oportunidad para la entrada en Roblox si es que llega a dar el retroceso. Con la volatilidad expandiendo y apenas en 50%, sabiendo que le gusta estar en extremos, este movimiento tiene bastante camino para poder continuar. Ahora, con eso dicho, voy a ponerles rápido las bandas del HPDR para que podamos ver y poner objetivos rápidos. Y pueden ver que claramente un viaje al 66 es algo casi inevitable, donde también coincide con esta vela verde en 66.88. Eso nos da más confluencia de que probablemente vayamos a llegar a ese nivel. Todavía queda bastante empuje y faltan 3 horas 36 minutos para cerrar esta vela, por cierto. ¡Wow! Cerrando arriba el 76. Cerrando arriba del 78.6%, tenemos un free ride hasta el 83.3%, así que esperemos que lo logre y también con la confluencia esta línea meme, esperemos que también podamos cerrar por encima de ello. Sería un cierre semanal absolutamente brutal, encima del 60-50, es lo que estaríamos buscando. Digo, bisemanal. Esta es la semanal que también cierra en 3 horas y 35 minutos. Podemos ver que estamos ya casi en extremos. Estamos en el 95%. Volatilidad comenzó a expandir justamente con esta vela verde. Lo pueden ver desde acá y también lo hizo, no del punto más bajo, pero de los puntos más bajos que hemos visto en la tabla y continúa expandiendo. Está en 64% la volatilidad. Nada mal. Por acá tenemos un objetivo de 62.70 y sobrevendido sería nuestra línea de acá arriba en 97. Ha llegado a los 97 definitivamente, pero también no hay tanta, lo pueden ver acá, no hay tanta información, por lo que también no va a ser el mejor indicador posible del planeta esto. Pero por ahora tenemos cara de que vamos mínimo a buscar la zona de los 62, 63. Esperemos que el día de hoy en 3 horas Roblox pueda cerrar encima de esta línea. Si no, no nos sorprendería que vaya a haber consolidación. Y de nuevo, les estábamos diciendo, voy a ponerle una de 2 días. Estábamos diciendo que no nos sorprendería un retesteo de esta zona por acá en los 54 a 53 dólares, porque estamos ya entre el 78 y el 83%, lo pueden ver, y está cansándose el movimiento. En la de 2 días la volatilidad ya está en 70%, venimos de un setup de jamás que nos lo perdimos tristemente, y en la diaria nos cuenta un poco de la misma historia. La volatilidad ya está casi en el doble extremo del 100. Vamos a esperar porque en la de 4 horas, por ejemplo, la volatilidad ya se está dando la vuelta para abajo y contrayendo. Y de nuevo coincidimos con esta línea meme, la de 60-50, lo más importante para poder lograr un cierre encima de eso. Nos llevaría a Valhalla todos juntos. Así que Roblox se ve bastante bien, quitando todas estas cosas. Quitando todos estos indicadores, ¿no? También llevándolos a la semanal, a la de 2 semanas, perdón. Bien, Alejandro, la de 2 días. Felicidades. Déjeme rápido para ahorrarme todo el tiempo y darle doble clic acá para que lo puedan ver bien. Personalmente creo que romper esto va a ser esencial para Roblox para poder tener literalmente ir a buscar esos nuevos máximos históricos. ¿Cuánto se va a tardar en llegar a eso? No tengo ni puta idea. Es un 2X en tu dinero. Si llegamos a este punto del 134.96, que también sería mi siguiente objetivo en esto. Se ve muy alcista, tío. Lo único es, en temporalidades cortas estamos viendo que se está cansando este movimiento alcista y probablemente veamos una pausa o tal vez una corrección, pero una corrección para después conseguir un nuevo alto más bajo, que probablemente lo haga por acá, y con ese alto más bajo, puede ser arriba o abajo de esta, da igual. Una vez que haga eso, poder repuntar a la alza. Roblox se ve potentemente potente. All righty, sir. We're ready. This is Roblox. Now we're going to go into what everyone's been waiting for. A Why Dudes for Harris chart.
Yeah. So I'm still in the camp that Cardano is putting in a major setup, specifically on the 2-month. If we go and view the 2-month, which, is looking, so these ranges have stepped down a bit. I do think once this 2-month closes in 18 days, I'm going to be all eyes on the 77, 76 cent area, because I do believe that once that occurs, that could easily take us to, $1.57, if not all the way at $4.70, which is pretty insane to really think about. We see volatility here is at the lowest Cardano has ever been, and it's now above the moving average and expanding. So therefore now, the volatility setup is there to take us, in my opinion, up to that $4.70, which does seem kind of crazy. But also with what we know, the 95% right there. We also know that, ETH BTC is looking good. ETH's looking like it's about to bigly break out. It really wouldn't surprise me to start seeing Cardano actually look and perform pretty well. We see last alt season in that 2021, right before the top of Bitcoin in 2022, the bear market, we did see Cardano go pretty insane, actually. It's definitely not out of its nature. And we can just see here simply, even from that 98 cents to $1, it went all the way up to $3. So I do think that Cardano is potentially going to give us a major setup here soon. Just wanted to put that there first. And I want to also point out that we do have a monthly silver cross, I believe. Oh, well, wait, maybe we do. No, I wish we did. We don't. That's okay. But we do have the 9 crossing the 21. So that's a good sign overall. We talked about in the Academy Town Hall yesterday how strong those monthly silver crosses, are when they do occur. So, that would have been nice if we had it, but we don't. But that's fine. Because overall, Cardano it's been kind of just doing nothing. For years. And this is why I remember some guy in Tokyo, me and Farn were in Tokyo, and he's like, "Oh, you do crypto, really?" blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh, I love crypto. I've been holding Cardano for years now. And I just really straight up was just like, I looked first at his girlfriend. I looked at far and I started laughing. And I'm just like, why? Why would you hold this shit for years? It doesn't make sense. No trigger, no trade, boys. But here, I mean, even now, you can see that monthly 9, once we get a closure, probably does grind up more around that 70-cent level, which just matches up nicely. I'm sure, yeah, the EMA 5 is already there. And so that's why on this Picasso drawing I drew, I do believe we're going to get a nice pump up. I do think we're going to aggressively come down. And I would like to see that 2-month close where we're currently at, anywhere around here, anywhere above $1. And then I'm going to be watching, engaging simply the back test on the 2-month new candle open. And even if we just drew meme lines and we're like, well, yeah, we don't really have the HPDR, so what are you talking about? Well, I mean, you would have just been really all focused on this wick high here. You'd want this to be flipped into support, which just corresponds nicely with overall what I see with the HPDR going, reclaiming the 50%, coming back down, and then back testing the 50%, which also would be flipping this wick high support into support. What was resistance needs to be flipped into support. And so then I do think then there we'll start forming the structure, we're in an uptrend, and then we'll just start going up. What's nice about this too is the higher time frame median. I mean, even if we go to the quarterly here, we are above it, which is nice. And so again, it'll just be interesting to see where this median moves, because right now it's at 61 cents. And you can even see the quarterly reclaiming that 382 here, which would be the ideal. That's why I ideally want Cardano to close above $1. That would then give us an easy target back up to that 180. And from that point, I mean, we're talking about a potentially 75% move. If I get my bid, conservatively, I could make 100%. If what I think is going to happen, though, happens, this really could start printing pretty bigly. And that's why I do think Cardano is a piece of shitcoin. I would never invest in it. But I do think that Cardano is setting up for a mega trade that not many people are talking about because of just the stigma around Cardano. I mean, I definitely don't want to be a white dude for Harris kind of guy.
Well, here's the thing. That dude that you guys met in Tokyo with his girlfriend, he's probably watching her getting porked right now, so happy with this pump, no?
Absolutely.
Now his wife's boyfriend likes him.
Absolutely. They drove in a Hyundai, which is the official automotive supporter for Cardano holders.
I see.
And then they got a guy in downtown. They brought him to the hotel. The dude sat on the chair, and he's just been watching this guy go to town on his girlfriend.
And the funny part is,
things are going great.
Farn, remember we were in that hotel, and he wanted us to go to the club with his girl and him?
Yeah.
No, Alex, get the fuck out of here.
I'm not making. I swear to God.
And I was a little fucked up, so I kind of thought about it. I was like, "You want to go?"
Like, oh, yeah.
Alex was like, "Absolutely not."
He's a Cardano boy. The girl is like looking at us. We don't want to get into this farm. Let's just go to our room.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He by the way, in that hotel room, he submitted his vote for Harris.
Absolutely.
And the funny thing is, that night didn't even end there, because we had left our key card in the room, so we had to wait in line, and the line was long as fuck in that because there's the Tokyo hotel right next to the water and the Disney place. So we waited 45 minutes in line. They gave us our card. We go to the room. We forgot what room it was. They gave us the card to sit it on there. We tapped the card. It wasn't working. Then finally the door opened, and it had one of those little locks on there, like from the inside.
No way.
And we're like, what the fuck? So I put my hand in there slightly, and I opened it, and I walked inside, and we find out that some woman was showering in there.
Yeah, we were very upset about Hilton doing that to us.
Wow,
she was very upset. So the meme does kind of hold weight because that guy was interesting, but I do believe like it just really is going to be dependent on patience, and that's why I talked about this on the town hall about 2.5 weeks ago when we identified Bitcoin dominance topping, and that's just why I simply haven't given a trade yet. I'm just really patiently waiting for this 2 month, because I do think this 2 month will bring a lot of clarity in overall the ranges that we're seeing, but then also kind of seeing where this closes, because it would make a lot of sense, right? Reclaiming back above the 50%. And at that point, everyone's bullish on Cardano. Everyone's longing it at $1. Everyone's maybe at $1.30. And for me, I'm all about the extremity trade. So I'm like, this seems more probabilistic for a nice entry, a nice SR flip from that March high that we had. And then that could easily lead to the breakout to minimum $1.50, if not more degenerately, all the way back to that $4.70, which would be an all-time high for Cardano, which is very interesting to see, because if Cardano actually does break its all-time high that it formed here in 2021, that would actually give it a bunch of strength. I mean, we've only had a few altcoins so far break its all-time high. Binance, TRX, Solana, I believe, did as well. I think it broke its all-time high. And so, Cardano doing that would actually give it a lot of strength. But I just believe like patience is warranted. And so, right, we're on the 2-month, the monthly, the quarterly, and these take time. And so now let's go to the weekly and see what we see. Well, you can see here simply we are at the extremes. Volatility is approaching the extreme level. And it was giving us a nice weekly setup, and that's what was kind of guiding our bias. You also see, and this is why I just want to point out, would it be the most degenerate to say we easily come back down to that 80 to maybe 78 cent level? Absolutely not, considering we do actually have a weekly silver cross here. Now, we don't have the monthly, that's fine, but we do have a weekly, and that's still very strong. And we can see here that weekly silver cross retest is right around 85 cents. Yes, you can argue we already tried to do that. We're front running slightly. But I still don't think this is good enough, considering where volatility is now. Like it's pretty high. It's at 98.6%, approaching the extremes. We're at the 97.5% on the HBDR. I do think that we can easily come down to this zone, and what that would give us is a simple back test of that weekly SMA 200, a major level for Cardano that's been just steadily rejecting each time. Getting back above there would be a major shift in structure, in my opinion. So that's why I do think Cardano, isn't something that's been good, and it definitely hasn't been. And their holders are weird people, but I do think there's a good time to capitalize on this trade very soon on this next monthly close, because what we're going to get is a quarterly, a monthly, and a 2-month, and all that's going to shift the data around. I do think to becoming more bullish, and so. For me now, I'm just patiently waiting. I don't think it's worth shorting here. I don't think so, personally. I think it's just wiser to just patiently wait for actually that weekly SMA 200 retest. A major level in Cardano that we've never actually sustained a rally above. The only time was here when then we quickly deviated, hit that weekly 9, bounced up. And then once we got that closure, the SFP of the SMA 200 on the weekly, that's what actually led us down. And so it's very simple, right? As long as the weekly is holding above the SMA 200, you have to gauge this as a major opportunity, and you already would have been doing that simply off that major wick high rejection that occurred on March. And so in doing so and getting that retest fully, that would be a clean retest of the silver cross on the weekly. Here's see if the 2-week also has a silver cross. Fresh one, actually. I'll take this rainbow chart off. Here we go. You can see we actually just freshly silver crossed here. This 2-week is closing in 2 days. And so let's really gauge where this 2-week 9 goes, because this 2-week EMA 9 could be guiding our bias, where the weekly looks like it's slightly front running it. I go to the weekly real fast. We have the SMA 200 though right around 76 cents. Where that 2-week EMA 9 could easily move is closer to the 70-cent level, giving us max confluence. Because remember, this is a very fresh 2-week silver cross. And let's see really fast. Let's just mark this here. Let's see real fast if we've ever had any kind of other silver cross on Cardano. Let me just take this off, just make it easier. Oh, I need the 21 as well. Okay, so we've had a 2-week silver cross to the downside. And I mean, that led to a pretty big move down. I mean, from the cross, we'll take it from this right here all the way down. I mean, that led from the bottom all the way to a 74% drop. We see here, actually, let me see. Nice. We actually had one bullish silver cross in the history of Cardano. This is Binance too, and this is on Tether. Ryan, has Cardano been around longer than Tether's been around? Do you know?
I don't think so. Maybe.
My chart starts
No,
on November 2017.
I believe Tether's from like 2014 or 2015.
There you go.
Okay, I was just making sure, because that would dictate some stuff. So then so we've actually only had one 2-week silver cross to the upside on Cardano. And if we just mark that here, look how simple this was. Okay, we silver crossed. What do we know about the silver crosses? The 9 and the 21 holds. Okay, great. Well, I didn't get entry here and we busted through. Awesome. So now I'm just going to wait for that EMA 9 retest. Awesome. I just did that. Had you had longed right here on just a simple silver cross retest with overall trend break, yeah, I mean, it would have paid pretty nicely, in my opinion. I mean, and then maybe you sell once we lose that EMA 9. Well, at that point, you still would have caught a 900% move, even if you took it at the wick low here. The 845% move. That's absolutely absurd. And remember, it losing the 9 didn't invalidate the silver cross because we then bounced from the 21. So from that 2-week silver cross, we moved 66%. That's interesting to me because I don't think it's a coincidence that we're now getting that same kind of setup. Granted, here volatility was lower, and so that's why I really want to see this volatility on the 2-week start actually resetting here, because then that'll really start guiding our bias on why I do believe alt season's just around the corner, and I do think that certain alts that people aren't paying attention to anymore are actually going to start moving bigly, kind of like what we saw in 2017. The alts that moved in 2017, I do believe are just going to catch another bigger bid, or just more of those legacy coins, which Cardano is a legacy coin in my opinion. Let me see here. I'm curious too, from that wick high, let's say from here, and that's a 48% correction. Let's just say we go to that SMA 200, it's still a 40% correction. And that's just why I don't think it's wise to even scale spot here personally, because I don't want to take almost half a haircut on my spot trade. You throw $1,000 in, you're going to be down $410 before we could potentially bounce, or even just retest the silver cross on the 2-week. And that's why for me, it's wise to wait and be patient on this trade. Cardano is looking insane though, and I do think with patience, this could easily give us a major move up. I was looking like 2.5 weeks ago, Cardano, and also Chainlink, and we're just seeing some of those like legacy coins and older coins just really start to move. As we see here, Link is looking pretty insane, and it's looking quite good. And why are we talking about Link? Well, because it just kind of ties in right around where Cardano, I think Chainlink and Cardano came around the same cycle. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. But we're just starting to see, more of those legacy coins play out. And so for me now, and a legacy coin is this coin that's gone through 2 cycles or more. And so for me now, I mean, this is very simple. I mean, is this the right chart? Yeah, I think it is. I don't know where my chart went. Hold on. Here it is. Sorry about that. Was it USD? Weird. My chart just disappeared, but that's perfectly fine. Doesn't matter. So I mean, just we're just gonna take it with what we know. And so yeah, that's simply it. This is a trend shift though. I mean, we even just take the trend wave catalyst out. This is a trend shift. We understand here that March high rejection is pretty strong right here. Where was it? I don't know why my chart just did that. I have no idea. Am I on the wrong one?
You're looking at Litecoin, by the way.
My God, that's why. Jeez. My apologies. Yeah, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. Jeez.
I thought you were trying to make a point on Litecoin.
No. What happened to my Cardano chart? What the hell? Anyways, yeah. And then when I'm trying to do the wick high, I'm like, that doesn't make sense. I don't see it. Okay, fine. Yeah. So my bad. I was on Litecoin, but it doesn't matter. Like Cardano's looking amazing. We have a 2-week silver cross. We are at the extremes on the lower time frame on the HPDR. We have volatility resetting here. And so this isn't really the wisest place, in my opinion, to be bidding this. You also see that median now is still above price. So meaning, we are still kind of in that bearish posturing in the sense that we easily can just get a pullback. That's why I don't think it's wise to be longing this here. I do think that this 2-day candle could easily reject the 382 and then come all the way back down closer to the 88 to 95% range, which then lines up nicely with our macro view of that weekly 9, the 2-week SMA 200. If I want to put it on right here, where is it? Okay, yeah, no, I said weekly 9. I mean, it is still reasonable, the weekly 9, but it's mainly that the weekly SMA 200 is what we want to gauge, and confluence to that 2-week setup we have. It's all kind of come around the same area, because yes, I know the 2-week EMA 9 right now is at 68.52, but this is also closing in 2 days, and after these big pumps, oftentimes these EMA 9s do move nicely up. It's always the fast moving average, so it's always going to trail price. And so that's why for me, this zone here, I'll just box it in. This zone's the opportunity to go long on Cardano. It's why I have a little deviation here, because also a little predatory. I do think that could easily come into us actually going and testing that weekly SMA 200. So, for now, just be patient on Cardano, because it's giving us a pretty massive setup on the higher time frames. But even like I said, the weekly's at the 97.5%, and volatility could actually fall under the moving average, which whenever I see this moving average, this oscillator fall under the moving average like this, it just tells me, okay, yeah, we could just be more in a corrective state, which is exactly what bulls would want. By the book, when you get these breakouts, I mean, you want to see this SMA 200 get retested. And where people get messed up is they start longing here, they start longing here, and they start longing here. But me, I'm like, no, I want to start longing here, because like once we start longing down here, that's like where we at least can understand. Because where are you going to put your stop? Where do you know you're wrong? And if we really just start dumping right here and putting in a bullish retest, you're going to be sweating and feeling like it's not really that bullish because of just how emotion is. But then if you're the wise man and you just patiently wait and you catch the long maybe here, now okay, well, yeah, I can easily spot trade this. And if the SMA 200 on the weekly gets lost, that's just going to be my metric to close this trade, because I know last time this happened was here, and that's what led to that major dump on Cardano. So as long as we hold that, then theoretically we should be going up, which then also corresponds with that March high, which then also corresponds with the 2-week EMA 9 silver cross retest, assuming this moves up a little bit more into the 70s. And so that's what I see on Cardano. I'm actually curious to see how the 5 days looking too, because I do like 5-day on alts. Let me just delete this real quick so there's no confusion. What the heck? There it is. And here, perfect. And then yeah, even the 5-day EMA 21 is going to come right around that 70 cents. And so, we see the 618 too is right around that 79 cents. And so, how I decipher this too is, you're getting good confluence on all time frames that a pullback is more likely, especially now what I was showing you on the weekly. We're getting that on the 5-day where that oscillator is moving under the moving average, giving us more of a bias that I do think we could easily get a pullback around here. We just want to gauge that pullback and really be patient and remember that I do think the 2-week here is going to guide our entry. And so wherever this 2-week EMA 9 goes, ideally it goes closer to that 74 to 76 cents, then we're going to get all these confluence areas on why that should be an area of interest actually. Until then, I don't think it's wise to short this, because where are you going to put your stop? I mean, if you shorted it here, well, you're going to have your stop at 130. That's just like really big, because even on the 2x, you're losing 40%. That's why I just think the wiser trade is just to sit on your hands and wait. Curious to see how the 6-month looks as well, because we are getting that 6-month. I always forget that's closing. You can just see I don't know how great these are, because it's all data dependent. But I mean, even there, the 6-month is giving us that $4 target, if not $3, which I'll be very happy even if I get my long and we do go up to even $1.50. That's a win for me. If we go to my degenerate target, then yeah, I do like, this is alt season. This is crazy. And so yeah, that's all I really see on Cardano. And it even would make sense, a 6-month, right? We've only had like 2 closures of the 6-month back above that 84 cent level. And then once we lost it, it was just pretty bad on price. And so it makes sense for the 6-month to close above these wick highs here, this rejection, this resistance, and then actually come back down aggressively, trap a lot of shorts, and then form a really nice wick up. And this is used as like a spring for this scenario here. That would just make a lot of sense to me. See if I see anything else we're talking about on Cardano. Cardano now is falling under Let me see where the 34 is. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so Cardano now is like it's bearish on the 4 hour in the sense that we are now under all the moving averages that I like watching, and so right now it makes sense that we are at the EMA 100. This is kind of like the last spot for bulls on the 4 hour to defend. The issue is you have a shooting star here, and so now I mean you technically I guess could short this with a stop here, but that just seems aggressive because we know how altcoins are. So again, you should use this lower time frame analysis to guide your bias on when you could think maybe Cardano is going to get the deeper pullback. If we start losing that EMA 100, then we're going to come back down to that. You know, I don't like using the SMA 200 on anything more than on a daily and above, but you know, it is right around that 94 cents. And so, you know, we're going to gauge that level to level essentially. But even if you don't look at the SMA 200 and you just look at the EMA 100, yeah, I mean, losing this would just be a straight drop to the mean line. And it literally could just be like that. And yes, the 4 hour can shift to a downtrend. That's perfectly okay. But it doesn't mean anything on the macro because the macro still really could just be shifting into a higher low before we higher high break. And unfortunately for bulls, that higher high break, you know, will be that $3 zone. So for me now, Cardano is looking constructive. I think patience will pay. I think you should be gauging that 2-month closure. Ideally, it closes above $1, and then catch these 2-week silver cross entry because as history has shown, that 2-week silver cross has just been, you know, pretty strong on Cardano. We can see that just the 9 has been holding, and you know, had you used this same logic along the pullback, got long right around here, you know, that would have paid an over 2,000%. Do I think that's going to happen? No, but you know, is a 300 to 400% unreasonable for an alt? Definitely not, especially if Cardano at this point even goes back and just tests its all-time high. We're talking about a potential 250 to 280% move. So it's definitely not unreasonable. But with volatility where it's at now, you definitely want to just be patient here because I'm personally not scaling longs, and I'm definitely not going to short this. I'm just going to be waiting for this. And that's kind of all I see with Cardano. And we even get HBDR confluence of that. So, you know, holding the 786 will probably give us back to that 95% zone, which at that point is just holding the overall higher time frames. And yeah, here, this is kind of it. You just want that 50% backtest to be the trigger. You know, and then even like I said, going to that 618 is right around that 160. Still a mega move if you catch along at 76 to even 80 cents. So patience will pay on this. Cardano is actually looking very constructive, and it is welcoming to see that the 2-week has a silver cross to the upside. It's only happened one other time. So.
That's fucking nuts. Yeah. You know, you gotta give respect to where it's due, and we gotta give it to that fat man that looks like a witch from Harry Potter. What's his name? Charles Hutchinson?
Huskins, something.
Huskins, some shit like that. Yeah, that's been saying that Cardano's gonna be better than Bitcoin. So I believe him now.
He's also a co-founder of Ethereum.
Oh, I know that. Well, he co-founded Ethereum, and then he was like, "Fuck this shit. I'm going to make Cardano." Right? That's how that.
But there's like 50 million co-founders of Ethereum.
Yeah, including the U.S. government. But we won't talk about that. Alex, we salamis for you.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Did he just accidentally leave?
I have no idea, Farin, honestly. Oh, there he is.
Listen, guys, every now and then with my mouse, if I have both hands, because I have one of those like big pads, if I have like 2 fingers at the same time, it'll just like take me outside of a screen. And that happens. So I'm sorry. Please be patient. I'm a boomer. I'm learning how to use electronics. Guys, actually, I should have no excuse. I saw the fucking computer being born. I use floppy disks. Yeah, so it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, but it's true. At least I'm not a Cardano holder.
Yeah, nowadays people would be like, "What's a floppy disk?"
Oh, they have no idea. I'm blown away by that. Or mini disc. Have you ever seen a mini disc, Alex?
Those tiny little CDs.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about at all.
Fuck me. All
God,
right. Well,
old.
good for you. Good for you. Being young must be incredible. Ok, estamos viendo Cardano, por cierto. Imagínense la felicidad de todos los holders de Cardano después de todos estos años de estar compartiendo a su esposa o a su novia con otros hombres sin que su moneda suba, ahora pueden hacerlo en lo que su moneda está subiendo. Felicidad. No sé por qué, ese es como el chiste de los Cardano holders. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, estamos viendo aquí Cardano. Lo primero que en la trimestral y lo primero que podemos notar es que una vez más, por primera vez desde esta vela en el 2021, estamos por encima del promedio del 9 y por primera vez en la historia del 21, porque esto nunca había populado. La última vez que eso pasó, las velas nos llevaron 1,670% a la alza. Nada mal. Acá esperamos, si fuera lo mismo, ¿no? Un 1,600%. Perdón, tengo que estornudar. Uy, ¿hasta dónde nos llevaría Cardano? Uf. 1,600% sería $6.50. Ahora estoy completamente aventándome una mega chaqueta. Estamos analizando el precio de Cardano y lo que estamos viendo es sencillo. Hemos tenido, obviamente, este alto histórico en los $3.1 que ocurrió en el 2021. ¿Quién puede olvidarlo? En julio. Y desde entonces caímos y Cardano consolidó por años, literalmente desde el 21 hasta el 24. Entonces, una buena cantidad de tiempo se pasó haciendo esto. Vean lo importante que es esta línea meme en los 80 centavos. ¿Por qué es importante? Porque todo este periodo el precio de Cardano estuvo abajo. Todo este periodo el precio de Cardano ha estado abajo. Y la única vez que ha estado por encima de esto ha tenido pompazos a extremos. Entonces, es lo primero que nos vamos a llevar como nota mental todos nosotros. Lo siguiente que vamos a checar es la volatilidad. La volatilidad está reseteando. No hay nada apoyando este movimiento en la trimestral, pero bueno, ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver en la mensual rápidamente, donde la volatilidad efectivamente está expandiendo y está expandiendo desde acá. ¿Es el nivel más bajo en lo que ha llegado la volatilidad en Cardano en toda la historia? No, pero es cerca del nivel más bajo y pueden ver que esta expansión de volatilidad está apoyada que esta expansión de precio está apoyada por la volatilidad. Al mismo tiempo, en la mensual, no tienes un cruce plateado, pero estás muy cerca porque nunca se dio. Aquí empezó a popular el promedio del 55, lo puedes ver ahí abajo, es el naranja. Y ahorita el 9, el 21 y el 55 están aquí abajo, lo que nos dice que estamos en un mercado alcista de Cardano en un gráfico mensual, bastante importante e interesante, creando mínimos en el área de los 20 centavos, mínimos más altos en el área de los 27 centavos y ahora cotizando en $1.10. Cuando, ya habíamos platicado la volatilidad, nos vamos a acercar un poco más a la de 2 semanas en Cardano y podemos ver, tienes un cruce plateado y aquí es donde a nosotros empieza a tener sentido un trade en Cardano. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes la volatilidad empezando a llegar a extremos. Sí, a Cardano le gusta quedarse en extremos, pero está llegando ya a extremos efectivamente en la de 2 semanas. Si volteamos a ver la semanal, solamente quiero hacer un punto acá. Venimos de este periodo de básicamente un setup de Hamas Express. Este es un... Pardon, this is an Express Hamas setup because it was just no volatility, but extreme volatility.
Hamas set up Prime.
Yeah,
This
literally.
Prime shipping.
Yeah, this is the most explosive Hamas setup I've ever seen. The fastest to explode. So there you have it. Cardano is explosive. Just like those holders. Así que estamos viendo que la volatilidad en Cardano está cansándose y esto nos quiere decir que probablemente estemos ante una corrección. Tiene que haber un reseteo de volatilidad. Esperemos que la volatilidad vaya a la parte de abajo. En la semanal también tenemos un cruce plateado, por supuesto. Y acá vamos a tomar nota en la semanal, porque para nosotros podemos ver que el promedio de los 200, que es el SMA 200 acá, nunca lo habíamos superado desde que empezó a popular. Estuvimos abajo, 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 abajo. Y ahora por primera vez lo estamos usando probablemente como soporte. Pero ¿qué pasa cuando rompes a la alza en una zona? Tienes cruces plateados y además tienes el SMA 200 justamente en la zona de los 76 centavos. Déjenme, no les cuento, vamos rápido a la diaria. y en la diaria pueden ver el periodo de extremos en el que estamos con la volatilidad contrayendo y están viendo al mismo tiempo una corrección. Ok, ¿qué nos dice todo esto? ¿Qué nos cuenta toda la sopa de absolutamente esto? La manera más sencilla de verlo es en el semanal y lo que nosotros creemos es, tienes cruces plateados, silver crosses. Cuando tienes un silver cross, la ley, la regla es no entras acá, no entras acá, no entras acá, no entras acá. Para todos los que están viendo, ¿dónde entras? Cuando vienes a retestear esta zona. Cuando venga el precio de Cardano a retestear por acá, ahí es donde se va a abrir una oportunidad grande para poder entrar a Cardano. La razón, ¿por qué? Puedes hacerlo con el 9 o lo puedes hacer con el 200. Yo este trade lo haría en spot. No me voy a meter en pinche apalancamiento con Cardano. Compraría el promedio del 9 o el promedio del 200 en el semanal y también le echaría un ojo al 3 días, ¿dónde está el 21? Porque eso es donde también tiene cara que va a ir. Por lo que para nosotros esta zona que antes le costó mucho trabajo a Cardano pasar de una vez que cayó en el 2022, literalmente no pudo hasta finales del 2024. Casi le tomó 3 años a Cardano poder superar esta línea, por lo que muy probablemente, que era antes resistencia, Cardano va a volver esto soporte, va a ser algo así. Tal vez nos dé un huicazo para abajo y de ahí de continuación el movimiento una vez que la volatilidad se resete y esté lista para hacerlo. Cosas que también vemos en la semanal. Déjenme simplemente pongo el HPDR para que también lo puedan ver ustedes. En el HPDR podemos ver que nuestro movimiento al 97% coincide con esta línea en el 1.437, $1.47, por lo que si aguantamos y tenemos cierres encima del dólar, podemos empezar a pensar tal vez, y esto cierra en 2 días y 6 horas, podríamos empezar a ver este movimiento. Pero vean en la diaria dónde está parado Cardanillo. Aquí tienes la media y esto va a ser un punto importante para el precio. Tenemos que poder superar esta media para romper e ir a buscar la zona del 1.4. Y acá es básicamente todo. Una vez que tengas ese gran retesteo en la semanal o en cualquiera, ¿no? De esta zona, ahí es donde lo veríamos nosotros como una oportunidad de entrada. ¿Y por qué? ¿Por qué no aquí? Porque si entras acá y cae ahí, te va a quitar un 27% de donde está ahorita el precio de Cardano. Y eso va a espantar a muchísima gente, porque perder 27, 30% de tu dinero en semanas te va a decir, ok, cagué este trade, me voy a cambiar. Y en cuanto te cambies y esto venga a rebotar justamente a la zona que dijimos, va a volver a trepar, simplemente basado en todo lo que estamos viendo en los servers de volatilidad y momentum, creemos que tiene mucha más probabilidad de hacer esto. Así que todos los holders de Cardano que votaron por Kamala Harris y que manejan un Hyundai, felicidades, lo están logrando, están a punto de llegar a un gran nivel y este es un trade al que yo estoy interesado. Les vamos a mandar a todos los que tienen los trading signals en la academia también, vamos a prepararlo para cuando esté listo el trade en Cardanillo, para que les llegue. Para aquellos que gusten tomarlo, no lo voy a decir, para aquellos que gusten tomarlo. All righty. Farhad, what do you got? You got Tesla for me?
Oops, I muted Tesla.
Let me see.
I think he hit another new all-time high today.
Oh, yeah, he did. 428, baby. Let's go.
Elon's now getting close to being twice as much worth as Bezos, number 2.
Damn. I guess being bald doesn't give you an edge anymore.
That's kind of crazy.
Well, technically, Elon was balding. He only has hair because he got a hair transplant.
Oh, he got several. Yeah.
So Elon can be considered in the bald club too. Bald with hair.
Yeah. What was insane was we were talking about it like before when Trump won, and we were like, we were saying that he was going to become a trillionaire, and I said I think he's going to do it in 4 years. And at this pace, he might do it in 2.
Yeah, literally. Like that's actually absurd. Like being worth twice the amount of Bezos. That's unthinkable.
Insane.
That's crazy. Yeah.
There was a certain point where they kept going neck and neck. Like sometimes Elon would be one, then Bezos, then Elon.
Yeah.
Now he just runs so far ahead of him.
Absolutely. Fucking Jesus.
Quarterly on Tesla closes in 18 days. And we're not only above the 38.2, but we're above this meme line as well. this is looking like a prime setup with momentum about to break into bullish control. Volatility having reset from all the way up to 100%. Now it's down to 40%. The jewel is flipping back around, just above the bearish control, and in 1 or 2 more opens, it's gonna go back into bullish control. Last time it's ever been there, it was in July of 2020 when price did multiple X's, thousands of percent. That should theoretically, with volatility flipping up and momentum flipping up, give us a probability of hitting this area, which is such an insane number, $864. That's more than a 2x from here. That puts Tesla at like what, $3 trillion to $4 trillion. It's like 1.5 right now, right?
Yeah. Well, right now the market cap is 1.38 the current price.
So an almost 3.
Yep.
Which is, I think, what Microsoft is at right now.
That's right. Microsoft, Apple, and Nvidia.
Monthly is now also over the meme line and the 78.6. That takes us to the 88.3. Since momentum is now in bullish control and volatility is at 79%, and this thing goes to 100% of volatility. So it can go up another 20%, 21% before it stopped out. 88.3 is now at about just over $600, at $609. So that $846 number, not like, even if it does go there, not in a straight line, probably to that $600 area first, local top there, and then maybe one of these type of things before we go up again. 2 week is getting to pretty high areas of momentum at 93%. Moving average still catching up though. It's at 43. Volatility is at 93. Moving average is only at 65%. So maybe one more move up towards that 95%, 97% in like 500, mid $500 area. Then from there, probably momentum and volatility will tap out. Would be nice to see a little bit of a consolidation in there while the ranges step up. Maybe a little retest of this previous all-time high meme line, and then continuation towards like that $600 next area on HBR. Weekly is getting pretty high up. So momentum is already starting to shift down, still above the moving average. So no really contraction yet. Same thing with the volatility. So maybe we can go up a little bit higher, tap this 97% at that $500 psychological number. Then we're going to be pretty high up. You're going to have to consolidate a little bit while these ranges step up. 5 days already doing that, getting very close to that 95%. While momentum already hit 100%, volatility is already hit 100%. Now they're going down a little bit. No confirmation of contraction because they're still above the moving average. Maybe you can get up a little bit higher towards that 486, which would take us into 500s because it's so close to that round number. Then from there, you almost certainly get a pullback. Daily is getting there as well. It's so weird. Oh, not today. So weird to me how with stocks you get 2-day chart and it'll tell you 3 days to close.
I still haven't figured out why, but yes.
So weird. On the 2-day, momentum is flipping back up after shifting down. It's at 87% now, so you can definitely go up higher a little bit before it tops out. Same thing with volatility. That could probably take us somewhere around the 95% to 97.5%, right around $500. And I think that also would build a whole bunch of FOMO. If Tesla were to go from here straight to $500, like from 300s to 500s, and every time they put on the news like, oh, Elon is now worth $500 billion, he's worth like 550, then people really might want to get in towards that $500, make that a top, then dump it on them.
I do think the opportunity to enter again the trade will be at 358.
Yeah, a quick little swipe down below the previous all-time highs. Get everybody a little scared.
Yeah, that seems to be like the next area that should hold support.
On the daily, we're just about to close over this previous projected high on the current all-time highs at $429.30. If we close over that, we should get that move up maybe into the mid 400s, high 400s, possibly all the way up to $500. And especially if it wants to cause FOMO, it'll use that to go straight to $500. Right now, momentum is starting to flip back up, getting over the moving average. Same thing with volatility. That also lines up with that move to maybe mid 400s to $500. Oops, wrong button. You know, most people say that Coke tastes better from a glass bottle. I prefer it from the can.
No, I have to agree with most people there.
I like the glass. The
Oh,
can
yeah.
is best.
The can is the cold metal.
Mm, mm.
But he's silently judging.
I was like, wait, what kind of are you talking about, Farm?
Hmm?
When you're like, Coke tastes better, I was like thinking, what kind of Coke is this guy talking about?
At first, yeah. When he started, I was like, where is this going?
Because I was taking a sip of my Coke Zero. So on the quarterly, we are above our previous all-time highs. First time ever that in this recent rally that we've gotten a quarterly candle over the previous all-time highs. Every single time that the Tesla has closed a quarterly over its previous all-time highs, it's gone vertical from there. And now we're doing it off the back of hidden bullish divergence like we did every single time before as well. While the jewel is slipping around, about to give us a blue buy signal, volatility is starting to expand from pretty low levels down to 49%, 50%. Now we're confirmed expansion over the moving average, 56%. So we're only at 56% in volatility. We have fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. We've already hit the bullish control zone, but volatility is nowhere near topping out. That would take us to the critical zone. The number is going to move down a lot. It's a quarterly chart. Right now, that number's at $1,314. It's 3x from here. Come on. Load the RSI. Come on. Wow. Started. Oh, there we go. Interesting. So from this point on the RSI, momentum went. The RSI went and momentum went lower than it did all in these points, but these points here, but it made a higher low. That would be hidden bullish divergence right here on the monthly, which we've already basically hit the bullish control zone. Next area is the critical zone. That's about $567. Right next to $600. 2 week had a little bit of a hidden bearish divergence on this lower high right here, but then it ended up putting in a local bottom and massive local bottom and pump from there. So that divergence is gone. Weekly has confirmed hidden bullish divergence off its higher low, but we've already hit the critical zone, so can't really do anything. Same thing the 5-day. Daily as well, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, but we're already at the critical zone. But we're falling down from the critical zone now, which is expected to. We've rejected it 2 times now. So if we do get a pullback, maybe we go towards the moving average. That would be at about like $403. So zoom in on this a little bit. Yeah, that is a lower high. So we did make higher highs on the 4-hour price, but we made lower highs in the RSI. So there's potential for bearish divergence here. So that would give us that pullback to around that low $400 to $403. The way to confirm that divergence is if you close below $415. Close below 415 on a 4-hour, then that divergence should play out to like 400, 403. Especially since now we have contracting volatility. We have somewhat of a quarterly setup with volatility and momentum because volatility is flipping back up, confirmed with being above the moving average, and now momentum is flipping back up as well, rejecting bearish control, and it's going to be pointing up as long as we have we're priced above $294 and $298.95. So volatility expansion with momentum breaking up towards the bullish control zone should set up for a very nice and aggressive pump to the upside. Last time we've had momentum flipping up with volatility flipping up was right over here when price was $14. Then it went to $400. Maybe we can hit $850.
That would be fucking insane.
Elon
Then Elon would be worth about 600 to 700 billion.
Yeah, he'd be 3/4 of the way there to being a trillionaire.
That's what I'm saying. That's fucking insane.
Monthly is now breaking momentum into the bullish critical zone, while volatility is supporting it. Last time this ever happened was back at like $29.76 to $400.
Oh boy.
2-week expanding of volatility, momentum entering into the critical zone, pointed up above $383.10. Only at 87% on volatility, so we could get another move up, then double extreme. Possibly lines up with that move to maybe mid 400s, 500s. Weekly, 89% volatility, pretty high up, maybe one little swipe higher before it tops out. Momentum's in the critical zone and up as long as we're above $404.50. That is line up that if we do get a pullback, tap that $400 area, would come up to this to flip this volatility, and that would act as support and then send it back higher. 5 days, same thing as the weekly setup. 2 days, it's contracting on volatility after this little sideways move. Now it's about to start flipping back up with this move to the upside. Maybe this next 2-day open, it'll be above the moving average, and momentum is going to be pointed up above almost 420, 419.50.
Close
enough. Volatility starting to expand again after this contraction from many periods of 100%. Went all the way down to 25%, 26%. Now it's starting to expand again. 88%, so we can go a little bit higher. Momentum is up. That's pretty close. It's going to be up as long as we're above $428.15. 4 hours now contracting again on volatility after hitting 88%, and momentum is going to flip. Is going to stay to the upside in the critical zone as long as we're above $424.10. So right now, even this one is starting to get very close as well. 2 hours contracting on volatility is still from about like low 80% area, and momentum is starting to flip back up as long as price is over $429.30. Just on the edge of there.
Yeah. It's over. It's under. It's under.
This is an even more degenerate time frame. Still
on the 30-minute chart.
Volatility expanding. Still, even this one is to the upside.
Yeah.
Looks like the local bottom could be in before we get a little swipe. So right now on the monthly and on the quarterly, it's giving ideas that are so retarded, somewhere between $600 and $850. The quarterly bullish divergence right now would have a target only if it hits it in this quarter of $1,300. All the other time frames, like the 2-week and the weekly, are setting up for like maybe one swipe higher before we end up getting consolidation. The lower time frames, like the daily, and starting to flip down with momentum starting to get very close to the edge, still slightly above it. So, and volatility is getting a little high. So that also lines up with one little swipe up. Then you go all the way back down to the degenerate 4 hour and 30-minute. And now we're getting volatility expansion with momentum slightly being flipped up. That also lines up with one little swipe higher, maybe mid 400s, possibly $500. Then the weekly and the 2-week would reach extreme volatilities, and we'd probably get a consolidation phase, pull back from there. We'd get that 4 hour bearish divergence. First target would be somewhere around $400. Maybe bounce there, maybe not. If we don't bounce there, mid to high 300s. Almost certainly bounce there based off high time frame setups, and then continue upwards to those ridiculous numbers.
Damn. Good for Elon. Good for Elon Musk. Musketeer. All righty. Thank you, sir. That was great. Looking forward to seeing Tesla making Elon the richest man in the universe, because actually not a lot of people know this, but he's not. Gamu from planet Omega G3 is actually the richest man in the universe. Everybody knows that.
He's richer than the Prince of all Saiyans.
Oh, absolutely. He's got a gigazillion dollars.
But Vegeta's got Bulma.
Those are pretty nice titties. All righty. At least they're cartoon. I can't say anything bad about a cartoon. It's just a cartoon, boys. It's like you don't even watch cartoon porn. Wait, you don't? I had someone ask me that. Like, I was making a movie and an actress was like, "Do you not watch cartoon porn?" I was like, "No." She goes, "I could swear that everyone does." And then she asked everyone, and everyone was like, "No." Anyways. Okay,
They're on
estamos
Blue
viendo.
Sky.
Say that again.
They're on Blue Sky.
Well, the people that's on Blue Sky is the Cardano holders too. That's man, that's why probably none of them are here because we don't have an account on Blue Sky.
Oh, I see.
I call it Blue Ski.
You know their tweets are called skeets.
Oh my God, I hate myself so much for knowing that. Vale, estamos viendo a Tesla rápidamente. Vamos a empezar por la trimestral. Qué movimientos de Tesla, por cierto, divinos, divinos. Pueden ver que estamos muy por encima del promedio de la 9, que está en los 266, y hemos dado este gran velazo a los $428, donde estamos cotizando en este momento. Tesla está creando, y ¿saben qué? Aquí hay un canal paralelo. En esta temporalidad, ¿cómo lo voy a querer jugar? Así. A extremos. Sí, aquí hay un canal paralelo. Me gusta esto. Ok, nada más lo quería poner yo para mí, voy a llevarme esto después, no lo vamos a usar ahorita. Entonces, estamos viendo que estamos muy por encima de todos los promedios, el 9 encima del 21, tiene una tendencia claramente alcista, altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos, y lo mismo pasa con el pasado, obviamente. Cuando volteamos a ver la volatilidad, podemos ver que comienza a expandir de, no el punto más bajo, pero lo comienza a hacer acá y está justamente en 56.9%. Algo que es importante saber es que a Tesla le gusta ir a extremos y tal vez se queden extremos 2/4, o sea, medio año. Entonces, para que esto acabe de dar movimiento, todavía tiene bastante fuerza esto. Voy a poner rápido el HPDR para ver qué tipo de objetivo nos da por acá. Va a ser una estupidez. Pero nuestro siguiente objetivo deberían de ser por ahí de los $846. Una absoluta locura. De nuevo, recuerden, esto no funciona muy bien en temporalidades tan altas porque esta vela debería cerrar en 18 días, 3 horas y deberíamos de llegar ahí. Si no llegamos, esto va a bajar. Entonces, no lo tomen tanto en cuenta. Solamente quería yo de chismoso verlo. Al igual que la de un mes, déjenme ver rápidamente, entrando justamente al 78.6% y tendríamos un viaje gratis al 609. Esto va a cerrar también en 18 días y 18 días y 3 horas. Algo que quiero hacer acá es ilustrar un punto. Esto es la mensual. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo y está en 82%. Todavía, una vez más, a Tesla le gusta estar en extremos, por lo que tiene todavía mucho más recorrido y además está apuntando literalmente, como yo en la mañana, para arriba. Así que pueden ver a Tesla completamente llevar muchísima fuerza en este mercado. Y acá eliminé todas mis líneas abajo porque son precios que creo que nunca en la puta vida vamos a volver a ver. Felicidades a todos los que compraron en 100, 140, de verdad, crack, 160, bien hecho. Vemos que Tesla está por acá en los 428, altos más altos. El 9 acaba de cruzar sobre el 21. Estamos arriba del 55. El 100 está acá. Todo pinta demasiado bien para Tesla en este momento. Y además tenemos camino para poder continuar. Y si continuamos una vez más en el HPDR, si podemos llegar ahí en 18 días, podríamos ver los $610. ¿Qué tan posible es eso? Vamos a seguir analizando para poder ver qué tan real es esto. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver volatilidad está entrando, empezando a llegar a extremos, está en 87.7%. De nuevo, le gusta estar en extremos, así que no me está dando ninguna indicación todavía que el precio acá se va a quedar. Tiene cara de que va a seguir un poco más para arriba. Eso lo estoy diciendo en la de 2 semanas. Vamos a ver qué objetivo tenemos. Algo ya más real, este objetivo en los 493, porque estamos en el 88.3% y eso nos da un viaje gratis al 95% que está en los $495. Tenemos cruce plateado a la alza que ocurrió justamente acá y desde entonces estamos subiendo, por lo que la oportunidad grande va a ser el retesteo a la 9. Por eso tengo esta línea justamente acá. Pueden ver el promedio de las 9 en la de 2 semanas está en los $300. Puede que volvamos a ver los $300. Personalmente, yo creo que la oportunidad de recompra va a aparecer en los 350. Ahorita les voy a enseñar por qué. Ya habíamos platicado de la volatilidad en la de 2 semanas. En la semanal la volatilidad está todavía más arriba, tiene todavía posibilidades de empujar, le gusta estar muchísimos periodos en 100%, por lo que nos dice que este movimiento tiene todavía chance para continuar. Vale, eso es la volatilidad. Tenemos un cruce plateado que ocurrió acá en la semanal y estamos muy por encima de todos nuestros promedios. Agarramos el 200, el S&P 200 para poder dar este madrazo desde los 238 hasta los $420, haciendo a Elon Musk el hombre más rico del planeta, casi 2 veces más rico que Jeff Bezos. Y eso le pasa por pelón a Jeff Bezos. Aunque Elon también era pelón, como dice Farhan, y tuvo que ponerse injertos de pelo. Yo creo que todos lo haríamos si tuviéramos miles de millones de dólares. Dicho y hecho, vamos a ver a dónde nos llevaría el HPDR en esto. Tenemos un viaje gratis, el 465, si logramos cerrar ahí en 2 horas y 34 minutos. No tiene cara que podamos darnos una vuelta hasta allá, pero esta banda va a bajar y probablemente 450 es un objetivo mucho más realista. Si nos acercamos más en la diaria, podemos ver que estamos muy cerca de extremos. Claro que a Tesla ha llegado al 100%. Eso nos pondría más o menos en esta zona de los 460, dando un poco de confluencia con el objetivo pasado que vimos en la semanal. Y también esto nos pinta una fotografía donde la volatilidad de nuevo está a punto de llegar a extremos, pero todavía tiene camino. Y sobre todo en temporalidades degeneradas, pongamos la de 8 horas, tiene todavía continuación este movimiento, lo que nos puede estar diciendo que el momentum estándose volteando para arriba tenga más camino a la alza y tal vez veamos la zona de los 440 hasta los 460. Ese sería nuestro objetivo a la alza. Donde nosotros pensamos que va a haber oportunidad en Tesla. No. Déjenme, no quito eso. Voy a quitar solamente mi arco iris. Donde nosotros pensamos que va a haber una oportunidad en Tesla, va a ser justamente la más grande posiblemente, no pronto, pero en algún punto, sea esta zona de 359 a 300 siendo la máxima oportunidad, pero por ahora tiene cara, siempre y cuando esté por encima de 400, ¿cuánto es esto? No, es este cierre, es donde abrió este. Arriba de 425, vamos a dar continuación todavía por acá. Tal vez estemos ante una corrección leve, pero de nada, y esto va a continuar con la fiesta. Nosotros vemos de nuevo la oportunidad de entrar sería por acá el 360, porque el 9 está por acá. Vamos a estar pendiente para ustedes para darles ese trade, porque no quieres entrar cuando está en extremos el precio, aunque por más que tenga cara que va a dar continuación, puede que la dé, puede que llegue a los 460, pero hay más riesgo en ese momento que caiga a dar continuación. Así que solamente estén atentos ahí. Eso es, damas y caballeros, Tesla. Vamos a los Solamis a cargo del buen Alex. Tengo mi...
Elon Musk tiene mucho dinero.
That he motherfucking does.
Mi español muy bien.
That's pretty good. Your girlfriend should be, I was going to say your girlfriend should be pregnant. I don't know why instead of proud. Holy shit. All righty. Solamis.
Nice. Let's go to Sol BTC first because, you know, it's
tradition.
Yeah, why not? And we actually have had some fall through now. So if we take the rainbow chart off, if you guys remember, I was talking about Sol BTC being in this channel and the fact that I do think we're going to get some volatility based on that 5-day. If we go here, the 5-day, right? We had a massive volatility set up brewing on Sol BTC. I was on the camp that we were going to break out, but you know, with these channels, at least they can give us a gauge on when we're going to get some kind of volatility because we know we're towards the end of it here. So therefore, if it's true, we should see some either breakout or breakdown. And unfortunately for Solana bulls, we broke down. And so, you know, it's like now on the 5-day, you're really going to just be gauging simply the EMA 100 on the 5-day. If we start losing this EMA 100 on the 5-day with volatility expanding, which it's very close to, it's not yet. So there's still some opium for bulls that this quickly could get bought up and then we break out to the upside. But if we start losing that EMA 100 on the 5-day on Sol BTC, that's going to lead to a bigger move down. It just always does. And then once we reclaim it or hold it, that's what gives us that bigger move up. And so I think it's wise for us to gauge the reaction around there. I do think as of now, it's more likely. And, you know, granted, it is looking pretty grim on the fact that we are getting this channel breakdown. We're about to get a massive volatility expansion on Sol BTC to the downside. And all really you're hoping is for this EMA 100 to quickly act as like a spring for price to quickly get back in this channel for a breakout. If that doesn't occur and we start getting a 5-day closure under Sol BTC, that doesn't necessarily mean Sol USDT needs to just bigly dump, but it does mean that it's not going to be as strong as what we've been seeing all year. I mean, when Sol Bitcoin pairing is going up, it's a very good sign, because when Bitcoin's going up, Sol does amazing, and when Bitcoin's going down, Sol still holds its weight. It's strong. But when you have its Sol BTC pair going down and it's weaker compared to Bitcoin, then what that means is when Bitcoin gets its pullback, Sol spot pairing or tether pairing is going to more aggressively dump harder. And so you really want to gauge where this 5-day volatility setup starts expanding, if this EMA 100 actually holds. And if it does, and we can quickly get back, let's say back above that 2-3 level, because this channel is already played out. We're already rejecting it. We're already breaking down. So, I mean, we would literally need to just like before this 5-day quickly reclaim it and SFP it. That doesn't seem likely. It seems like we're probably going to hit this zone. And so for that, I'm just going to delete this channel now because it played out. It's just more for visual representation. And we can see here, excuse me, we can see here just how important that EMA 100 is, because if we don't hold that, it's going to give us a quick move down to that 1.8 level. And at that point, if we're at that 1.8 level, the bottom of this, you know, support that was holding as a very strong bottom for Sol BTC, probably means we're going to end up just coming back down here. And that's something we definitely don't want. And on top of it, you know, we start putting the trend wave catalyst on the 5-day. It's really looking like, you know, it's about to break this overall uptrend. Just higher highs, higher lows. We don't need to always make higher highs, but at least just keep the higher low posturing for us to say this is bullish consolidation, and there is at least a chance of us breaking out. But when we're in the midst of breaking this overall uptrend, flipping it down, that has implications for the macro view, because go to the monthly here, you know, we start breaking this low, it's just not going to be good. It's going to start looking like this was the next monthly lower high, and we're about to make that lower low break. Something to note on that monthly too is that EMA 21 on the monthly is coming nicely right around that 2 number, 0.002. And so what can we gather from that? Well, we know here that, okay, well, there's probably a good chance that 5-day EMA 100 is going to actually touch it. We're probably going to tap it within today or tomorrow, in my opinion. And at that point, you really want to because altcoins love to do this. It loves to break the overall uptrend, come down, wick all these people out, you know, bigly dump, and then from there forms a bottom. People like me who use the stops based on trend and things like that get out of the trade, and then the real move happens. That's why we always say altcoins have a lot of fuckery with them. But what we see with the monthly 21 is slightly what we see with that what's it called? This range here, essentially. The monthly 21 and the EMA 34 is right around where that 5-day SMA 200 is. That's going to be kind of like the last stand. If we end up losing this 5-day SMA 200, then Sol BTC is going to start looking like it's entering into a bear market, in my opinion. And that'll just be confirmed, in my opinion, once this monthly 9 does get lost, which we are losing it now. So, you know, now that we have that criteria and we understand there's a massive 5-day volatility setup about to actually fire off on Sol, and I do believe also the weekly has one. Yeah, the weekly as well has one. You're really going to try to gauge, you're really going to want this area to hold, essentially, which is right around that 5-day EMA 100 and the weekly EMA 100. That's why we don't want to get too bearish yet, but it's really looking like this trend is shifting and we're about to break down, unfortunately, because I was on the camp that we were going to see, you know, that Sol BTC breakout. But we did also say, though, that if we go to the 2-day here, you know, this zone, I'll take this trend wave catalyst off now. You know, this zone, that 2.6 level on Sol BTC was the spot we wanted to see break out. You see, we've been in just this range, like really tight range. We'll have some fake outs, then we come down. We have another fake breakdown, then we come up. We have another fake out for the upside, then we come back down. But now what we see is we're actually losing the bottom of this range here while also losing that 2-day SMA 200. And so no matter how you look at it, Sol looks like it wants to come, Sol BTC looks like it wants to come more down, which has implications for the Sol Tether pairing. And so now that we understand this and that volatility really could start expanding here soon, giving us a massive setup, possibly leading to a bigger move down. Because remember too, we've never had a 5-day setup on Sol ever on Sol BTC. We've never had zero volatility. I mean, that's what I mean. We've never had a zero volatility read on Sol BTC. And so we get above 15% after being at zero volatility. It's really not going to be a good sign. And so now looking at Sol, I do think that Sol right now is at an area of interest. We definitely want to see this 5-day EMA 9 hold, simply just based off what we know with this silver cross that occurred here. Yes, it's been weak, but it still hasn't taken the cross off yet. And so technically speaking, you want to see the 21 or the 9 hold. For me, it's really just going to be dependent on, personally speaking, just seeing that $2 to $104 region actually hold for price. What that'll do is we'll potentially be then grinding a higher low around there. We ideally then are getting like an Alex setup where had you just longed this meme line with a stop loss of here, that would have been a risk to reward of pretty insane. I mean, you're losing, I guess it looked smaller. You're losing 1.66% to possibly make, back to the top at 27%, if not even just here at 9%, which is still good risk to reward because you know where you're wrong. Because this was the last low here that made a higher high. And you really don't want this low to get broken here. And that's why we really want to see bulls kind of step in, especially with what we know is Sol BTC looking like it is going to come down more. We easily can on the spot come more down around the 2. Huh?
I was going to say, I'm sorry. I was going to say that the Sol BTC pair on the 5-day has a very simple invalidation towards the upside on that long. If you just like take out the low right now that was previously done by the green candle.
Yeah.
That low hasn't been touched.
Does. No, it technically has not.
And
so that's why
the most sombering and sad detail for Solana bulls.
What?
Check Sol ETH on the monthly.
Oh,
looks like the cycle top is in for Sol ETH.
Oof.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a top candle here technically. This would be, I believe, in evenings.
And then after that, check the quarterly.
So how would you guys read this?
One thing to note here is we had a shooting star here before we topped. And so this, to me, looks like more an evening star since its candle body isn't fully filled out. We are getting the follow-through. How I would read this is we really want that monthly 9 to hold, just like it's been doing. That's why we can't yet say it. But if this monthly 9 doesn't hold with this shooting star, then now okay, well, any shorts up to the zone, like maybe we go down, we close, we come back up, we form a monthly lower high and then come down. Similar to like what we did here, right? Where we formed that lower high here and then we came down. Then you can gauge it where, okay, well, great, as long as we don't break this wick high, which would invalidate the shooting star, any short around here could work. What were you saying, Fine? To look at what?
Look at the quarterly.
Quarterly, right?
It's not closed yet, but at the end of this month, it'll close.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's ugly.
That would be.
And again, that just ties into why, it just ties into why I think ETH is going to move hard. But, it's like if this does close the way it is, then this just really does validate this scenario where you'd want to see then probably some kind of pump up. Maybe, and then at that point this could be shortable because this is looking like a major top signal that we've never had on the quarterly of Sol ETH. Which then what would that mean? That mean that maybe money's flowing out of Sol and going back into ETH potentially. Wow, that's a good point you mentioned though, Fine. That is
yeah. I was trying to wonder why,
especially with Sol BTC looking.
I said I was trying to. I was wondering why Solana was the most disappointing asset since the election. That's why.
Yeah, it hasn't really moved. It hasn't really done anything. It just kind of like went down. But then what would it mean for us if Solana found its top?
In terms of ETH, it could find a stop, but not in terms of US dollar. Because it can go down versus ETH and still go
Yeah,
up.
but when
it
you
just could mean
and
that
what
money-
about Bitcoin?
Yeah.
It's also dropping.
Yeah, but those pairs
So
can
when I
also-
see this like a Sol,
Yeah.
yeah, like when I see a Sol ETH and a Sol BTC looking bearish like it is, it just tells me that yeah, the money's not flowing into Sol anymore, like compared to Bitcoin and ETH. It's very simple, and it just tells me that ETH actually could get strong, and Sol could either just consolidate on its spot pairing or even actually come down. It's not helpful that it's Sol BTC and Sol ETH pair are both looking weak. That means that even if ETH is rallying, that Sol's going to be weaker, and even if Bitcoin's rallying, Sol's going to be weaker. And if those both dump, Sol's going to be weaker. And that's the issue when these pairings aren't showing strength. It just inherently means that the Tether pairing is going to be weaker. I mean, one thing to note though on this Sol, I want to know your opinion on this, Farn. One thing to note though is the 6 month. I mean, would it be the worst sign though on the 6 month if we actually closed above these highs?
No, that'd be pretty good.
That'd be pretty good, but we are
Yeah.
still below it.
But
So
depending
I
on
mean,
the
that
look,
is like
it'll probably be a pullback.
exactly, and especially when you get this kind of candle, you just visually see it looks heavy. I mean, it just looks heavy. It looks like it wants to dump. Wow, that's a good point you bring. But gauge that EMA 9 on the monthly too, because what bulls would want is a dump down to here. We get a bounce. That bounce then ideally takes the 6 month back above these highs, and then therefore that's still, in my opinion, an okay 6 month closure, which then could just mean that the monthly here, like I was saying, gets that bounce around the 21. That'd make a lot of sense on the Sol BTC pairing chart, which lines up with that 5-day here, that 5-day EMA 100. So yeah, Sol's like at the point where we really want to see it bounce on its other, like its Bitcoin pairing, because the issue is now, with Sol is we're now at that 5-day EMA 100, and if we end up losing that, technically speaking, you're hoping that 204 is going to hold. What I was going to say is you just want this low not to get taken at 200. And so you're going to be looking at this as a major low. The issue is we are holding, slightly above the 9, but we did deviate the meme line. And so, I mean, it's at a very precarious spot. And for me, it's not looking the strongest for sure. I would be maybe watching. Bulls are really just going to want to step in here, because if they break this last higher low, then I mean, that Sol is going to be in a 5-day downtrend again. And I mean, we all know how the downtrend was on Bitcoin dominance when it broke its last higher low. It just led to an exacerbated move down. And so that's why I don't see why, Sol wouldn't do the same. And therefore, then we'd have to really start gauging lower, like back to like 193, if not all the way back to 177. Curious to see what the HPDR says.
Oh, exactly. And if you do the HPDR and the Sol ETH pair on the 5-day, you'll see like.
So yeah, I'll do that too on all the pairings, and even the 5 days telling you exactly what I'm saying. You want to see a bounce here, because what you don't want to do is fall below that 5-day median. That 5-day median is right at 218. You have that 5-day 9 right at 215. You have my meme line right at 216. And so what you can gauge from this is if we end up rejecting here and closing back below, it's not going to be good. And then therefore you really have to question these lows here at the 200. We start losing that, then yeah, I mean, I do think we're going to get that move back down to, again, the 180s to maybe all the way to 177. And then there we could see a bounce, but then that bounce could just take us wherever the median is, and then we reject it and come more down. So that's why it really isn't a precarious spot overall. And let me go now to the Sol ETH and check that. And you said the quarterly.
On the 5-day.
Oh, 5-day. Let's see. Yikes. And we can see here that the Sol ETH pairing lost and rejected its median. We're now losing the blue zone, rejecting the 382. And yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like the next target is going to be that 88.3%. I don't trade off the 55. I only use crosses. So you can just visually see, I mean, it's going to be a big drop. Maybe we go to the 786, but when I start seeing a major moving average line up with a big point on the HPDR, because you can just see the big dump. If we lose that 88.3, it's a pretty big drop down. That tells me there's a pretty big chance that we could easily get a bounce around here, easily. But then that bounce could easily just keep rejecting the 9. And then from there, we just are forming that downtrend structure with lower lows coming up and then come down, and coming up, come down. And then that could like grind a bottom where we're
The weekly's gonna give you confluence to what you're saying.
Yeah. And the weeklies, yeah, it looks like the same thing. It's just not a good thing when we lose the blue zone up or down. I mean, it's good when it's up because we see that's where big breakouts occur. But let me see. I mean, last time it did lose us on the weekly was here. That was a big drop. And then it bottomed there. I mean, here too, that was a pretty big drop. So yeah, I mean, that's Sol ETH. And so I do think Sol ETH can definitely come down. You know, we are though at supports. We want to be mindful of that weekly EMA 34. How I treat that is we definitely could get a bounce around here. Let's see if the daily shows anything. And boom, look at that. So we're at the weekly EMA 34 and the daily SMA 200. And so how you're going to gauge this on Sol ETH is if that daily SMA 200 gets lost, then yeah, it's probably going to mean that we're going to come all the way back down to that level I was talking about on the 5-day, which is closer to, yeah, right around that 4.6 level. And then let's check Sol BTC now on the HPDR. Let me check the 2-week first. So yeah, we're also approaching that 2-week support. The issue is we're also rejecting the median pretty cleanly. Potentially going to deviate this 229 level in 2 days. And so this is why, again, you just really want to see Solana bulls really step in soon on all pairings, even its Sol pairing, because if it really starts breaking this low, it's not going to be looking good. But if we do get a bounce and this candle goes green, then this is going to just start looking like a really dirty, but also kind of clean higher low here. Because, you know, we technically never broke that low. That would, let me see here. Yeah. And we're even losing the blue zone on the weekly here. So, I mean, the pairings on BTC and ETH compared to Sol, like Sol at BTC, Sol ETH, they both look corrected. They look like they want to come down slightly more. The question I have is just how much more and if we can get that bounce. Because even here you can see, you know, like that EMA 100, like I was saying, we are approaching it, and I don't see why we wouldn't hit it. But then if we do get that volatility expansion here, then it's like, yeah, you're kind of just like clinging on to straws, hope. Like there's no actual bullishness in that if you start getting this massive 5-day volatility setup firing off that we've never had before. And then therefore then, yeah, it'd just be wiser to really gauge lower. I'm actually curious to see if Sol ETH is getting that 5-day volatility setup. Go to the chart. I mean, technically, it's not at extreme lows, but we did fall below 15%. This is the lowest volatility read on the Sol ETH chart, and this is expanding now to the downside. And so again, it just looks like it just wants lower. Okay, so let me try to tie this up. So I do think Sol is on a precarious spot right now. I think it'd be wise to really gauge the daily and be aware. You know, Sol is now in my opinion, a downtrend. We're now making lower highs to lower lows, and this is now looking like a lower high with potentially an evening star here, which is generally like a reversal. So now what we see also on the Sol USD pairing is we are losing the blue zone. On top of what we just showed you on Sol BTC and Sol ETH, those two pairings both look like they went lower, while the Sol BTC pairing looks like it's about to expand its 5-day volatility while breaking down. And so what we can gather from this is if we really do end up like falling below and breaking specifically this low at 200, and it's a nice psychological number, I think we're going to aggressively come back down to 190s. I don't know if we're going to stop there, though. And the issue is because of this. You know, we're getting another, like, this looks like, you know, a potential, like, Herpender pattern here. But then also on top of it, it just is extreme volatility while, you know, maybe going to bounce off the moving average and bust through the 15%. That just has implications for the Tether pairing. So if that happens, then I mean, let's see how big of a drop that would be to the EMA 100. Yeah, maybe
Nagasaki
13%. But then at that point, I mean, this one here, let's just see really fast. Gosh, it's so hard to do this. I mean, on that one volatility read, it gave us a 21%. That's why I'm not hopeful that this will hold then, because then that probably means that the 5-day has expanded. The ETH pairing it's already expanding. And even look at the 2 days giving us one, and we're losing the blue zone too. On top of it, the 5-day, nothing. Okay, that's hopium. So yeah, I mean, ideally what you want is you just don't want 200 to get lost on Sol. You want that to hold. What that'll do is gauge the 5-day on the chart. I think it's wise to do that, or anything above a 2-day, like 2-day, 3-day, 5-day. You can stick to a daily. You're just going to get a little chopped out, in my opinion. But overall, the daily is in a downtrend. So what we want to see now is, very simply put, we want a daily closure back above 240. If we get a daily closure back above 240, I do think we're going to test the highs again around 260. But as long as we are under that 240, we're under the daily median. We're now losing and rejecting all the major moving averages. The 9 is now crossing under the 21. I'm curious to see if there's any daily silver cross as well. There's not. Okay. We have a massive volatility setup brewing on 2 session lows of zero volatility. And then you really will have to start gauging if these lows break at 200, either a quick bounce to that 193. And if that doesn't hold, then we're probably going to come all the way back down to the 160s, 170s again, which then would probably mean that the Sol BTC 5-day really did start to fire off and really dumped us down to that 1647 level, or just simply put that SMA 200 on the 5-day. So if you are a Sol bull right now, you want to see this actually start bouncing. You could easily, gauge this. If the 5-day starts closing back above like 223, that'd be a good sign. We're holding the median, the EMA 9 held, and we're back, above that 216 level. But if this just rejects and falls under and closes back under, it's just going to be more fuel on why I don't think this low is going to hold anymore. And if this low breaks at 200, which I'll just, we're talking about this one here that was formed on November 11th, then yeah, that's going to be the trend shift in my opinion. And then if the trend shifts, then we'll be, not shorting the breakdown, but instead waiting for the lower high, and then that could give us an easy trade. So that was kind of all over the place, but, really Sol is just kind of like at the spot where bulls need to step in right now. Like they really need to get a bigger bounce, and they're kind of failing to do so. And so if we don't bounce literally here, we're probably going to end up breaking down within this week, if not next week, which will just probably line up with what we see with why Sol ETH is looking like it's topped. And Bitcoin Sol BTC is breaking that channel that I deleted here to the downside. So, not good for Sol bulls. We've been bullish on Sol, and this is why it's important to be data dependent on your analysis, because I did think we could hit the $300 level, and we still can as long as we're above that monthly 9. But where even is that monthly 9 now? Well, we go and view that. Well, look, it's right around that 170 level, and we know on that 5-day that that 170 level is right around the 34. And that's also the area we were talking about. I forgot where it was, but we also got 170 right around that weekly 34 as well. And so you're going to really want to gauge that 170 reaction, but just be mindful that the overall trend on the 5-day and under is now down and shifted. So, yeah. And again, I'll be wrong, and we'll probably go up if Sol actually gets a daily closure above 240. At that point, we're probably going to move back to the 260s. But the way everything's looking now, and even on it right now, the volatility is starting to expand while we're breaking down, and we have an evening star here. Yeah, and we're losing, even taking the rainbow chart off, we're losing the last line in the sand for bulls. I know, but these are meme lines, and we're still above them, but that's why I call them meme lines. When I see this and the EMA 34 is not holding, I really then have to be cautious of the idea that this 193 is probably going to get tapped. And at that point, we have shifted the trend. So then you would be wise to wait for a reaction here and then figure out where the next lower high will come. That to me seems more probabilistic now. Again, I'll be wrong if we start getting dailies back above 240.
Yep. Fucking Salamis. If Salamis is going down, I'm going to start to worry about this cycle being finished and done, because Salamis was one of the first things that ran.
That's true. That's a good point too to bring up.
It literally, probably even before Bitcoin started getting up from its bottom, Solana started doing that. So that's why I'd be concerned about it, because I remember, like, I'm scarred from the 2021 market when Dogecoin made that top. And everybody was like, it's only the beginning. And then I remember watching one video where one guy goes, this could mean the cycle is over. And everybody on the comments was like, you're a fucking idiot. You don't understand what you're saying, blah, blah, blah. And he was right. Dead fucking right. So I'm just going to keep an eye on that for that. I just think it's interesting.
I've talked about pretty big levels on Sol, 300-400. But this is why I always look at the BTC pairing, because I've also said we're probably not going to get that if we're still in that tight range and we're not breaking out yet. That's true. We didn't break out and we fell through. So that is the nice part about looking at the two pairings, because the Sol USD can look good, but then that Sol BTC isn't breaking out yet. It's hard to be max bearish or bullish on Sol.
Bullish. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, now we'll, I guess, just gauge and see. But that is a good point you bring up, because Sol did move first, actually. It's been a leading indicator.
So let's keep a close eye on this shit. Anything else?
Now Bitcoin has potential bearish divergence on the monthly and the quarterly.
All right, everybody, pack it up. We're going home, everybody.
I'm going to go put the applications in for McDonald's.
See you guys in 5 years. No. It's just 2 years. It only takes 2 years. We'll be right back. Is there anything else, you guys? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know, if we do shift bearish, that's still good news for all of us, because I love shorting. Farn loves shorting now even, too. And we can make money on, you love shorting on Launcher, too, and we can make money both ways. So, I mean, on my opinion, shorting is the easier money than longing, because it's just more logical. Longing is just kind of like degenerate. You kind of long and hope and blah, blah, blah. Like shorting is very to the book. So don't get discouraged if people are hearing this, because that's going to be just more money for us. I mean, Farn, how
and it works, and it goes faster too.
And that too. So overall, though, good stream, boys. Really appreciate it.
No, thank you, boys. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your Friday the 13th. And if Freddy Krueger shows up in your dreams, please let him leave. Please don't force him to watch you do dirty things in your bed. Please, I beg you.
I want some chilaquiles so bad for Friday luncheon. They all suck here.
Sorry. Welcome
they send
to
you
America.
Soggy ass chips.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you. By the way, exactly. Very few people will understand that. Now that you live in Mexico, now you understand how this works. So, all righty, boys. Thank you. I appreciate you. Have a good one. Talk to you soon. Y por cierto, para todos los que están acá, ya mandé a pedir todo lo que faltó, que era Doge, Rivian, Coin, XRP, Link y Nvidia para todos ustedes, para mandarlo en las señales si encontramos algún setup que se esté cocinando. Por ahora vamos a ver rápidamente este par. Solana, en un punto muy crítico e importante. La razón por la que digo esto es porque estamos viendo algo en Solana que no pensamos ver, ¿no? Y este es el par con Ethereum. Ahora, sí, y lo tengo en la de 5 días. Si quiero hacer este par de Solana Ethereum, lo primero que yo pondría es acá una línea. La razón por qué es porque es un punto crítico para el precio y lo puedes ver. Vino y chocó, lo ha encontrado como resistencia. Acá te dio un SFP, acá te dio otro. Después lo pudo romper e hizo esto. ¿De qué tiene cara eso? ¿De qué tiene cara esto? De un tope. Estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9, el 21 y vamos para abajo y estamos siendo rechazados por la línea, o sea, básicamente, y vamos para abajo. Esto es algo que debemos de mantener bastante atención, sobre todo porque la volatilidad está expandiendo cuando la vela está en rojo. Esto podría mandar a Sol para abajo. Ahora, estamos viendo el Sol ETH. Vamos a ver Sol BTC, perdón. No sé por qué chingados hago tanto. Lo tengo acá. Sol BTC está también cayendo. Y no nada más cayendo. Tienes un setup de Hamas que se puede convertir en un setup de Nagasaki potente, donde una vez que la volatilidad, que está en 13.89%, cruce encima del 15%, y esto continúa en rojo, o sea, literalmente Solana Bitcoin se va para abajo. Y acá algo importante que tener, esta vela es tu línea en la arena. Si rompes esto para abajo, estás rompiendo toda esta estructura y vas a buscar mínimos entre acá y acá. O sea, y además con de nuevo, con este tipo de setup de expansión de volatilidad, esto mandaría a Solana al piso, tíos. Al piso. Y ahora, cuando lo ven vamos a ponerle HPDR rápido, me caga los huevos, no sé por qué no puedo decir HPDR sin agringarme. Vamos a ir a la parte baja de este canal. Esto quiere decir que limpiaremos ese mínimo. No, todavía no. Esta es nuestra zona de rebote. Básicamente es acá. Si no rebotamos, esto se va a empezar a ver del culo. Vamos a ver la semanal rápido. Semanal, volatilidad en cero también. Pueden ver la potente caída. No sé por qué pinté esto acá. Estábamos esperando que esto fuera el final de esto, pero esto puede ser un SFP. Ahora, nos puede estar jugando el vivo Solana y nos puede estar haciendo te la creíste y luego sube, ¿no? Pero por ahora esto se ve bajista. Ahora, vamos a Solana y analizar el precio de Solana, tal cual. Acá el precio de Solana pueden ver que el setup de volatilidad que llevó el precio hasta acá se acabó y se está dando la vuelta para abajo. Esto quiere decir que o estás corrigiendo o la volatilidad se va a contraer para dar el siguiente movimiento. Por ahora, esto no pinta bien en la semanal. También vamos a ver la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas, volatilidad comienza a expandir. Acá, bien, 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 bien. Esto es donde voy a poner mi hopium completito, aunque Bitcoin acaba de pintar una divergencia bajista en la trimestral y en la mensual, para que sepan. Así que atentos a ello. Este setup de las 2 semanas es lo único que me tiene de esperanza que esto simplemente va a corregir y va a dar continuación. ¿Ok? Es lo que mínimo el hopium del tío Salvo está esperando. Definitivamente no queremos cerrar por debajo del 200. ¿Dónde está esto? Por debajo del 220. Cerramos abajo del 220, que es el 38.2%. Vamos a entrar a la zona azul. Si entramos en la zona azul, lo primero que nos detendría es la media, es que está en 138. Obviamente esto va a subir con este cierre. Este cierre se va a dar, me parece que ahorita, en un segundo y se los digo, en 2 días y 5 horas, así que sí. Y si no, el peor escenario sería los 109. Personalmente creo que eso ya es un poco exagerado. Vamos a ver en la semanal qué nos pinta esto. Un poco de confluencia, porque la parte azul del canal se encuentra justamente en 150, pero la media en esta línea en 187 junto con el promedio del 21. Interesante los Solamis, ¿eh? Se están portando muy mal. En la de 3 días tenemos un problemita por acá porque nos encontramos con la media. La media nos rechazó. Intentamos subir, el promedio del 9 nos rechazó y ahora estamos justamente en esta zona rebotando en el 61.8%. Si no aguantamos los 211, vamos a dar un viaje gratis al 196. Y ahora solamente les quiero enseñar el gráfico sin nada más para que lo puedan ver y apreciar esto. Porque este gráfico está bastante, en mi opinión, es bastante bueno donde están las líneas, ¿no? Y lo digo así. Todo lo que les estaba diciendo hace rato de todas las demás alts y que no, esta zona en Solana fue algo que debimos de haber convertido en resistencia, en soporte. Si esta zona en los 202, me parece que es, sí, 202.14 no aguanta, si esta zona no aguanta, vamos a ir a buscar el siguiente objetivo en los 187. Y acá nos tenemos que preguntar si ya cambió por completo la tendencia de Solana o no. Así que importante poder aguantar esta zona. Déjenme ver mis promedios. Voy a eliminar mi HPDR rápido. Rota madre, ahí está otra vez el rápido. Rápido, podemos ver que el 21 está justamente aquí arriba. Esto es, en tu mejor escenario, lo que te detiene. Si te detiene el promedio del 21 en esta caída, perfecto, todo perfecto, estás del otro lado. Pero si no te aguanta y de nuevo el 211 sigue saliendo 211, 211, 211. Si no te aguanta acá y te llevas estos mínimos, no se va a poner bonita la cosa. Este es tu punto crítico para el precio de Solana. Y también el primer aviso es caerte de este promedio del 55, que me parece que en la de 3 días es el 21, efectivamente. En la de 5 días, que es el 9. Entonces, pierdes el 9 en los 214.66 y te va a dar un front run a esta zona. No acabó tan positivo esto con Solamis. Y aparte, tenemos vela topera de a madre en la de 5 días, tu primer cierre de confirmación, y este cierre, si es debajo de 229, va a ser tu segunda confirmación, segundo cierre de confirmación, y muy probablemente si tengas más camino para abajo. Lo interesante de esto es, no sabemos, ¿no? Porque, ¿qué puede pasar? Le estaba platicando a Alex y a Farhan que en el último ciclo de Bitcoin, cuando su tío Salo estaba de, "What, se va a ir a $100,000, voy a poner todo mi dinero en esto, nos vamos, bla, bla, bla". En ese entonces me acuerdo haber visto un video de un cabrón que dijo, Dogecoin acaba de hacer tope después de lo de Elon Musk, y esto podría ser el fin del ciclo. Y todo el mundo en los comentarios se cenó a ese tío, se lo cenaron. Y estaba en lo correcto. Ese güey estuvo en lo correcto. De toda la gente que vi, ese güey fue el que estaba en lo correcto. Me pregunto si esto podría ser un escenario parecido, similar con Solana. Y la razón por qué es porque Solana, ¿saben qué ha seguido Solana por cuánto tiempo? Solana corrió primero antes que todo. O sea, antes de que Bitcoin se pusiera las pilas, Solana empezó a correr más fuerte. Y lo saben porque estuvimos ahí desde los 17 hasta arriba. Entonces, nada más cosas interesantes para mantener siempre un poco de sabor. También estamos viendo los alts corregir. Podría ser que estemos ante la corrección antes del siguiente leg up, pero no sabemos. Por ahora vamos a seguirnos lo que dicen las tablas día a día y sobre todo en lo que estamos invirtiendo. Muy importante estar siempre encima de ello. Cualquier cosa, ya saben, estamos en el etradingacademy.us y a todos ustedes les vamos a mandar la clase del día de ayer. No, ni siquiera he preguntado si ya la mandamos o no, pero si no les han llegado, les va a llegar la clase de ayer, las 3 clases que hemos hecho en un correo, así que estén pendientes, chequen también su junk mail. Si no lo han recibido para el final del día, chequen su junk mail y pues escríbanos si tienen cualquier problema para que vean la clase. La clase pasada aprendimos muchísimo, sobre todo lo de cómo leer los indicadores de momentum y de volatilidad de Farhan junto con el RSI, así que buena clase. ¿Listo? Muchísimas gracias a todos por estar acá. Honestamente, estuvo muy larga la semana para su tío Salo, que no está acostumbrado a trabajar tanto. El día de ayer otras 4 horas, hoy otras 4 horas. Me voy a ir a fumar juca, me voy a ir a chupar unas cervezas, voy a probablemente reventarme un bongazo y disfrutar de este viernes como se debe. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho, nos vemos pronto. Y esto no es una recomendación para ustedes, porque mucha gente dice, la influencia de los niños. No, niños, no lo hagan, no son cool como su tío Salo.